We understand that. Let's also get in Mr. Patil. Mr. Patil, आप सुन रहे हैं हमारे के जो पेरेंट्स हैं, उनके जो मामा हैं, वो जो अभी बोल रहे हैं, they're talking about what they have gone through, जो expectations है authorities से. I just want to ask you, Mr. Patil. I'll just bring Mr. Patil in. आपको कभी कोई help मिल रहा है अभी? आपके पास legal help आ रही है, emotional help, community help? Whenever this kind of situation happens, it's very important that the parents get help in this case.
बहुत सारे लोगों ने हमें हेल्प करी है, बहुत सारे लीगल्स के भी फोन आ रहे हैं कि हमारे से कोई हेल्प चाहिए तो ले लो. हम पूरे लोग आपके साथ खड़े हैं और हम चाहते हैं कि शौर्य जैसा भी उसने सुसाइड नोट में लिखा है उसको आपकी फाइट पूरी होनी चाहिए और हम उसको जस्टिस देके रहेंगे. बहुत सारे लीगल से हैं, बहुत सारे कल्चरल लोग हैं और पूरे हमारे सारे लोग हमारे साथ हैं.
Yes, I just want to bring the same question to Mr. Sahil and the parents of Amira. I'm asking that आपको help मिल रही है? Are you getting the right help that you need in this case?
Yeah, we are asking for help from police. We don't need any other help, honestly. We need help from NCPCR. Madhulika from NCPCR visited us. We are asking help from her. Please help us in raising that. You are responsible for protection of children across the country. Here is a 9-year-old who has gone through this. We need you to be unbiased. We need you to take action, and we need you to take action swiftly. Justice delayed in this case is honestly justice denied, and we don't want this to happen. And that's been our appeal to NCPCR. They have visited us. We still don't know what action they are taking. We are awaiting that. We don't even know when they are going to take any action, right? So, Madhulika Sharma, I don't know whether you are there on listening to this. We are awaiting action from you. We are awaiting something from you to understand what NCPCR, which is a national body, going to do about it. We are awaiting action from CBSE. They have issued a notice. We are grateful they have done that. We are awaiting what finally they conclude. What they do with the school is something they have to do and they must do because it's the life of 5,000 children and their families and their extended families depend on that. We hope they do something. We are hopeful and we are waiting for action from Rajasthan Police, which is investigating this, that please move forward on this. Whatever information we could share, we have shared. There is a CCTV footage which is very clear. The girl has gone 4 times on the previous day, Friday, to the teacher. The girl has gone 5 times on Saturday. She is clearly disturbed by what is being written on that slate, and she has raised that. It's your duty to make her feel comfortable as the teacher, as the school, as the class teacher. If you have not done that, you have not done a fair and job of what you are expected to do. And that's why we are raising it to police that please take some action, please figure out what happened, and please help give justice to the family whose lives have changed and whose lives have changed forever. The least we expect is justice. Our hope is only in these 3 bodies, and we really hope that our National Education Minister, who we have been trying to reach out to for a while, please meet us, please tell us what exactly are you going to do as the National Education Minister of the country. That's what we are looking for, ma'am.
That's right. I would once again like to bring in Shaurya's father, प्रदीप जी. आपसे फिर से बातचीत करना चाहेंगे. जैसे कि हमें पता है कि उस दिन जो घटना घटी, उसी दिन की बात करें तो शौर्य किस वक्त स्कूल से निकला और किस तरफ गया, उसको लेके आपके पास पूरा सीक्वेंस ऑफ इवेंट्स आपको पुलिस की तरफ से पता चली है?
मैं पुलिस की तरफ से कोई अभी फुटेज भी नहीं मिली हमें, ना पुलिस की तरफ से सिर्फ FIR की कॉपी मिली है, बाकी कुछ मिला नहीं है हमें. लेकिन वो सुबह 7:15 बजे स्कूल गया है. उसके बाद हमारे पास कोई दिन का कुछ भी हमारे पास नहीं है. ना पुलिस ने कुछ दिया है, ना स्कूल ने कुछ दिया है.
जी. और शौर्य ने डायरेक्टली नेम किया था टीचर्स और हेडमास्टर, इनको तो डायरेक्टली नेम किया था, जबकि मायरा के केस में हमने ये भी देखा कि कैसे स्कूल ने एविडेंस भी हटा दी. इस पे आप क्या कहेंगे?
देखो, हमारे इस केस में एविडेंस स्कूल के पास जो था या नहीं था हमें कुछ भी नहीं पता, लेकिन उसकी जो सुसाइड नोट थी वो उसकी बैग में थी. इसलिए उनको छेड़छाड़ करने का मौका नहीं मिला। तो इस वजह से उनके पास एविडेंस में कैमरे में क्या है या नहीं है, स्कूल में है या नहीं है, इसके बारे में अभी तक भी हमने कोई पता ही नहीं किया, इसलिए हमें नहीं पता कि उन्होंने छेड़छाड़ करी या नहीं करी। हो सकता है वो भी किया, करने की कोशिश भी करी होगी, की होगी, तो हमें नहीं पता उसके बारे में।
जी
I would like to raise this, ma'am. As you rightly said, the incident happened on 1st. The school cleaned up the crime scene, which is against the law, which is against Section 238. And they did not just clean this up. They washed it. They washed it with water. That's what they did on the 1st. As the other father is saying, they had a suicide note. Our child's bag was kept in the school for 10 days. It was handed over to the police on 11th, right? We don't know. There is no justification which is valid for why the school had the bag with them for 10 days. Why did the police allow the bag for being in school for 10 days, even if it is checked? Doesn't matter. And if police is also saying कि उन्होंने crime scene को wash किया, धोया, तो उस पे अभी तक क्यों नहीं एक्शन ले पा रहे हैं? उस पे अगेंस्ट, और वो कोई किसी के कहने पे ही धोया होगा. You can't wash a crime scene just because you want to wash it. The school has so many ways to get out of the class. Why did they do it? And there is no valid explanation for it. And that's a crime in the country. If that is a crime in the country, in 21 days, why is there no action? Why is there no, that's a criminal case against the school administration. Why is there no action? And we will keep demanding that. And we really hope that our National Education Minister, Mr. Dharmendra Pradhan, is listening and he takes some action on this is what we are hoping for.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Sahil. But I also want to go across, and I want the last response from Mr. Patil and from the father and mother, Mr. Vijay Kumar and Shivani. I want to ask you, let's go first to Mr. Vijay Kumar and Shivani ji. Just the final message you want to give to all our viewers, this final message, because, we need to change. We need to change here. Little children, young students and teenagers who are studying, who are trying to build a future, parents are also working hard to make sure they have a future. They need to feel protected in our society. They need to feel safe in our schools.
राइट पॉलिसीज में स्ट्रिक्ट चेंजेस लाने की ज़रूरत है, क्योंकि ये वो वाला दौर नहीं है जब हम बच्चे थे, तब हमें टीचर मार भी दिया करता था. लेकिन आजकल के बच्चे, एक तो सिंगल चाइल्ड होता है या 2 होते हैं मैक्सिमम, और इनका जो मेंटल जो भी इनका बिहेवियर है वो काफ़ी चेंज हो चुका है. तो ये नहीं है कि हम उनको अगर पीटेंगे तो ही वो टॉर्चर होता है, उनको इमोशनल टॉर्चर भी किया जाता है और जा सकता है, उससे भी वो हर्ट हो सकते हैं. और जो बुली को लेकर जो इंडिया में अभी भी धारणा है, वो उसको मजाक के रूप में लेते हैं, चाहे स्कूल्स हो चाहे घर पे हो, कहीं भी. जब से बहुत सीरियस मैटर है, मतलब बुलिंग की वजह से अगर इस तरह की घटना हो रही है तो इस पे गवर्नमेंट को बहुत स्ट्रिक्ट पॉलिसीज बनानी चाहिए, जिससे इस तरह की घटना जो अमायरा के साथ हुई है, जो दिल्ली में हुई है, आगे ना हो.
All right. Well, thank you so much for joining us here. The parents, the relatives of those children who had to take extreme steps. Of course, the investigation is continuing in this case, but we really, really wish that justice is served to Shaurya and Amayra. And Republic TV will continue to ask the right questions so the children in schools feel safe and feel heard. Priyanka.
That's right. We continue to give on with our campaign, but it's time to shift our focus, viewers. There's a major bulldozer action in Jammu and Kashmir, a land worth crores being freed from possession of drug traffickers. Buildings constructed by drug traffickers are being demolished with bulldozers. My colleague Gursimran is joining us. We'll cut across to Gursimran and we'll try to understand what exactly is happening at the spot. The administration and police are present at the spot, and there's a bulldozer action taking place. We cut to those visual, a major bulldozer action in Jammu and Kashmir there on your screens.
में लगातार नशा बेच रहे थे। इनके खिलाफ अगर बात की जाए, जो पुलिस सूत्र हमें बता रहे हैं, तो कई जो है आपराधिक मामले दर्ज हैं। अब यहाँ से जो है आगे की तरफ बढ़ा जा रहा है। तो हर एक घर जो है वो आप यहाँ पर तस्वीरें देख रहे हैं कि बुलडोज़र जो है अब एक एक घर से आगे बढ़ रहा है। पुलिस की टीम्स जो हैं, जिनकी तस्वीरें सरजीवन आपको लगातार दिखा रहे हैं कि वो लगातार उन घरों को ईयरमार्क कर रही हैं जो घर चिन्हित किए गए हैं, ताकि उन घरों को पूरी तरह से यहाँ पर डिस्ट्रॉय किया जाए, उन घरों को तबाह किया जाए। यहाँ पर आगे आप देखेंगे तो एक और घर है जिसकी तरफ अब जो है ये बुलडोज़र बढ़ रहा है। ये पूरा एक्शन जो है तकरीबन अगर बात की जाए तो पिछले काफ़ी कुछ घंटे से लगातार यहाँ पर जारी है। यहाँ पर तस्वीरें आप देखेंगे कि जो घर जो हैं वैध घर हैं, उन्हें जो है पुलिस प्रशासन की तरफ से कुछ नहीं कहा जा रहा, वहाँ पर लोग रह रहे हैं। लेकिन जो घर अवैध सरकारी ज़मीन पर बनाए गए थे उन पर जो है कार्रवाई की जा रही है। और ख़ासतौर पर वो लोग जो नशा तस्करी में शामिल हैं, जिन पर कई FIRs यहाँ पर दर्ज हैं, उन पर कार्रवाई जो है वो की जा रही है। ये तस्वीरें आप जो हैं लगातार यहाँ पर देख रहे हैं। जम्मू कश्मीर प्रशासन की जो बुलडोज़र एक्शन है, जिसकी तस्वीरें रिपब्लिक मीडिया नेटवर्क पर हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं। सरजीवन से कहूँ जी जी।
My colleague Gursimran was giving us the ground update. Action on drug traffickers from Jammu and Kashmir, where a bulldozer action is in fact taking place. And those are the live visuals coming in live from the ground. My colleague Gursimran giving us all the details. And viewers, with that, it's time we dip into a short commercial break. More news and updates will continue on the other side. We bring you the updates as well in terms of the bulldozer action on the drug traffickers in Jammu and Kashmir. Stay tuned.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला।
So in the past, we would see most of the terrorists who would get arrested, they would be like the people who would be working at a very low level. But today we have seen the white collar suspect.
This is Republic Jack Oliver's studio. Stay tuned for all the breaking news and updates. I am Tanisha Awasthi. Let's get started.
सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा।
China and Japan are clashing verbally over Taiwan. Tensions between China and Japan have risen over Taiwan's security. Japan has signaled it may intervene in a potential conflict, viewing it as a threat to its own stability. China condemned this as meddling, issuing strong warnings and summoning diplomats. This conflict started when Japan's newly appointed Prime Minister, Sanae Takaichi, issued a direct warning to China during a session of the country's parliament. She stated that a conflict in the Taiwan Strait could represent a survival-threatening situation for Japan, implying that Tokyo might need to intervene militarily to protect its interests. This marked a bold escalation in Japan's stance on the Taiwan issue, signaling readiness to support Taiwan against potential Chinese action. Takaichi's comments, delivered amid rising regional tensions, prompted an immediate and sharp rebuke from Beijing, highlighting the fragile balance in East Asia and the risk of broader confrontation.
The remarks made by the Japanese leader on Taiwan constitute an interference in China's internal affairs and a serious violation of the One China principle and the basic norms governing international relations. Such words are extremely irresponsible and dangerous.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
MDH
So in the past, we would see most of the terrorists who would get arrested, they would be like the people who would be working at a very low level. But today we have seen the white-collar suspect.
कश्मीर घाटी में डॉक्टर्स एक बहुत अल्टीमेट ड्रीम होता है वहां के लड़के लड़कियों का। उस बनने के बावजूद अगर आप रेडिकलाइज होकर अपने ही देशवासियों को मारने के लिए और अपने देश को तोड़ने के लिए तैयार हो सकते हैं, तो आप अंदाजा लगाइए किस तरह की रेडिकलाइजेशन हो रही है और इस फ्रंट पे हम क्या काम कर रहे हैं।
Contributes 7% of the GDP, which is going to be 13% by 2030. It is also the second highest employer with almost 5 crore people working in the real estate sector.
Are real estate prices already inflated for a common man to afford?
Right developer, right size, right location अगर आप लेकर आ रहे हैं, मुझे लगता है बहुत सारे लोग अभी भी ऐसे हैं जो घर खरीदना चाहते हैं लेकिन उनको राइट अपॉर्चुनिटी नहीं दिखाई दे रही।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा
China and Japan are clashing verbally over Taiwan. Tensions between China and Japan have risen over Taiwan's security. Japan has signaled it may intervene in a potential conflict, viewing it as a threat to its own stability. China condemned this as meddling, issuing strong warnings and summoning diplomats. This conflict started when Japan's newly appointed Prime Minister, Sanae Takaichi, issued a direct warning to China during a session of the country's parliament. She stated that a conflict in the Taiwan Strait could represent a survival-threatening situation for Japan, implying that Tokyo might need to intervene militarily to protect its interests. This marked
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Viewers, top headline, 16-year-old Delhi school student commits suicide after months of harassment. 4 teachers suspended.
उन्हें सस्पेंड किया, कुछ ना कुछ उनको लगा होगा इसीलिए तो सस्पेंड किया। लेकिन हम ये पहले दिन से कहते थे कि ये इनको सस्पेंड करो, स्कूल को ये कह रहे थे, उन्होंने नहीं किया था और पुलिस स्टेशन को हम कह रहे हैं कि इनको अरेस्ट करो। 2 दिन किस लिए आप स्कूल को दे रहे हो? 2 दिन आप दे रहे हो कि स्कूल और पुलिस स्टेशन का कुछ फिक्सिंग हो जाए, इसके लिए दे रहे हो क्या आप?
Delhi victim Shaurya father breaks silence on Republic, demands strict action against school staff. Minor boy in Kerala forced to join terror outfit ISIS, accused mother to appear before probe team today. Congress versus Congress intensifies in Karnataka. More MLAs from the DKS camp travel to Delhi today to meet top brass amid Babu tussle. New revelations come to the fore from terrorist Muzammil's phone data. 200 videos recovered showing a recce of religious sites across Delhi and Uttar Pradesh. PM Modi leaves for South Africa to attend G20 summit in Johannesburg. India-Israel signs terms of reference to begin free trade agreement negotiations. Views of unbreaking of Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest. Fida, the mother who was accused of forcing her son, who's 16 years of age, to join the IS with the support of her live-in partner, will now appear before the probe team at around 11 a.m. In fact, it will happen around noon now, perhaps afternoon. She was asked to reach a Tingal DSP office. A big update coming in on Republic TV. Now, Fida had forced her son to join the Islamic State. She showed him videos of training of the Islamic State, and now we also were getting you updates coming in where our reporters are trying to find out what exactly is the terror links. In her family, there some terror links have already been established. Woman and her partner have been booked under the UAPA, and the latest coming in, the mother who was accused of forcing her son to join the IS with the support of a live-in partner will appear before the probe team. So that is what we'll expect next in this story. We'll try to go across, of course, to our colleague Shankar, who will be joining us live from Thiruvananthapuram in a short while from now. But latest update coming in on Republic TV about Fida, and the investigation has also now turned to finding out about the pre-existing terror links which are emerging. So this is what we see right now, viewers. Back-to-back updates coming in on Republic TV. A 16-year-old radicalized Kerala boy was forced to join the ISIS. Not just that, it was a mother who was forcing. And the parents forced the boy to consume the videos, ISIS videos. Mother of the boy and live-in partner were accused in this case, and woman converted from Christianity to Islam. So this is what we see. A 16-year-old has been radicalized, and the mother will be grilled in this case. Woman resides with her partner in UK now. Meanwhile, viewers, more details have emerged. Fida is named as the first accused. Police sources say Fida, formerly known as Tintu before converting from Christianity after her marriage to Muhammad Ali 17 years ago, is under scrutiny for a role in influencing the teenager. Second accused is Ansar Aslam, the brother of a current live-in partner. Here's more from the ground.
We are standing right in front of the house of Fida, who is accused of forcing her 16-year-old to join IS. We can see the house. Fida was staying at this house till morning, and he went out of the house in an auto rickshaw at around 10 a.m. Her close relatives are staying in this house, and they say Fida married to Muhammad Ali in some 17 years back, and she has three children in that marriage, and the elder one is the elder son. The elder son is a victim in this case, and she later married Siddiq Aslam. Siddiq Aslam is an accused in a 2016 terror case registered by NIA, and he was sentenced to 3-year imprisonment in 2018. And Fida was staying in UK with the brother of Muhammad Siddiqui Aslam. His name is Ansar Aslam. Ansar Aslam is a UK citizen, and she was staying with him in the UK, and the victim, the 16-year-old boy, was staying with Ansar Aslam and Fida in the UK. And it was at that place, it was at that home, the boy was forced to join IS, and he was given preachers, and he was shown several videos of IS to join, to move to Syria and to speak to the leaders of IS to join the IS community. Now we reached the house of Fida, where she was leaving, where she was staying for the last 2 weeks. After coming back from UK, she was staying here. This house is owned by Fida, and this house was rented out to his close relatives by Fida some 1.5 years back. And the family, the relative family was staying here, and Fida, after reaching back from the UK, was staying at this house, and the Benjaramud police reached here and seized so many items from this house. And the relatives say they are not in touch with Fida for the last 17-18 years, as after marrying Muhammad Ali, she became a Muslim, as she was basically a Christian, and after getting converted, there was no touch with the family, and she was leading a different life. She became fully radicalized after being converted to Islam. And we have a close relative who is a cousin of Fida is joining with us to share some information about Fida. We are standing inside the house where Fida was staying for the last 2 weeks. This was a room inside the house where she was like staying for the last 2 weeks. And this is her room, and it was at this room police conducted a raid and seized her laptop, mobile phones, her passport, and so many of the documents. She was staying at this room for for the last 2 weeks after landing, after reaching back from United Kingdom. She was at this room, and all her personal belongings are here inside the house. And this was a room, and it was in the morning she left out in an auto rickshaw, and she may be coming back in a couple of minutes, or sometime maybe in the morning. Anyway, we will be coming back to meet her again. We are hopeful of having a word with her. And the police team, as soon as the case was registered, the police team reached here and held a thorough inspection here, and they could collect so many crucial evidences. And from the examining the digital devices, the prop team could collect the videos of IS, and it was those videos which she used brainwash her son to convert to become a member of IS. And these are all the details we have right now. And we will be coming back again to the same house with the police. And the victim, who is a 16-year-old boy, also reached here with the police 2 days back, and he was behaving he was behaving very badly, not badly, he was behaving very upsetly. He was very upset with the mother as they used to argue over ideological issues, like she was a radicalized Muslim, and she wanted the victim, the 16-year-old old boy, to be a member of IS, and over this talk they used to quarrel and they used to fight each other. There were heated exchanges between them, and the police team and the relatives who were staying at this house stayed that they were not in good terms, and they used to fight over the ideological issues. And she was a converted radicalized Muslim, and she wanted him to fight for she wanted the boy to work for IS and to destabilize the nation. And she was after being converted to Islam, she became a member. She was not become a member, but she was an ardent fan of IS ideologies. And police collected so much of documents of her relationship, to prove her relationship with the radicalized Islamist group.
Meanwhile, the Republic has spoken to the state police chief to gather more details. Take a look.
This is information came to our notice. The boy and his uncle came to the police station saying that they narrated the incident what happened. This boy was pursuing his studies in London along with the family there. There he told that he was forced or he was radicalized and he was asked to go to Syria, and also made certain aspects of it in there, like given some content about radical content has been taught to him. As he was not showing the liking toward that thing there, he was sent back here, and he was put up in a orphan home here. And his uncle and this boy both came to the police station. He returned from London about 3 months ago, and we are examining the case now. We reached the case, and our police investigation has been started there.
कानून पे रोक नहीं लगाई। अब आप देखिए किसके इशारे पर यूनाइटेड नेशन ह्यूमन राइट्स कमीशन, जिसकी अध्यक्षता मिशेल जी कर रही थी, वो भारतीय नागरिक नहीं, लेकिन वो सर्वोच्च न्यायालय में एक अर्जी डालती है। हमारा अंदरूनी मामला है, क्या सोनिया गांधी और राहुल गांधी के इशारे पर यह अर्जी डाली गई सर्वोच्च न्यायालय में? और आप चेक करा सकते हैं, सर्वोच्च न्यायालय में एक अर्जी डाली गई। हस्तक्षेप करते हुए यह कहा गया कि सीएए आने से मानव अधिकारों का हनन होगा। अगर ह्यूमन राइट कमीशन, यूनाइटेड नेशन की जो बॉडी है, उसको पाकिस्तान में किस तरह से अल्पसंख्यक हिंदुओं, सिखों, जो ईसाई हैं, उनके मानव अधिकारों का हनन किया जाता है, नहीं दिखाई देता। अभी बांग्लादेश में हमने देखा किस तरह से मंदिरों को तोड़ा गया, गुरुद्वारों को तोड़ा गया, बलात्कार हुआ, हत्या हुई, तब ये कहा थी। इसका मतलब अभी भी सोनिया गांधी जी के लिए उनका जो जन्म स्थान है वो सर्वोपरि है, भारत का संविधान नहीं। जिस धर्म का वो पालन करती है वो ही सब कुछ है, क्योंकि ये बार बार पूछा जाएगा जो इनके इशारे पर भारत की संप्रभुता पे प्रहार कर रहे हैं, वो पाकिस्तान और बांग्लादेश में जो हिंदू, सिख, ईसाई, जैन, बौद्ध, पारसी प्रताड़ित होते हैं, पूरी डेमोग्राफी बदल जाती है, इनकी जनसंख्या कम हो जाती है, जबरन धर्मांतरण होता है, उस पे ये लोग चुप क्यों रहते हैं? और ये पहली बार नहीं है जो भारत विरोधी अंतर्राष्ट्रीय शक्तियां हैं उसके साथ राहुल गांधी, सोनिया गांधी और कांग्रेस पार्टी खड़ी दिखाई देती है। ये एक तस्वीर है इल्हानो उमर। ये अमेरिका में लॉ मेकर है, इनसे राहुल गांधी मिले थे। ये भारत विरोधी, कश्मीर विरोधी बयान देते रहते हैं। जॉर्ज सोरेस और अब मिशेल। ये साफ दर्शाता है, ये एक पैटर्न है। कांग्रेस पार्टी का पैटर्न ये है, पहले कवर फायर देते थे, अब बेशर्मी करके खुले में आ गए हैं। खुले में आके भारत के लोकतंत्र को, संवैधानिक संस्थाओं को कमजोर करने का काम कर रहे हैं। जैसा मैंने आपसे कहा, एंटी इंडिया पूरे तथ्यों के साथ प्रमाण देते हुए ये बात हमने रखी। एक और बड़ा गंभीर पहलू है, वो पहलू है एंटी सिख। हम सब जानते हैं 1984 के दंगे हुए, 3000 से ज्यादा जो सिख परिवार थे, पंजाबी परिवार थे, उनको प्रताड़ित किया गया, हत्याएं हुई, बलात्कार हुए। और राजीव गांधी जी ने क्या कहा? उन्होंने कहा, बड़ा पेड़ गिरता है तो धरती हिलती है। हत्या और बलात्कार को सही ठहराने का प्रयास हुआ। सज्जन कुमार एमपी बने कांग्रेस के टिकट पे और जगदीश टाइटलर मंत्री बनाए गए कांग्रेस के टिकट के बाद। जगदीश टाइटलर को दिल्ली प्रदेश कमेटी में स्थान मिला और इसी मंच से भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने यह मुद्दा उठाया, पुरजोर तरीके से उठाया कि एक तरफ आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी जख्मों पर मरहम लगाने का काम करते हैं, तो कांग्रेस पार्टी ये सुनिश्चित करने का कार्य करती है कि जो पुराने जख्म हैं सिख परिवारों के, पंजाबियों के, वो भरे ना और उन जख्मों को नमक डालती है, मिर्च डालती है। कोई प्रतिक्रिया सोनिया गांधी और राहुल गांधी की पहले भी नहीं आई थी, लेकिन जब हमने देखा, ये तस्वीर देखिए, ये जो कार्यक्रम था जिसका मैंने जिक्र किया, इसमें प्रथम पंक्ति में एक व्यक्ति यहां बैठा है। ये देखिए, मैं हाथ हटा लेता हूं, ये व्यक्ति जगदीश टाइटलर है। अब देखिए, दीपेंद्र हुड्डा पीछे हैं, जगदीश टाइटलर आगे हैं। ये जो रिश्ता है, जो बलात्कारी, हत्यारे और हमारे देश को प्रताड़ित करने वाले हैं, इनको सम्मान पूर्वक पहली पंक्ति में सोनिया गांधी जी बैठाती हैं। ये भारत का हर नागरिक सवाल पूछता है, सोनिया गांधी जी, ये जो दर्द है इन परिवारों का, ये आप और राहुल गांधी महसूस क्यों नहीं कर पाते? ये जो आंसू उन परिवारों को आपने दिए, कांग्रेस पार्टी ने दिए, उनको पोंछने का काम आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने किया, उनको न्याय दिलवाने का काम 4 दशक बाद नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने किया। लेकिन अभी भी आप उन्हीं हत्यारों के साथ, उन्हीं बलात्कारियों के साथ क्यों खड़ी हैं? क्या आपकी मां की ममता हृदय में कोई स्थान नहीं रखती? ये चिंताजनक सवाल है। क्या ये नकली गांधी भूल गए हैं कि नेता प्रतिपक्ष की जिम्मेदारी क्या होती है? ये नेता प्रतिपक्ष कब तक मौन रहेंगे? कब तक ये लोग भारत विरोधी ताकतों के साथ, हत्यारों के साथ और बलात्कारियों के साथ खड़े रहेंगे? ये बात पुरजोर तरीके से इस मंच से हम लोग उठाना चाहते हैं। और हमें ये यकीन है कि इस देश की 140 करोड़ की जनता आज भारतीय जनता पार्टी के साथ और हर उस परिवार के साथ खड़ी है जिसने अपना कोई खोया है, जो अभी भी न्याय की लड़ाई लड़ रही है, और वो धिक्कार करती है ऐसे नेता प्रतिपक्ष राहुल गांधी पे और सोनिया गांधी जी पे, जिनको ये भी नहीं पता कि इस देश की मूल भावना क्या है। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
BJP there slamming the Congress over that Indira Peace Prize for Michelle Bachelet, where we saw Jagdish Titler was also present. So BJP press conference on that, and already we see that the BJP has said that there should be apology from the Congress. Still, there is no apology because there was a big controversy, viewers, which had come out after the Indira Gandhi Peace Prize. The BJP has criticized the Congress party and Sonia Gandhi for awarding the prize to Michelle Bachelet, the former UN High Commissioner for Human Rights. And let's move ahead, viewers. Unmatched precision and seamless coordination were demonstrated by the Sabse Behtar sappers during the live field firing exercise in the desert sector. The display reflected great determination and unwavering commitment to honing skills for the battles in the future. Take a look at the highlights. All right, getting some updates coming in. Two more doctors from Al-Falah Medical College are being questioned. Dr. Junaid Yusuf and Dr. Nasir Rashid. In addition, Shabir, a resident of Dhauj village, is also being interrogated. A grinder and a melting furnace has been recovered from Shabir's house, and both items are currently under forensic examination. Big update coming in on Republic TV, and this is coming in as we are keep getting you more updates. Al-Falah being one of those places which is under the radar of the investigation agencies, and the latest coming in is that there's more doctors which are being questioned. Big update coming in here as the investigation continues in the Delhi blast case. So just taking our viewers to latest coming in, two more doctors from Al-Falah Medical College are being questioned, Dr. Junaid Yusuf and Dr. Nasir Rashid. Okay, let's go straight across to my colleague who's joining us. We have with us Shambhavi. In addition, Shabir, a resident of Dhauj village, is being interrogated. Now, there's some things, Shambhavi, which have been found from Shabir's house, a melting furnace, a grinder, and these items are being investigated. What were they using these items for? Shambhavi.
Well, definitely, given the location where it has been found and the current state of the case, we know that this is something definitely pointing towards use of this melting furnace and a grinder. It could be used in the making of IEDs. At least that is the first angle which the investigating agencies would be seeing, because we have been constantly reporting from Al-Falah University, and there has been constant investigation going on from the university itself. And now the fact that two more doctors, Junaid and Nasir, are being questioned regarding this case, regarding their involvement in the case, because we know that whether it is Umar, whether it is Muzammil, they were actively trying to radicalize and brainwash the students there, the fellow doctors there. So there is a high chance that they were involved to some capacity or extent in this case. And this Fatehpur area, the Fatehpur Doga or even Taga area of the Faridabad is also very sensitive, because if we remind our viewers, 2,900 kgs of explosive was found from both these villages. From one place there was 360 kgs found, and another place around 2,400 kgs. And for one of the residents of that same village, from the same village named Shabir, he had a grinder and a melting furnace. So the situation looks a little shady. The situation where definitely...
Yes, and Shambhavi, SIT is also probing all the Al-Falah activities simultaneously. Shambhavi, we have to take a short break right now. Much more coming up on the other side. We will continue to be live and breaking. Coming up on the other side, we are learning that a minor boy in Canada was forced to join terror outfit ISIS. The accused mother to appear before probe team today.
बार। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा।
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
So in the past, we would see most of the terrorists who would get arrested, they would be like the people who would be working at a very low level. But today we have seen the white collar suspect.
The infrastructure industry, the real estate industry, and everything associated with it eventually is a huge contribution, not just to the country's GDP, but to our overall potential to be a global player. What's the big picture? Let's set the context to this. Why are we doing this?
We are bringing about a very credible voice for the home buyers, for the real estate investors, through Republic TV's amazing platform.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल बनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
China and Japan are clashing verbally over Taiwan. Tensions between China and Japan have risen over Taiwan's security. Japan has signaled it may intervene in a potential conflict, viewing it as a threat to its own stability. China condemned this as meddling, issuing strong warnings and summoning diplomats. This conflict started when Japan's newly appointed Prime Minister, Sanae Takaichi, issued a direct warning to China during a session of the country's parliament. She stated that a conflict in the Taiwan Strait could represent a survival-threatening situation for Japan, implying that Tokyo might need to intervene militarily to protect its interests. This marked a bold escalation in Japan's stance on the Taiwan issue, signaling readiness to support Taiwan against potential Chinese action. Takaichi's comments, delivered amid rising regional tensions, prompted an immediate and sharp rebuke from Beijing, highlighting the fragile balance in East Asia and the risk of broader confrontation.
The remarks made by the Japanese leader on Taiwan constitute an interference in China's internal affairs and a serious violation of the One China principle and the basic norms governing international relations. Such words are extremely irresponsible and dangerous in nature and have caused very negative impact.
Taiwan is
We are getting you the best updates here on Republic TV and the fastest updates on Republic TV on the Karnataka power tussle that we are seeing. We have reporters on the ground getting you what exactly is happening inside the Karnataka Congress as a lot of buzz of infighting and different camps are coming in. Okay, we will get you all those details, but the headlines first. Let's get started. 16-year-old Delhi boy School student commits suicide after months of harassment. 4 teachers suspended.
उन्हें सस्पेंड किया, कुछ ना कुछ उनको लगा होगा इसलिए तो सस्पेंड किया। लेकिन हम ये पहले दिन से कहते थे कि ये इनको सस्पेंड करो, स्कूल को ये कह रहे थे, उन्होंने नहीं किया था। और पुलिस स्टेशन को हम कह रहे हैं कि इनको अरेस्ट करो। 2 दिन किस लिए आप स्कूल को दे रहे हो? 2 दिन आप दे रहे हो कि स्कूल और पुलिस स्टेशन का कुछ फिक्सिंग हो जाए, इसके लिए दे रहे हो क्या आप?
Delhi victim Shaurya's father breaks silence on Republic, demands strict action against school staff. Minor boy in Kerala forced to join terror outfit ISIS, accused mother to appear before probe team today. Congress versus Congress intensifies in Karnataka. More MLAs from the DKS camp travel to Delhi today to meet top brass and amid power tussle. New revelations come to the fore from a terrorist Muzammil's phone data. 200 videos recovered showing recce of religious sites across Delhi and Uttar Pradesh. PM Modi leaves for South Africa to attend G20 summit in Johannesburg. India has Israel signs terms of reference to begin free trade agreement negotiations. And viewers, amid power tussle in Karnataka, Congress leaders are backing CM Siddaramaiah and they are holding this meeting in Bengaluru. Now, there are two different camps here. So one is the DK Shivakumar camp and one is the Siddaramaiah camp. Now, on your screens, viewers, you will see the Siddaramaiah camp holding talks. They're having dinner. Ministers Parameshwara, Satish Jarkiholi and many others can be seen there. A meeting for dinner and holding talks. A dinner meeting was held last night involving ministers and MLAs from Chief Minister's camp. So we'll keep those pictures there for you. And this is coming in the backdrop of Shivakumar's camp, which was headed to Delhi to meet the top brass of the Congress. I want to go ahead and play the reactions first, and then we'll try to connect to a reporter.
We had a dinner at Satish Jarkiholi's place. No political discussions happened. We just had dinner, and we also discussed about our departments because of the Alamatti approval. It was also mentioned in the cabinet that all other departments have to tighten their belt, not to spend more money, so that the Almaty Dam has to be taken up. So that these kind of discussions, generally we had discussions. There was no specific political discussions happened.
All right, let's go across to my colleague who's joining us. Abhishek is joining us. Abhishek, just to help the viewers understand what exactly is going on here, because there are two different camps. So one is the DK Shivakumar camp, which is in New Delhi. Even though DK Shivakumar is quiet about what's happening in New Delhi, we see one more camp, Siddaramaiah camp, holding talks, having dinner. What is happening? Is there a power tussle that we are seeing? Can we expect more reactions and more movement here? Fight for power between these two leaders?
Well, Shivangi, this looks like the first step of the power tussle, which is supposed to be starting in the month of November, and it was expected to start from the first week of November because the former minister K.N. Rajana had mentioned a couple of months ago that there will be a major revolutionary measures in the Karnataka state cabinet in the month of November. He also hinted at the changes in the position of chief minister or the changes in the position of cabinet ministers. After which he was removed from the cabinet, from the AICC, that is the high command of Congress party. This point of time, various other leaders who belong to the Vakaliga community who are in support of DCM, DK Shivakumar have already reached Delhi one day prior, and there is also another team which will be reaching Delhi tomorrow to have a word with the AICC high command, be it Mallikarjun Kharge, K.C. Venugopal and Randeep Singh Surjewala and Rahul Gandhi as well, to reiterate on a fact and information that elevating DCM DK Shivakumar to the position of Chief Minister is the only way to get Congress back into power in 2028. On the other hand, as soon as the CM's team got to know that majority of the MLAs who belong to the Vakaliga community have reached out to Delhi's head office, CM Siddaramaiah's closest aides, be it Satish Jarkiholi, Dr. G. Parameshwar and other ministers have already had a dinner meeting the previous night, and they are also planning to make sure that the plans of the Vocaliga leaders or the ministers or the MLAs in Delhi be upside down, because CM has very clearly mentioned that he will be in power for this entire term, and he also had mentioned that he will be mentioning the next budget as well. So we will have to see how the Congress High Command reacts on the issue, because there are two teams. One belongs to DK Shivakumar and one belongs to Siddaramaiah. We will also have to see how the Congress High Command will manage to continue in the state of Karnataka with all these disturbances, and also they will have to forelook where the government isn't disturbed any much more, and they will also continue, because Karnataka is the only state in the entire South India where Congress has its majority hold as of now. But this tussle between the power has created a ruckus between the Congress leaders, and we will have to see how this continues in the next couple of days. Shivangi.
That's right. And I also want to come back to you, Abhishek, because now the BJP is also raising questions. We were speaking to some of the BJP leaders from Karnataka earlier today, and they say that because of the situation in Karnataka, the power tussle that we are seeing, it is the people of Karnataka who are going to suffer. So this is what the BJP is saying. Any more reactions coming in on that?
Well, with respect to the BJP, who is in the opposition party in the state of Karnataka, had very clearly mentioned since the inception of Congress government, stating that there will be a power tussle after the first 2.5 years of the regime of the government, because both the leaders are wanting to be in the position of chief minister. CM Siddaramaiah and DK Shivakumar have openly mentioned in various other media houses and in the media statements that they will abide by the rules and regulations of AICC, but AICC as of now hasn't given any official statement of who will be the next CM or the continuing CM in the same government. DCM DK Shivakumar's supporters are demanding that he be elevated as the chief minister in the present term itself. At this point of time, all the cabinet ministers are tussling between CM Siddaramaiah and DCM DK Shivakumar, whereas they are not helping the people of Karnataka, is what the claim of BJP leaders is as of now. But Congress hasn't reacted on this. They are very clearly mentioning in various other media statements that we are running the government as one team, and there is no problem between us, and there is no tussle at all. They also complain that BJP has brought this topic out of a blue moon, and this is BJP's plan to make sure that the people get into disturbances, and also they are scapegoating BJP in their statements as of now, but we will also have to see how JDS and BJP take this forward.
Absolutely. Well, thank you for joining us with all those details, Abhishek. I'll be coming back to you for more. Let's move ahead, viewers, to some of the other stories we're tracking. Next is Bharat in 1 minute. We'll get you what is making the news across the nation.
Bharat 1 minute, brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
ED's Ranchi Zonal Office is conducting search operations across 18 locations in Jharkhand. These operations pertain to several major cases of coal theft and smuggling, covering the matters of Anil Goel, Sanjay Udyog, LP Singh and Amar Mandal. The collective scale of the cases involved significant coal pilferage and theft. Uttar Pradesh Fire Services inspect the helipad in Ayodhya for preparations ahead of a flag hoisting ceremony that will be held at the Sanctum Sanctorum of Sri Ram Janmabhoomi Temple in Ayodhya on November 25th. PM Modi will hoist the flag by pressing a button in the presence of dignitaries invited from across the country. Delhi residents continue to struggle amid the choking air as the air quality index stayed firmly in the severe category, heightening health risk across the national capital region. Breathing discomfort was widely reported, with the pollution load showing no signs of easing. Okay, viewers, getting your video footage linked to the Gujarat terror module and the Ricin attack conspiracy is showing major accused Ahmed Mohiuddin Saeed leaving. Okay, so we have that. You see, this is the main accused there, Mohiuddin Saeed leaving Hotel Grand Ambience on the evening of 7/11/2025. It's a very key development in the investigation as the agencies are continuing their investigation in this case. Now, this is a Ricin terror plot suspect, Ahmed Mohiuddin Saeed, who was arrested by the ATS, Gujarat ATS for and right now is one of the key suspects in this case. I want to go across to my colleague Swarali. Swarali, what are we seeing on our screens? This is a CCTV footage where the accused here, the major accused here, Ahmed, is leaving the Hotel Grand Ambience on the evening of of, I think this is 7th of November 2025.
Video has been released by Gujarat ATS, and we can see the major terror accused of the Raisen plot, Dr. Syed Mohyuddin. He is leaving from this hotel called the Grand Ambience in Ahmedabad. And further, after that, the developments came when he was arrested through the Gujarat ATS on the leads given and provided by the agencies. Now, it is very important to see the social media profile and the conversation between his handler Abu Khadija, who was last traced in Afghanistan or Afghanistan-Pakistan border, and he is believed to belonging to ISKP, that is one of the tributaries of ISIS. Now, the conversation that has been taking place between Mohyuddin and his handler in Afghanistan draws our attention towards how there have been a sharing of content wherein Mohyuddin was trained to how to be silent and involuntary on social media, how to go unnoticed. And we can also find in another visual, another terror accused, Suhail, who belongs to Uttar Pradesh. There is a black flag which resembles to the kind of flags that are used through the radicals based in Afghanistan or Pakistan. And we can see the flag has been retributed from his belongings.
Yes. And I just want our viewers to really understand what has happened so far, because Saeed is an MBBS doctor, was among 3 terror suspects arrested by the ATS for hatching a conspiracy to carry out a major terror attack with a potent poison ricin. Now, during the probe, what have the investigation agencies really found out, Swarali? Because there has to be a motive here. What was their motive? Because they've also got a lot of raw material while they were investigating this case.
Certainly, India is bearing a forefront and brunt of white-collar terrorism, and one of them being bursted in Gujarat. We all know that Dr. Syed Mohyuddin, he had MBBS degree from China. He was in contact with several foreign handlers, and one of the major being traced in Afghanistan, I was talking about earlier, about Abu Khadija, and he belongs to the deadly terror ideology called ISKP, that is Islamic State of Quran Province. And let me also tell you that he belonged to Hyderabad. He, at his Rajendra Nagar's residence, he was he was in the process to procure all the raw material required to make this very potent poison called ricin. Now, it's way more deadlier than cyanide, and it could have been the deadliest bioweapon attack in India if this terror module was unleashed. On the other hand, this is also very important. When we were talking to Gujarat ATS, they have revealed that he is a very radicalized and smart person. So here we can see a very fine example when education and expertise meets with radicalization. A huge terror plot or conspiracy could have been unleashed in Gujarat and several parts, because his colleagues had done Reiki in Ahmedabad, Lucknow, Delhi, and even Ahmedabad.
All right, thank you for getting us all those details. I'll be coming back to you for more on the investigation and what else will be coming out in that case. Now, Union Commerce and Industry Minister Piyush Goyal is in Israel, accompanied by a 60-member business delegation on the invitation of Israel's Minister of Economy and Industry. Piyush Goyal have expressed solidarity with Israel, stating that India and Israel share a common struggle against terrorism. Take a look.
The last 2 years have been difficult times for our brothers and sisters of Israel. But you have shown tremendous resilience in the face of adversity. I compliment all of you, truly admire your ability to withstand difficulties. We in India also have suffered terrorism for several decades now. I was sharing with Minister Barkat about the horrific terrorist attack in Kashmir, in a hill station called Pahalgam, where the terrorists identified people by religion and killed them in front of their wives, in front of their families. Even as recently as 4 or 5 days ago, We had blasts in New Delhi, right in the heart of the capital. And I think both of us, the people of Israel, the people of India, have to work together to eliminate this problem of terrorism. We have to work together to ensure peace and security in both our countries. And as the Prime Minister of Israel, Mr. Netanyahu, mentioned, after the Delhi blasts last week, and I quote, "Terror may strike our cities, but it will never shake our souls." We may be geographically very far apart, but emotionally, the people of Israel and the people of India are quite close.
And viewers, reports that the Congress party was thinking of breaking away from the coalition started to circulate a few days ago. And this is after the Indy bloc had one of its worst electoral results in Bihar, despite its strong campaign focused on vote chori acquisitions spearheaded by party MP Rahul Gandhi. The Congress in particular suffered a humiliating defeat, winning only 6 out of the 61 seats it ran for and failing to have any real impact on the ground. Take a look.
टकराता है ना, तो सबको टकराने के लिए लोग तैयार रहते हैं। इसी के लिए हमारा नारा है, जो हमसे टकराएगा वो चूर चूर हो जाएगा।
आप कांग्रेस को इतना सीरियसली क्यों लेते हैं? जनता ने लेना बंद कर दिया। आप पत्रकार, कुछ चंद पत्रकार उनको अभी भी सीरियसली लेते हैं।
The Indy alliance is withering away after the humiliating Bihar loss. According to sources, Congress has decided to call off alliance and fight upcoming elections solo. Tejasvi Yadav, who was the CM face for the Mahagathbandhan, secured 26 seats, while the Congress managed an embarrassing win of 6 seats. However, Indy, over the years, has never projected unity among its ranks. It was a 26-party alliance when launched, but it never had a proper PM face. There have been countless examples of infighting and no proper direction for the Mahagathbandhan. The leaders are almost always at each other's necks. Here's how the Indy alliance has been bundle of contradictions. They fight and fight and fight among themselves, from seat sharing to leadership.
हम दिल्ली में अकेले चुनाव लड़ेंगे। एक तरफ अति आत्मविश्वास से भरी कांग्रेस है और दूसरी तरफ अहंकारी भाजपा। हम दिल्ली में अपनी जनता के बीच सर झुकाकर अपने काम जो हमने 10 साल में किए हैं वो बताएंगे, उनके बेसिस पर हम चुनाव लड़ेंगे। दिल्ली में हम अकेले लड़ेंगे।
आज की डेट में वी आर गोइंग अलोन, वो हमारी अंडरस्टैंडिंग है। आने वाले दिनों में क्या हो सकता है मैं नहीं कह सकता हूं, मगर आज की डेट में हमारी अंडरस्टैंडिंग ये है कि हम अकेला लड़ेंगे।
Akhilesh Yadav, another once upon a time influential member of the so-called Indy alliance, also expressed his displeasure over the seat-sharing tactics, clearly favoring Congress.
और इसका मतलब ये हुआ कि आप दूसरे दलों को बेवकूफ बना रहे हैं आप बैठा करके। क्या ये बीजेपी से मिले हुए लोग हैं, ये कांग्रेस के लोग बीजेपी से मिले हुए लोग हैं। आगे के अभी क्या ये जो बीजेपी से मिले हुए, देखिए अगर मुझे पता होता कि गठबंधन प्रदेश स्तर पे नहीं है तो मैं समाजवादी पार्टी के नेताओं को दिग्विजय सिंह जी के पास नहीं भेजता। अगर मुझे ये पता होता कि समाजवादी पार्टी को प्रदेश स्तर पे गठबंधन नहीं कर रहे हैं, मैं कमलनाथ जी के पास अपनी पार्टी के लोगों को नहीं भेजता।
Their leaders do not back each other or their own parties or the alliance itself. Over the years, the Indy alliance has been relaunched multiple times, has been led by multiple faces, but time and again they have met the same fate, crushing defeat at the hands of the BJP-led NDA alliance.
Congress has completely withered. Congress everywhere, state after state, even where people were angry with BJP.
देखो, मैंने तो ईडी और सीबीआई की इन्वेस्टिगेशन की डिमांड की है। जो इनके पावर मिनिस्टर हैं, हरभजन सिंह ईटीओ जिनको कहते हैं, उनके 2 बहुत नजदीकी अफसर हैं बिजली बोर्ड में, पीएसपीसीएल में। उन्होंने ये ड्यूटी लगा रखी थी क्योंकि विजिलेंस ने एक आदमी गिरफ्तार किया है जो सुपरिटेंडेंट इंजीनियर है।
And viewers, the US and South Africa got into a testy exchange about the G20 summit in Johannesburg after South Africa suggested President Trump had shifted his stance on sending a US representative to the gathering. Here is the full report. Take a look.
The United States and South Africa got into a testy exchange about the G20 summit after Trump's boycott. South Africa's President Cyril Ramaphosa had said that boycott politics doesn't work as he hit back at US President Donald Trump's decision to skip the G20 leaders summit in Johannesburg.
We have received notice from the United States, a notice which we are still in discussions with them over, about a change of mind about participating in one shape, form or other in the summit. So the discussions are still ongoing.
Meanwhile, White House press secretary said that the South African president was running his mouth, suggesting the US would participate in G20. She further said his comments were not appreciated by the president or his team.
The United States is not participating in official talks at the G20 in South Africa. I saw the South African president running his mouth a little bit against the United States and the president of the United States earlier today, and that language is not appreciated by the president or his team. The ambassador or the representative of the embassy in South Africa is simply there to recognize that the United States will be the host of the G20. They are receiving that send-off at the end of the event. They are not there to participate in official talks, despite what the South African president is falsely claiming.
Earlier this month, Donald Trump said that no US official would attend the meeting, citing false accusation that white South Africans were being murdered in Marseille.
And viewers, let's take a look at what else is making news. Next segment, Bharat in 1 minute.
Bharat 1 Minute, brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
As the ED probes the PV Anwar case, ED's Kochi zonal office is conducting raids across 24 locations in West Bengal into PV Anwar and his associates. Now, the case involves money laundering records from loans sanctioned by Kerala Financial Corporation in 2015, amounting to a loss of rupees of 22.31 crores. As trouble mounts for CPM in the Sabrimala golf theft case, SIT is now set to interrogate former minister and sitting CPM MLA Surendran. Sources report that the development comes based on the statement of Padma Kumar, who was arrested on Thursday by the probe team. Now, these arrests come as a big setback for CPM ahead of the local body elections in December. A class 9th student in Tamil Nadu's Coimbatore tragically died after attempting to commit suicide. A video of the girl has emerged in which the student said that her teachers threatened her and she attempted to pour kerosene, thinking nothing would happen to her. The student had been in hospital for over 35 days, after which she succumbed to burns. And viewers, much coming right up. New revelations are coming out as the probe continues in the Delhi blast. Stay tuned. We will continue to be live and breaking. The revelations come to the fore from terrorist Muzamil's phone data. 200 videos recovered showing recce of religious sites across Delhi and Uttar Pradesh.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार.
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला.
So in the past, we would see most of the terrorists who would get arrested, they would be like the people who would be working at a very low level. But today we have seen the white collar suspect.
कश्मीर घाटी में डॉक्टर्स एक बहुत अल्टीमेट ड्रीम होता है वहां के लड़के लड़कियों का, उस बनने के बावजूद अगर आप रेडिकलाइज होकर अपने ही देशवासियों को मारने के लिए और अपने देश को तोड़ने के लिए तैयार हो सकते हैं, तो आप अंदाजा लगाइए किस तरह की रेडिकलाइजेशन हो रही है और इस फ्रंट पे हम क्या काम कर रहे हैं।
Investigators have identified Maulvi Irfan Wagha, also known as Imam Irfan, from Shopian in South Kashmir, as the mastermind who
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
China and Japan are clashing verbally over Taiwan. Tensions between China and Japan have risen over Taiwan's security. Japan has signaled it may intervene in a potential conflict, viewing it as a threat to its own stability. China condemned this as meddling, issuing strong warnings and summoning diplomats. This conflict started when Japan's newly appointed Prime Minister, Sanae Takaichi, issued a direct warning to China during a session of the country's parliament. She stated that a conflict in the Taiwan Strait could represent a survival-threatening situation for Japan, implying that Tokyo might need to intervene militarily to protect its interests. This marked a bold escalation in Japan's stance on the Taiwan issue, signaling readiness to support Taiwan against potential Chinese action. Takaichi's comments, delivered amid rising regional tensions, prompted an immediate and sharp rebuke from Beijing, highlighting the fragile balance in East Asia and the risk of broader confrontation.
The remarks made by the Japanese leader on Taiwan constitute an interference.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for staying with us. This Friday, you're watching Live and Breaking with me, Oyana Mitra. Ladies and gentlemen, a minor boy's suicide note has left the nation in shock. There's massive uproar in the national capital and across India after he claimed just moments before he died that he was harassed in his school and there was no action that was taken against the authorities. Public is tracking this case for you very, very closely. We'll get you the breaking developments on that and a lot more, but first the headlines. BJP hits out at Congress after 1984 riot accused Jagdish Titler seen at event, says the party is giving platform to riot accused. Delhi victim Shaurya's father breaks silence on Republic, demands strict action against school staff.
जब से बहुत सीरियस मैटर है, मतलब बुलिंग की वजह से अगर इस तरह की घटना हो रही है तो इस पे गवर्नमेंट को बहुत स्ट्रिक्ट पॉलिसीज बनानी चाहिए जिससे इस तरह की घटना जो अमायरा के साथ हुई है, जो दिल्ली में हुई है, आगे ना हो।
Jaipur victim family joins Republic campaign against harassment in educational institutions, seeks action against bullies. Minor boy in Kerala forced to join terror outfit ISIS, accused mother to appear before probe team today. Congress versus Congress intensifies in Karnataka. More MLAs from the DK Shivakumar camp to travel to Delhi today to meet top brass amid power tussle. New revelations come to fore from terrorist Muzammil's phone data. 200 videos recovered show recce of religious sites across Delhi and UP. All right, viewers, these are live visuals that are coming in from the national capital. This is right outside St. Columbus School, where my colleague Shambhavi is reporting from. These are protests. It's a demonstration, a live demonstration that has now begun in the aftermath of the death, the tragic death of a 16-year-old schoolboy, Shaurya Patil. He died by suicide, citing prolonged harassment and abuse from the school staff. After which no action was taken. The family has now broken their silence on Republic. In fact, just a short while back, his father, the grieving father, Mr. Pradeep Patil, joined us live, and he took us through the sequence of events and essentially put the entire spotlight on why no action was taken by the school while this harassment was continued to be reported in front of the headmaster. He has now made a direct allegation, in fact, against the headmaster of the school, saying that while he was completely aware of what was unfolding, the months of bullying, the months of harassment by the teachers, there was no action that was taken, which drove this young boy to claim his life. All right, let's go across to my colleague Shambhavi, who's live at the spot. Shambhavi, take us around, and if you can speak to some people, tell us what is it that they are demanding.
Well, you can clearly see that there are a bunch of people here. They are close associates and close family and friends of Shaurya and his father, his parents. There are several people who have collected here just 15 minutes ago, and they are making demand for arrest of the teachers who were allegedly bullying Shaurya for a year now. There were public humiliation involved, and this is the same Shaurya Patil who committed suicide by jumping from the platform number 2 of Rajendra Place metro station. And these are some close uncles and aunts and also friends of the family who are here demanding. You can very clearly see in the banner there is also a copy of suicide note. Now, just for our viewers to tell what was there in the suicide note, which was written by Shaurya. Shaurya said that I do not want any other child to go through what I have went through. I want justice. I also want that the teachers who have done those to me, some action should be taken against them. And in the same suicide note, he also expressed how upset he is that he has to take this step. And you can also hear them raising slogans about arresting the teachers. This was one of the last wishes of Shaurya before he jumped from the metro station. He left his bag on the station. There was a suicide note inside with a number, and it was mentioned that whoever finds the bag, please call this number and take this to the concerned person. He also mentioned that he was being bullied, he was being publicly humiliated by the teachers for a very long time. He expressed that how sorry he was for his mother, that he has to take a step. He also expressed how sorry he was to his father, he said that, "Father, I really wish that I would be like you." And then he also very sadly wrote that I had no other option than to do this. What can we do? So this was the situation. This was the mental situation of this boy. This was the mental situation of Shaurya Patil before he took the drastic step of committing suicide. Currently, FIR has been registered against 4 of the teachers. And as per the classmates of Shaurya, we know that there were claims made that on the same day when he actually committed suicide in the morning, there was a dance rehearsal going on, and during that dance rehearsal he fell. And just quickly before we continue with this, I have uncle, Shaurya's uncle with us, and we'll be talking to him. We will be talking to him and understand what exactly led to this.
पिछले मैं हिंदी में बताऊंगा आपको, पिछले 6 महीने से शौर्या के साथ उसे प्रॉब्लम्स की जाती थी, उसे पर्सनली टारगेट किया जाता था। पिछले 3 दिन पहले इनके क्लास में एक प्ले था, तो ग्रुप प्ले था, उसमें बच्चे का पैर स्लिप हो गया। तो डायरेक्ट टीचर ने उसे डायरेक्ट करके टारगेट करके कि नहीं आप जानबूझ के कर रहे हो, आप ड्रामा कर रहे हो, आप ओवर रिएक्ट कर रहे हो, ये उसको बोला और उसे कंट्रोल नहीं हुआ, सब स्टूडेंट के सामने बोला, वो रोने लग गया। उसके बाद 3 टीचर अपराजिता पाल, बाकी 2 टीचर्स के मुझे नाम मुंह पे याद नहीं है मैम, जो हमने नोटिस में या एफआईआर में डाले हुए हैं सारे के सारे। तो उसके सामने उन्होंने बोला कि तू रो चाहे कुछ भी कर, हमें तेरे आंसू की कोई कीमत नहीं, हमें कोई इससे फर्क नहीं पड़ता। तो रोते रोते बच्चा स्कूल से निकला मैम और सीधा मेट्रो स्टेशन चला गया।
बताया जा रहा था कि पेरेंट्स ने पहले भी कंप्लेन की है स्कूल में कि हमारे बच्चे को परेशान किया जा रहा है, बुली किया जा रहा है, कॉर्नर किया जा रहा है, लेकिन क्या कोई एक्शन लिया गया?
मैम स्कूल की तरफ से कोई एक्शन नहीं लिया था। पीटी के टाइम बुला के बताया जाता है, पीटी के टाइम बच्चों की कमियां गिनवाई जाती है। स्कूल की सबसे गंदी चीज है मैम, अगर वाटर बॉटल भी, कल मैं पेरेंट्स से बात कर रहा था, अगर कोई वाटर बॉटल का पानी भी गिराता है तो पेरेंट्स को घर से एट अ टाइम बुलाया जाता है। इतनी गंदा सिस्टम है स्कूल का, नाम बड़ा है मैम। कोई बच्चा अपनी रॉ से बाहर भी होता है, अपनी लाइन से बाहर होता है, तो उसे 8-8 दिन रस्टिकेट किया जाता है। हर एक बच्चे की मैम, हमने कल एक दिन में 25 स्टूडेंट्स की डायरिया देखी, पूरी डायरिया नोट्स से भरी हुई है। ऐसा गंदा स्कूल, ऐसा गंदा सिस्टम कहीं नहीं देखा। खुद पेरेंट्स रो रहे हैं खुद। सेम सिचुएशन 10 या 15 पेरेंट्स के साथ हुई थी, उसमें से हमारे बच्चे के साथ भी हुई और हमारा बच्चा हमने खो दिया। लेकिन उसने मैम बोल के गया है, ऐसा मैं आज कर रहा हूं, लेकिन ऐसा मेरी वजह से ऐसा किसी और के साथ ना हो। इनको सजा, कड़ी से कड़ी सजा दिलवाना। अपनी तरफ से उसने अपनी जान दे के इनको सजा दिलवाने के लिए अपनी जान दी है मैम।
आपने उसके दोस्तों से, शौर्या के दोस्तों से बात की, हो सकता है क्लासमेट से बात की, उन्होंने आपको कोई ऐसा इंस्टेंस बताया हो जब पर्टिकुलरली शौर्या को टारगेट करके अलग से किया गया हो या उसको ह्यूमिलिएट किया गया हो क्लासरूम में?
मैम पर्टिकुलर पिछले 4 या 5 महीने से शौर्या जब भी कंप्लेंट मम्मी पापा को करता था, उसे ये धमकी दी जाती है कि तुझे टीसी देंगे और तुझे यहाँ से भगा देंगे। मैम 10th का लास्ट या 2 या 3 मंथ्स बच्चे थे, तब से इसे टारगेट किया जा रहा था। पता नहीं क्यों इसे टारगेट कर रहा था, आई नो बिल्कुल नहीं पता हमें मैम। और इन्हें कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ रहा था। और घर में भी पेरेंट्स ने ये बताया कि बेटा 8 दिन बचे लास्ट, पिछले 4 या 5 दिन पहले घर में भी बात हुई कि हमें मुझे परेशान कर रहे हैं, तो उन्होंने बोला 10 दिन लास्ट बच्चे बेटा, उसके बाद तुम्हारे पेपर्स खत्म हो जाएंगे, पेपर स्टार्ट हो जाएंगे तो आपका स्कूल खत्म हो रहा है, आपका मैं स्कूल चेंज कर दूंगा। घर में यहाँ तक बात हुई है। अगर पेरेंट्स के साथ स्कूल चेंज करने तक की बात हो रही है तो आप सोचो उस बच्चे को कितना उसे हैरेस किया होगा।
एक आखिरी चीज मैं आपसे बोलना चाहूंगी, आप थोड़ा सा हमें बताइए कि शौर्य किस टाइप का बच्चा था, उसके क्या इंटरेस्ट थे, उसको क्या करना पसंद था, क्यों वो, कैसे कोई बच्चा इतना ज्यादा मेंटली परेशान था, मेंटली हरास हो रहा था?
मैम शौर्य बहुत लीन बच्चा था मैम। जो बच्चा 16 साल का बच्चा अपने सुसाइड नोट में लिखता है कि मेरे ऑर्गन डोनेट किया जाए, तो उस बच्चे का आप थॉट या सोच समझ सकते हैं कि वो लंबी कितनी सोचता है। मैम वो वहाँ से मेट्रो स्टेशन से राजेंद्र नगर मेट्रो स्टेशन पे 3 मिनट तक वो वॉक कर रहा था, उसने डायरेक्ट जंप नहीं करी मैम। वहाँ के रिकॉर्ड्स हमने देखे, तो वो नहीं चाहता था वो सुसाइड करे, बट इन टीचर्स को सजा देने के लिए उसने मैम खुद सुसाइड किया। शौर्या कभी किसी पे गुस्सा नहीं करता था। मेरी कल उसके क्लासमेट से भी बात हुई, बहुत से स्टूडेंट कह रहे अंकल शौर्या कभी भी किसी से झगड़ा नहीं करता, तो कोई भी झगड़ा करता उसे समझाता था कि नहीं आप झगड़ा मत करो। इतना लीनियन मैम, इतना लीनियन, बस इनको सजा दिलवाने के लिए उसने अपनी जान दी है।
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया हमसे बात करने के लिए। एज यू क्लियरली हर्ड द अंकल ऑफ शौर्या complaining, and telling us that Shaurya was a very bright boy. He was not somebody who would usually get into arguments. He was very amicable. He had a very amicable behavior, but still he was being targeted by the teachers of the school, and even after repeated complaints made by Shaurya's parents that he was being bullied, he was being publicly humiliated, some action should be taken against the concerned teachers. The school in return, instead of addressing their grievance, the school in return threatened to issue a TC, that is a transfer certificate, against him. And understanding how crucial his class was, he was in class 10th, boards are approaching, prelims, pre-boards are approaching, so this was definitely a very mentally vulnerable time for him. But something this grave happened, and this school, St. Columba, refused to address the grievance. Back to you.
Yes. Shambhavi, I request you to stay on with us. We are getting in a first soundbite response from the Delhi Education Minister Ashish Sood on the case. Then we'll come back to you.
देखिए, हमने उसके जांच कमेटी बनाई है, स्कूल ने भी उसमें कुछ एक्शन किया है। मैं इसको एक शिक्षा मंत्री के रूप में नहीं, एक गंभीर चिंतित पेरेंट के रूप में इस घटना को देख रहा हूं। मैं बहुत जल्द स्कूलों को लिखने वाला हूं कि स्कूलों के अंदर मेंटल हेल्थ को लेकर, मेंटल वेलबीइंग को लेकर सीबीएसई के सभी मानकों को पूरा किया जा रहा है या नहीं, और अगर उनको कोई दिक्कत है तो राज्य सरकार उनकी हैंड होल्डिंग करेगी। हमारी अगली पीढ़ी जो है उसकी मेंटल हेल्थ, उनकी मेंटल वेलबीइंग के प्रति मैं और हमारी सरकार चिंतित है। हम बहुत जल्द इस पे आगे की कार्रवाई करके आपको सूचित करेंगे। देखिए, हमने उसके जांच कमेटी बनाई है, स्कूल ने भी उसमें कुछ एक्शन किया है। मैं इसको एक शिक्षा मंत्री के रूप में नहीं, एक गंभीर चिंतित पेरेंट के रूप में इस घटना को देख रहा हूं। मैं बहुत जल्द स्कूलों को लिखने वाला हूं कि स्कूलों के अंदर मेंटल हेल्थ को लेकर, मेंटल वेलबीइंग को लेकर सीबीएसई के सभी मानकों को पूरा किया जा रहा है या नहीं, और अगर उनको कोई दिक्कत है तो राज्य सरकार उनकी हैंड होल्डिंग करेगी। हमारी जो अगली पीढ़ी है उसकी मेंटल हेल्थ, उनकी मेंटल वेलबीइंग के प्रति मैं और हमारी सरकार चिंतित है। हम बहुत जल्द इस पे आगे की कार्रवाई करके आपको सूचित करेंगे।
All right, there you have it, viewers, the first response of the Delhi government. Meanwhile, earlier today, Republic was in conversation with Pradeep Patil, who's the father of victim Shaurya. This is the statement of the grieving father. Mr. Patil, this is definitely a very tough moment for you. We understand that. But I really want you to tell our viewers right now, because your son did talk about the kind of issues that he was facing. He said that he was very uncomfortable with the situation at the school. Just if you could help our viewers understand, what was your son going through?
पिछले 6 महीना पहले भी उसने मुझे यही शिकायत करी थी कि मुझे स्कूल में परेशानी हो रही है। तो हमने इसके लिए, मैं स्कूल में गया था, टीचर को मिला भी था, तो मैंने टीचर को बोला था कि मैम मार्क्स इम्पोर्टेंट नहीं है, लेकिन उसकी शिकायतें तो मार्क्स के लिए थी ही नहीं। आपका बच्चा शरारती है, आपका बच्चा चुटकुले करता है, आपका बच्चा बच्चों के साथ बातें करता है, क्लासरूम में बोलता है। मैम बच्चा शरारत नहीं करेगा तो कौन करेगा? हम करेंगे। हमने तो कभी मार्क्स के लिए कभी प्रेशर दिया ही नहीं उसको। ये पिछले 4 महीने से चल रहा था। अभी पिछले कुछ दिन पहले भी उसने मुझे बोला, तो मंडे हमारी बात हुई थी कि बेटा स्कूल के 10 दिन बचे हैं, अभी 10 दिन निकाल दे, क्योंकि 10th की एग्जाम है, बोर्ड की एग्जाम है। सीबीएसई की बोर्ड में 20 मार्क्स का जो स्कूल का प्रोविजन है, हमने इसलिए स्कूल में अपोज नहीं किया कि भैया स्कूल के साथ अपोज करेंगे तो गलत हो जाएगा। तो हमने क्या किया, बच्चे को समझा दिया कि बच्चा 10 दिन के बाद हम स्कूल चेंज करेंगे, और उसके बड़े बेटे के लिए उसको ऑप्शन भी दिए थे 2-3 स्कूल के कि मैं इस स्कूल में जाऊंगा। हमने बोला था कोई बात नहीं। को डांस का बहुत ही ये पसंद था, तो उसको डांस में करियर करना था। हमने बोला था कोई बात नहीं, तेरे 10th के बाद हम डांस एकेडमी लगा लेंगे। और उसके बाद जो ट्यूसडे को हुआ, मंडे तो मेरे साथ ही था वो, हमने बाहर से ऑर्डर करके उसके फेवरेट आइसक्रीम मंगा लिया था, वही मेरे साथ शेयर किया था उसने। और ट्यूसडे को स्कूल जाने से पहले उसने मम्मी को बोला था कि आज मैं बाहर से खाना मंगाऊंगा स्कूल से आने के बाद। इतनी सारी बातें कर चुके हैं।
Yes, Mr. Patil, are you're not very satisfied with what has happened. 3 teachers of the school have been suspended, and you're not satisfied with that at all. Now, are you? You're not satisfied. You want tougher action to be taken here.
बिल्कुल सेटिस्फाइड नहीं है। हमारी ये इंसिडेंट हुआ था 18 तारीख को शाम को 2:45 बजे। उसी दिन उन्होंने एफआईआर तक रजिस्टर नहीं करी थी। 19 को मैं सुबह 7:15 बजे पुलिस स्टेशन राजा गार्डन मेट्रो स्टेशन के नीचे बैठा था। वहां जब हम 7:15 बजे से बैठे थे तो उन्होंने 11 बजे केस एफआईआर रजिस्टर करी थी। बच्चे की सुसाइड नोट थी और जब रजिस्टर कर रहे थे तो उन्होंने ये बोला था कि बच्चे की सुसाइड की जो नोट है वो हम इतना बड़ा एविडेंस नहीं मानते। आपके पास और क्या एविडेंस है? मतलब मेरे पास क्या एविडेंस हो सकता है? मेरा बेटा तो चला गया, और क्या एविडेंस हो सकते हैं? तो जिस बच्चे के पास उन्होंने बोला था, बच्चों ने हमें बोला था, तो उनके नाम भी लिखवाए थे, लेकिन ना पुलिस स्टेशन की तरफ से कोई एक्शन हुआ है, ना स्कूल की तरफ से एक्शन हुआ। 19 तारीख को शाम को 4 बजे मेरे पास स्कूल के फादर का फोन आता है और बोलते हैं कि आपको हमारी तरफ से क्या हेल्प चाहिए, हम आपके साथ हैं। बोला मुझे मेरा वापस चाहिए। तो उन्होंने बोला वो तो नहीं दे सकते हम। तो मैंने बोला था कि उसकी इच्छा थी, उसने सुसाइड नोट में ये लिखा था कि मेरे बॉडी के ऑर्गन्स किसी के काम आएंगे तो वो डोनेट करना, और मेरी तरफ से और कोई शौर्य ना बने, सुसाइड ना करे इनकी टीचर्स की टॉर्चर से परेशानी देके, तो उनसे कड़ी से कड़ी कार्रवाई करनी है, यही मेरी आखिरी ख्वाहिश है। उसने उसकी माँ से माफी मांगी। मेरी माँ ने, मम्मी मेरा बहुत बार आपका दिल तोड़ा है लेकिन ये आखिरी बार दिल तोड़ रहा हूँ। भाई से माफी मांगी, मेरा तू बड़ा भाई है, मैंने तेरे रिस्पेक्ट नहीं दे पाया, गलती, इसके लिए मेरे को माफ कर दे। पापा मैं आपकी तरह अच्छा इंसान बनना चाहता था, वो भी मैं बन नहीं पाया। तो उसने लास्ट में जो लिखा है इसके सुसाइड नोट में कि मुझे, मेरे को यही मेरी आखिरी इच्छा है कि जिन्होंने मेरे साथ गलत किया उसकी तरह और बच्चों के साथ ना करे, उनको सजा, कठोर से कठोर सजा मिलनी चाहिए। इसके लिए मैंने उनको बोला था कि उनके ऊपर एक्शन ले लीजिए, लेकिन कोई अभी तक एक्शन नहीं हुई। कल 4-5 लोगों की हायर अथॉरिटी की टीम बनने के बाद उन्होंने कल 4 टीचर्स को सस्पेंड किया है, और वो भी परमानेंट सस्पेंड नहीं किया, टिल प्रोग्रेस, जब तक इन्वेस्टिगेशन चलेगा तब तक किया है। हम ये नहीं चाहते, हम चाहते हैं कि उसके ऊपर एक्शन हो और उनको सदस्य जो मनुष्यवध का गुना है वो उसके अंदर उनके ऊपर कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए और अरेस्ट होना चाहिए।
जी प्रदीप जी, इस वक्त तो स्कूल की तरफ से भी कोई तरीके का आपको सपोर्ट नहीं मिल रहा है जैसे कि आप कह रहे हैं, और महज 20 इंटरनल मार्क्स के लिए जो आपका बच्चा ऐसे हॉस्टाइल एनवायरनमेंट में था, आप जो कह रहे हैं महज 20 मार्क्स के लिए उसने इतनी बड़ी कदम उठाई। क्या उसका अगर हम कंपेयर करें, क्या सिर्फ सस्पेंशन, 4 टीचर्स को सस्पेंशन कर दिया तो बस वही बात खत्म हो गई?
मैम स्कूल का बिहेवियर अभी भी ठीक रहे, भाई नहीं, चेंज नहीं हुआ। कल जब प्रोटेक्शन चल रहा था स्कूल के बाहर तो 2 रिप्रेजेंटेटिव स्कूल के अंदर गए थे। उसके सामने उन्होंने बोला कि ऐसा कोई भी सुसाइड में नाम लिखेगा और सुसाइड करेगा तो हम ऐसे नहीं एक्शन ले सकते, इन्वेस्टिगेशन करना पड़ेगा। तो वहां पे जो गए थे उन्होंने बोला था कि आप एक काम करो, आपके बच्चे को आप मारो और मेरा नाम लिखो, आप और फिर क्या करोगे आप? मतलब अभी भी स्कूल का नाम, स्कूल का बिहेव अभी भी कोई चेंज नहीं है। उसकी माँ भी यही कहती है कि उनके बेटे को मारो और मेरा नाम लिखो, मुझे सजा दो। तो ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए मैम। जो टीचर ने किया है वो बहुत गलत किया है, उसको हैरेस किया है। और ये जो प्रिंसिपल मैडम थी, जो हेडमास्टर थी, उसके सामने ये सारी चीजें हुई है और उसके सामने टीचर बोलती नहीं है। वो बच्चे को इतना डांटा ट्यूसडे को, वो रोने लगा तो बोलती है ये रोने का नाटक मेरे सामने मत कर, और ये हेडमास्टर्स के सामने था। और बच्चों ने ये बताया कि उसने ट्यूसडे को ये इतना रोने के बाद बोलता है मेरे अंदर सुसाइड की फीलिंग्स आ रही है। तो मैम मेरा बेटा अगर ये चीजें आपको बोल रहा है तो स्कूल ने क्या करना चाहिए था? हमें फोन करके बोलना चाहिए था कि आपका बेटा ऐसा बोल रहा है, आप आ जाओ, इसको लेके जाओ। मेरा ड्राइवर उसको लेने गया था, ड्राइवर गेट के बाहर खड़ा था, उसके पास तो इन्होंने देना चाहिए था। इन्होंने ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं किया।
All right, we cut across to more breaking news coming in. These are fresh visuals that are coming in from Imphal in Manipur, where a scuffle has broken out at the Khurai Lamlong Bazaar, where the indisplaced person staying at the Sajiva Jail Relief Camp and Sawombung Relief Camp held a sit-in protest at the Khurai region, condemning the government's act to conduct the Sangai festival. Different organizations, public and IDPs have urged the authority now to boycott the festival as the conflict in Manipur has not ended yet. This festival will show the whole nation as if the situation of conflict has ended. These are the live visuals that are coming in from Imphal in Manipur. I'd like to go across to my colleague Johnson, who's joining us live from Imphal with more details. Johnson, over to you. What's happening?
Okay, yes. Today is the opening of Sky Festival, and the Sky Festival is set to open at around 3:30 4 p.m. like this. So before that, the public, all the people of Manipur, they have been urging the competent authority to boycott, as if this Sky Festival will only show, which only show the whole world that the conflict has ended. So, but still, the conflict is still going on in Manipur, as it have no, as already it has not been, peace has not been restored in Manipur. So today protest, I'll show you the background here, and these are the IDPs. These are the actual IDPs that came from Sajiwa prefabricated government shelter and Somung relief camp. And these IDPs they have held a protest at this Ukrul Road. They're condemning this government act as if the government are acting like a silent spectator, and they are forcefully going to organize this Shanghai festival. And as the protesters, as the IDPs were going on protest, the security forces here, they have come to stop the IDPs from further agitation. And as there were chaos and as there were tensions between the security forces and the IDPs increased, the security forces, they have opened fire tear gas and tear gas shells to disperse the protesters. But acting on the security forces act, the IDPs also pelted stones to security forces, and also there were injuries on both sides, and there were detention of some security forces by the IDP personnel also. And right now there is still tense in Lamdong Bazaar, and the IDPs have openly given a statement that they will be sitting on the road until and unless the government boycott the Shanghai festival, and they will not be moving back. They will be moving back, and they will sit here till the Shanghai festival and the competent authority give a clear announcement that the Shanghai festival will be stopped.
Right. Johnson, one final question before I let you go. Yesterday also we understand that clashes erupted, between these two groups, and the protesters actually said that the authorities should prioritize looking after the internally displaced persons before organizing such a festival. I want to understand if there has been any direct response that has come in from the authorities so far.
Yes, actually, as of now, there is no positive response, and there is no positive response coming from the competent authority regarding this Shanghai festival, and also they haven't given any assurance to the IDPs or to the civil society organizations who boycott the Shanghai festival to give moral support to the IDPs. As of now, there is no positive response from the competent authority.
All right, Johnson, thank you for giving us those details so we keep a track of what's happening in Manipur. Ladies and gentlemen, now let's quickly take a look at everything else that is making news across the country at this hour. This is Bharat in 1 minute for you.
Bharat 1 Minute, brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
In the aftermath of the 10/11 Delhi blast, Lieutenant Governor V.K. Saxena has ordered police and administration to make digital records mandatory for ammonium nitrate, tracking social media for radical content, and maintaining serial transparency mandatory for second-hand vehicles. The LG's order also mandates centralized data of doctors and staff of private hospitals. As the winter session of the Parliament is set to commence in December, the Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju has called for an all-party meeting before the session. The meeting is scheduled on the 30th of November, aimed at building consensus for smooth and effective conduct of the winter session. Following a recent recovery of an AK-47 rifle from a doctor's locker at the Government Medical College in Anantnag, the lockers of students and teachers in Handwara are being inspected. Similar introspection drives are being carried out in various medical institutions in different parts of Kashmir. All right, viewers, in Jammu and Kashmir, the security forces have launched a joint search operation to comb out areas where they suspected there was movement of terrorists. This is an operation that has been jointly launched by the SOG and the CRPF personnel in the Kathua region. This next report will bring you more details.
Jammu and Kashmir Police along with the CRPF has launched a massive search operation in the Kathua district right now where we are reporting from, and here you will see the special operations group of the Kathua police. They are carrying out the massive anti-terror operation searches based on the inputs that they are getting from the regular intelligence agencies. Here you will see that how they are advancing in the upper areas. These areas are the same areas that have seen in the past also, that now that the movement has been traced, what we are witnessing that the troops have taken their positions. They have taken their positions on the left and the right side so that the adversary's location can first be traced, and then they move in this area. This is one of the steep slopes that they have to actually march and then reach the place where there are inputs. It's almost next to impossible to even breathe, but these troops of the Special Operations Group of Kathua as well as the CRPF, these QRTs, they are carrying out the relentless operations. They are ensuring that this entire thick vegetation is covered. There are large non-kinetic operations that are underway in the Jammu region, but when it comes to the kinetic operations that you see here on the ground, that where Jammu and Kashmir Police hand in hand with the CRPF, they are carrying out the operations. They are searching this entire area. Right now from where we are reporting, this is in the Kathua district. Kathua district has seen multiple terror attacks in the past as well, but now what is happening that this entire stretch of the Kathua, this has been cordoned in the upper reaches, and now they are searching minute by minute. They are moving ahead, they are stepping ahead and searching the areas where there could possibly be the terrorist. And once some spotting takes place, you will see them moving, rolling like anything. This is what their training is, and they are here for the operation all out.
Okay, we slip into a very short break, but on the other side, we'll get you the details of how a minor boy in Kerala was forced to join the Islamic State terror group, allegedly by his own mother. Investigation is picking pace, and we'll get you all the details in just a short while.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
So in the past, we would see most of the terrorists who would get arrested, they would be like the people who would be working at a very low level. But today we have seen the white collar suspect.
Contributes 7% of the GDP, which is going to be 13% by 2030. It is also the second highest employer with almost 5 crore people working in the real estate sector.
Are real estate prices already inflated for a common man to afford?
Right developer, right size, right location अगर आप लेकर आ रहे हैं, मुझे लगता है बहुत सारे लोग अभी भी ऐसे हैं जो घर खरीदना चाहते हैं लेकिन उनको राइट अपॉर्चुनिटी नहीं दिखाई दे रही।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा
China and Japan are clashing verbally over Taiwan. Tensions between China and Japan have risen over Taiwan's security. Japan has signaled it may intervene in a potential conflict, viewing it as a threat to its own stability. China condemned this as meddling, issuing strong warnings and summoning diplomats. This conflict started when Japan's newly appointed Prime Minister, Sanae Takaichi, issued a direct warning to China during a
we are getting you top updates coming in Republic TV. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest. As we go live and breaking, we are getting you some breaking news. We'll get you all the fastest updates here, but the headlines first. Let's get started.
प्रथम पंक्ति में एक व्यक्ति यहाँ बैठा है, ये देखिए, ये व्यक्ति जगदीश टाइटलर है। इनको सम्मान पूर्वक पहली पंक्ति में सोनिया गांधी जी बैठाती हैं।
BJP hits out at Congress after 1984 riot. Accused Jagdish Titler seen at event says the party is giving platform to riot accused.
उन्हें सस्पेंड किया, कुछ ना कुछ उनको लगा होगा इसलिए तो सस्पेंड किया, लेकिन हम ये पहले दिन से कहते थे कि ये इनको सस्पेंड करो, स्कूल को ये कह रहे थे, उन्होंने नहीं किया था और पुलिस स्टेशन को हम कह रहे हैं कि इनको अरेस्ट करो। 2 दिन किस लिए आप स्कूल को दे रहे हो? 2 दिन आप दे रहे हो कि स्कूल और पुलिस स्टेशन का कुछ फिक्सिंग हो जाए, इसके लिए दे रहे हो क्या आप?
Delhi victim Shaurya's father breaks silence on Republic, demands strict action against school staffs.
बहुत सीरियस मैटर है, मतलब बुलिंग की वजह से अगर इस तरह की घटना हो रही है तो इस पे गवर्नमेंट को बहुत स्ट्रिक्ट पॉलिसीज बनानी चाहिए, जिससे इस तरह की घटना जो अमायरा के साथ हुई है, जो दिल्ली में हुई है, आगे ना हो।
Jaipur victim family joins the Republic campaign against harassment in education institutions, seeks action against bullies. Minor boy in Kerala forced to join terror outfit ISIS, accused mother to appear before probe team today. Congress versus Congress intensifies in Karnataka. More MLAs from the DKS camp travel to Delhi today to meet top brass amid power tussle. New revelations are coming out. Revelations come to the fore from terrorist Musammal's phone data. 200 videos recovered showing a recce of religious sites across Delhi and Uttar Pradesh. All right, viewers, getting you breaking news coming in. Major security alert from Udupi. Two employees working at the Malpe Cochin shipyard have now been arrested on charges of spying for Pakistan. Now, the accused identified as Rohit and Santari. Okay, so this is huge coming in. Now, the charges of spying for Pakistan, 2 held on these charges. We'll try to go across to our Republic Canada newsroom for this because lately we have been also highlighting stories a short while back about how some are trying to spy for Pakistan. So this is Rohit and Santari. Rohit and Santari, the pictures of them on your screen. These are 2 arrested for spying for Pakistan in Udupi. A major security alert from Udupi. 2 employees working at the shipyard in Cochin have been arrested on charges of spying for Pakistan. The accused identified as Rohit and Santari on your screens, viewers. So this is coming in as we keep getting you back-to-back updates on Republic TV. And there's a huge crackdown we have seen in the past few months on individuals who are found arrested, who are found spying for Pakistan. This is coming in the backdrop of the arrests which were made a few months ago in July, where we saw a lot of influencers also being arrested for spying for Pakistan. After that, viewers, this is a separate case which we are learning of, where major security alert has come in. 2 employees, they were working at the Malpe Cochin shipyard. They have been arrested on charges of spying for Pakistan. And the pictures of these 2 people on your screens, Rohit and Santri. Now, focus has gone on security, viewers, where we see that that the investigation agencies have really, focused on those individuals who are spying on the behalf of Pakistan. Earlier we have seen many being arrested. One more case coming in of 2 individuals being arrested and held for spying for Pakistan. Delhi blast case also coming to the fore right now. NIA detains driver. Investigating agencies detained a driver. NIA action in Dhoj, Faridabad. We are getting these updates coming in. And a grinder was recovered from the taxi driver's house. It is suspected that Muzammil used this grinder to grind urea. Investigating agencies took possession of the grinder. Okay, so we have this update coming in. Delhi blast probe is getting quite intense, and we are trying to get to every angle on that, in this story. While the NIA is investigating multiple angles, we see the NIA has detained the driver. The NIA has also gone ahead and has taken many of these terror doctors into custody. Some of them have been produced at the Patiala House Court. So we had told about that for the past few days. That was exactly what was happening. Now the probe is getting larger and larger by the day. NIA has detained a driver. Repeat, NIA has detained a driver. Major security alert coming in from Udupi. 2 employees working at the Malpe. In fact, we will just try to get our viewers more updates about this driver. Let's go straight across to my colleague. My colleague is joining us. Shambhavi is joining us. Shambhavi, there's a driver who has been detained. NIA action underway. Now, we understand that the investigation agencies are trying to understand that what materials these suspects were using. So a grinder was recovered from the taxi driver's house. What do the investigation agencies think? What was that grinder being used for, Shambhavi?
See, there were 2 major updates. One was the arrest of 2 doctors and questioning of the 2 doctors actually from the Al Falah University. And the another one arrest that was made of this taxi driver named Shabir. He was the one who was found with a melting furnace and also a grinder. Now, according to NIA, what the sources are telling us, that grinder could be used by Muzammil for grinding urea. As we know that Muzammil was collecting several kgs of explosives, be it ammonium nitrate or other substances which usually goes in the making of an IED bomb. So there is a strong possibility that this grinder that was seized from this taxi driver named Shabir, who is a local of Faridabad Doga village, from where the explosive was also seized. We know that there is a strong possibility that this was the same grinder, or these even the melting furnace was used in making of IEDs and other material that Muzammil and even Umar were in the process of making.
Yes, we put that grinder on the screen. Yes, Shambhavi, we put that grinder on the screen for our viewers. These are recoveries made of machines from Faridabad by the NIA. So the machines are on the screen. The machines were used by terrorist Muzammil to process urea. That machine is on our screens right now. Take our viewers through what the investigation agencies are saying. Why were these machines being used, Shambhavi?
Shrangi, now we know that from the raw material, from the explosives to the grinder, to the melting furnace, to everything which usually goes in the making of IED bombs, Muzammil and Umar and this entire terrorist doctor module has likely based in Faridabad itself, and that too in Dog village and Taga village. Now these are the 2 villages in the under the 4-kilometer radius, and from both these villages, from one house, around 360 kgs of ammonium nitrate and AK-47 was recovered. Another room, around 2,400 kgs of explosive was recovered. And now we know that not just the raw material, not just the explosives, not just the ammonium nitrate in its powder form, there were machines, the machines that were used, which we are showing our viewers right now, the grinder that was used, likely used by Muzammil for grinding the urea. Everything was based in Faridabad. Very conveniently, we also know that Al Falah University is also just 4 kilometers away from Doga village of Faridabad. So this entire module, this entire terrorist doctor module was centered in Faridabad, Doga village to be exact, because from his workplace where he was radicalizing, where he was brainwashing the students, where he was brainwashing and radicalizing fellow colleagues and other doctors who are still currently being questioned by NIA, to the sourcing and the procurement of the raw materials, because they were also trying, Muzammil and Umar, let me also tell our viewers, Muzammil and Umar were also trying to make sure that some amount of chemical could be taken out of the university from the lab of Al Falah University. So they were also trying that. They've also stored all the material that they have procured till now. They stored it in Faridabad, Doga village and Taga village, which is within a radius of 2 to 4 kilometers. And now, new development, machines that were used in the making of it, machines that was likely used by Muzammil in grinding of the urea. That machine has also been discovered or seized by NIA from Doga, that too from a taxi driver. So, apart from the doctors that were involved from Al Falah University, there's several others, not just their family members. We know that Shaheen's brother, or be it Umar's brother-in-law, or even Muzammil's brother, or Adil's brother, everybody, their families, and now the locals of the Doga village are also involved, allegedly. So this seems to be a huge module where nobody could be out of suspicion. Back to you.
That is right. Okay, so we have those pictures out for our viewers. So 2 pictures on your screen, left and right. Left, you see the ammonium nitrate which was recovered. Right, you see the machines used to make the bombs. I'm coming back to you, Shambhavi, because the exclusive pictures that Republic TV has access. Key recoveries of machines made from Faridabad by NIA. But let's talk a little bit more about the ammonium nitrate, Shambhavi. You were also in Faridabad. You have been at the spot where huge amounts of ammonium nitrate has been recovered. So in total, how much of ammonium nitrate has been recovered?
So total of 360 kgs of ammonium nitrate from one place, that is from Faridabad area. There's a Fatehpur Doga village. From there is, and also let me also tell our viewers the locality. That is a very secluded village, and there are just fields on all 4 corners, and in the middle of it there stands a single house, a single 1-story house with 3 very small rooms, and in one of those small rooms there were several bags of ammonium nitrate, which we are showing our viewers right now. You can see there's more than 50 bags of ammonium nitrate, also known as those white powder, that was stored. And the people there, the locals there, the owner of the house, the landlord, the other families who used to live very close in the same house in other rooms, they claimed that they had no idea that something like this was being stored or something like this was planned on such a huge scale. Apart from this, from another place just 4 kilometers away from the Fatehpur Doga village, there is Faridabad's Taga village. From Taga village, there's several other material, be it timer, be it other battery required, be it chemical explosive, be it powder explosive. More than 2,400 kgs of explosive was recovered from that place. So a total of more than 2,900 kgs of material that usually goes in the making of IEDs or bombs, that was recovered from Faridabad itself. So we know that from raw material to machines to their close associates, to their family, to their mobile phones, new update, new evidence, new material or new information about the process, about the time, about the way that this terror doctor module was operating on is coming up.
Yes, you know, I'm staying with you right now, Shambhavi, because all those recoveries are on our screens, but we will talk a little bit more about these terror doctors. And you know, these are obviously very educated people. However, they were using these machines and the knowledge they had for all the wrong reasons. Well, that is what the observations from the Supreme Court have also come in. If you could help our viewers understand more on this aspect.
So Jaish-e-Mohammed's agenda allegedly was to make sure that the next line of leaders would be leading Jaish, would be intellectuals, would be educated doctors. That was their plan. Because it is easy for us to see a radicalized youth carrying on activity like this or planning something on this scale. But for us to see engineers, there are also instrumentation engineers, people with instrumentation engineering background, people with medical background working as senior doctors, teaching in a medical university. These educated people, they were so radicalized, they were so brainwashed. Even the suicide bomber Umar Nabi, who carried the blast outside the Red Fort metro station, that man, even Dr. Shaheen or Muzammil, they have said in their interrogation while they were being interrogated, they said that Umar was the most brainwashed, was the most radicalized of them all. And you can also see from several other videos, there was also one other video that we were showing our viewers, that was Umar advocating for suicide bombing, advocating for Fidain style bombing, saying that this is one of the most misunderstood concept. So this coming from an educated doctor, you can see the sophistication in his voice, you can see the accent, you can see his English so flawless, so confident, and there was no shred of fear, there was no shred of hesitation on his end. So we know that these people who have come up as key players in this conspiracy, in this terrorist doctor module, they are very educated, they are extremely radicalized, they are brainwashed to a point that they have not only worked on making sure that there are several blasts in India. They were planning that there would be several blasts in different parts of the country, but they were also radicalizing people. They were also collecting funds for the same. They were collecting funds for the same on the basis of through Pakistan-based app like SadaPay, so that their transaction cannot be traced. So they were working on a huge level, and everybody seems to be involved, be it locals, be it the engineer who has passed out from Al Falah College, be it the students, be it other doctors who were working at Al Falah University. All of them, most of them were involved. The characters which are coming up every day, one or two new people, they're being arrested, they're being questioned by NIA. So we know that this was a pretty extended module, and the interrogation, the investigation is still underway, so a lot is expected to come up yet.
Yes, I'm staying with you. I'm staying with you, Shambhavi, because there's so many angles that we have to talk about here. Now there has been a lot of focus on who is purchasing ammonium nitrate. So you have seen that already Delhi LG VK Saxena has directed police to maintain a digital record of entities purchasing and selling ammonium nitrate beyond a certain limit. Of course, there has been so much of action taken on that. However, Shambhavi, let's talk a little bit more about Al Falah University and the action which has been taken around it. Yes, Shambhavi.
So we know that Al Falah University has come up at it's become the very epicenter of this terrorist doctor module. Every doctor that has been arrested in this case related to this terrorist doctor module has some relation to Al Falah University, and with each new arrest, with each new doctor being taken into custody for questioning by NIA, we know that Al Falah University was a breeding ground for terrorists, for radicalized people, for radicalized medical students, for brainwashed people. And there has been constant movement of Haryana Crime Branch, Delhi Police Crime Branch, NIA, and even these are the angles that are being currently investigated. Apart from this, the Al Falah University has also falsely claimed to be accredited by NAAC. And very boldly, if you see, we have also shown our viewers the forms of Al Falah University where it has very boldly and falsely claimed that it is an accredited university by NAAC, and also claimed falsely about UGC regulation. So we know that this university was lying to students, lying to parents for years, And the chairperson of this university, Javed Siddiqui, he's in custody right now. ED custody. He's been remanded into ED custody, and he's been currently interrogated. He has laundered around more than 400 crores through this Al-Falah University. He has used the Al-Falah Trust and transferred funds from the trust to companies which were related or which were associated with his wife and children. So this was not only a breeding ground for terrorists, they were not only breeding ground for radicalized people who wanted to hurt and damage or cause damage to India. There was also money laundering going on a very large scale, and there was false claims. So we know that Al-Falah University has come in the
थोड़े में ज़्यादा स्वाद ये ही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
Point of it breeding terrorists or be it accommodating them. There were also constantly meetings going on between Muzammil and Umar inside the university, inside their rooms, where they were discussing what are the places that they'll likely be targeting, what are the places that'll be on their list, be it Varanasi, Ayodhya, Prayagraj. There were other places that they were planning to target. The 4 cars that they planned that we'll be using those 4 cars where there'll be explosive laden vehicles, and we'll cause blast in 4 different places in India using these 4 cars. 2 of those cars were parked inside Al-Falah University. The first car was Swift, from which a lot of explosive and AK-47 was recovered. The second car was the Hyundai i20, in which the blast actually occurred. That was parked in Al-Falah for the longest time. The third car was the EcoSport. That was again seized by the authorities from Faridabad itself, just few kilometers away from the university. And the fourth car is the Brezza car that was parked inside the Al-Falah University. So Al-Falah University has come up as the center of this entire terrorist doctor module.
Yes. Okay. You know, Shambhavi, exclusive pictures coming in on Republic TV. We have put those pictures out. We spoke about the machineries recovered. We spoke about the ammonium nitrate. But let's speak a little bit about what Republic TV told our viewers today. They told our viewers today that some of these conspirators were in touch with a Syrian terrorist. They were in touch with some of the Jaish operatives, some of the Jaish-linked individuals. So they were basically in touch with these individuals, and it is from them that they got ideas or help to make these bombs and use these machineries for the purpose of course, the dastardly terror attack that we saw, Shambhavi.
Right. In the investigation now, all these 4 main faces, the 4 main doctors of the terror doctor module, where it's Adil, Muzammil, Shaheen and Umar, all of them have tried to delete evidence. All of them have tried to delete videos, pictures from their phones. And now that the deleted data is being recovered by the investigating agency, we know that several videos were related to radicalized videos, and also they met the ISI's operatives. We will come back, we'll keep updating you with all the details on this case.
Yes. Well, key recoveries made by the NIA in the Delhi blast case. Stay tuned, viewers. We'll continue to keep getting you the fastest and the biggest updates only on Republic TV.
our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
China and Japan are clashing verbally over Taiwan. Tensions between China and Japan have risen over Taiwan's security. Japan has signaled it may intervene in a potential conflict, viewing it as a threat to its own stability. China condemned this as meddling, issuing strong warnings and summoning diplomats. This conflict started.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल ये रंग दे ये खुशबू दे ये तीखा ये कम पड़े क्या निराला MDH मसाला
China and Japan are clashing verbally over Taiwan. Tensions between China and Japan have risen over Taiwan's security. Japan has signaled it may intervene in a potential conflict, viewing it as a threat to its own stability. China condemned this as meddling, issuing strong warnings and summoning diplomats. This conflict started when Japan's newly appointed Prime Minister, Sanae Takaichi, issued a direct warning to China during a session of the country's parliament. She stated that a conflict in the Taiwan Strait could represent a survival-threatening situation for Japan, implying that Tokyo might need to intervene militarily to protect its interests. This marked a bold escalation in Japan's stance on the Taiwan issue, signaling readiness to support Taiwan against potential Chinese action. Takaichi's comments, delivered amid rising regional tensions, prompted an immediate and sharp rebuke from Beijing, highlighting the fragile balance in East Asia and the risk of broader confrontation.
The remarks made by the Japanese leader on Taiwan constitute an interference in China's internal affairs and a serious violation of the One China principle and the basic norms governing international relations. Such words are extremely irresponsible and dangerous in nature and have caused very negative impact.
Taiwan is an island of 23 million people, situated about 100 miles off China's southeast coast. China regards it as a breakaway province under the One China principle, insisting that other countries acknowledge this and avoid treating Taiwan as a sovereign state. Taiwan, however, maintains its own government, conducts elections, and runs an independent economy, a setup rooted in 1949 when China's civil war concluded with the defeated nationalist forces retreating to the island while the communists consolidated power on the mainland. This division has persisted without full-scale war, but mutual distrust has grown. China has intensified its military presence around Taiwan in recent years, viewing reunification as a national goal. For instance, in October this year, H-6K bombers from the People's Liberation Army Air Force conducted flights over the island, while June exercises involved over 70 aircraft, including J-16 fighters and unmanned drones, crossing the median line of the Taiwan Strait. Naval operations have featured Type 052D destroyers and Type 054A frigates patrolling the waters. Beijing frames these as defensive drills to deter independence moves.
Japan claims to be a peace-loving nation, yet the Takaichi administration has made vague and ambiguous remarks. China is seriously concerned about Japan's recent military and security developments.
In turn, the United States supplies Taiwan with arms like Patriot missiles and F-16 jets, offering security commitments without formal recognition. Allies, such as Japan, provide indirect support through joint exercises and intelligence sharing. Japan's warning stems from its proximity and vulnerabilities. The Taiwan Strait lies just 70 miles from Japan's southern islands, serving as a vital choke point for global trade. An estimated $5 trillion in goods pass through annually, including oil, electronics, and raw materials. Japan-Taiwan bilateral trade hit $72.3 billion in 2024, with Japan exporting $38.5 billion in machinery and chemicals, while importing $33.8 billion in semiconductors and components. Any blockage could cripple Japan's economy, which relies on Taiwan for over 60% of its advanced chip supply. Additionally, Japan hosts about 54,000 U.S. troops across bases in Okinawa and elsewhere, positions that could draw fire in a crisis. Japan's post-World War II constitution restricts its self-defense forces to defensive roles, but 2015 legal reforms allow collective self-defense aid to allies under severe threats. Historical friction lingers from Japan's 19...
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for staying with us this Friday. You're watching Live and Breaking with me, Oyana Mitra. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been about 11 days since the Delhi Red Fort blast, and investigators are now picking up more and more details about how the faces of terror, that is the terrorists, the terror doctors, operated their white-collar jihad model. We're picking up some new details about the evidence, the data that has been retrieved from terrorist Muzammil's phone. Get you the details of that and a lot more, but first, the headlines at 2 p.m.
पंक्ति में एक व्यक्ति यहाँ बैठा है, ये देखिए, ये व्यक्ति जगदीश टाइटलर है। इनको सम्मान पूर्वक पहली पंक्ति में सोनिया गांधी जी बैठाती हैं।
BJP hits out at Congress after 1984 riot. Accused Jagdish Titler seen at event says the party is giving platform to anti-nationals. Delhi victim Shaurya's father breaks silence on Republic, demands strict action against school staff.
से बहुत सीरियस मैटर है। मतलब बुलिंग की वजह से अगर इस तरह की घटना हो रही है तो इस पे गवर्नमेंट को बहुत स्ट्रिक्ट पॉलिसीज बनानी चाहिए, जिससे इस तरह की घटना जो अमायरा के साथ हुई है, जो दिल्ली में हुई है, आगे ना हो।
Jaipur minor girl's family joins Republic campaign against harassment in educational institutions, seeks action against bullies. Minor boy in Kerala forced to join terror outfit ISIS, accused mother to appear before probe team. Congress versus Congress intensifies in Karnataka. More MLAs from the DK Shivakumar camp to travel to Delhi to meet the top brass amid power tussle. New revelations come to fore from terrorist Muzammil's phone data. 200 videos recovered showing recce of religious sites across Delhi and Uttar Pradesh. Hi viewers, a 16-year-old boy, a minor from Thiruvananthapuram in Kerala, was allegedly persuaded to join the Islamic State by his mother and stepfather, prompting the police to register a case. The case was filed after the family of the teenager alerted authorities about suspected radicalization. And what we understand so far is that the mother, who has been named as prime accused number 1 in the case, is set to appear before the probe team today. And just to give you a little more details about this case, viewers, this 16-year-old boy was allegedly forced to join the Islamic State by his mother and stepfather. Police have now registered a case under relevant sections of the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act after some family members of this minor boy had alerted the police. The mother and the stepfather, who have been named as accused in this case, are now in police custody. As per reports, this boy was studying in the UK while his mother worked as a nurse. And Shortly after he came back to India, he was allegedly compelled to join the Islamic State by the accused. Let's go across to my colleague Shankar, who joins me live with more details. He's live from the capital city of Kerala. Shankar, give us the latest details in this case. What stage of the investigation are we looking at?
Actually, it has been 3 days since the case was registered under the relevant sections of UAPA against the mother and the stepfather. The mother and the stepfather are accused of forcing their 16-year-old son for joining IS. The boy was also compelled to move to Syria to meet several IS leaders to join the IS community. And as part of the probe, the state police constituted a special investigation team, and Fida, the mother of the 16-year-old boy, was supposed to appear before the probe team today. But she did not turn up due to some reason. But now we are standing right in front of the house of Fida, where she is inside the house. We can see her footwears and other items outside the house. Even her vehicle is there inside. Vehicle is parked outside the house. But citing some personal reasons, she did not turn up before the probe team. But we received an exclusive letter from Fida stating that I will read the letter that states. One second, let me read. It states that, please leave me alone. I am a person suffering from anxiety and depression. I get panic attacks. I am alone here with my kids and I'm not yet ready to talk to you. And she was complaining that it's a fabricated case put up by her husband. He says, my ex-husband is a narcissist. He's an active member of SDPI. His son is his golden child. He did all these, he raised all these allegations because I asked him for a divorce. He has been abusing me these many years, physically, emotionally, and financially. He manipulated his golden child against me. Both of them are porn addicted. I have a lot more to reveal, but I just want to give my statement to the police first. Please don't spread false news. These were the sentences, these were the words written by Fida, which was handed over to us while we were waiting outside the house. She just opened a window and handed over to us this letter, stating that it contains all what she wants to say. Now she in the coming days or tomorrow she may appear before the probe team, and the probe team's interrogation will be crucial in identifying whether these allegations raised by the 16-year-old son and his father and his biological father and uncle are true or not. We have to wait for some more time for the probe team to make things clear.
Yes. Shankar, one more question before I let you go. You know, you mentioned the details of this letter that you've just read out to us. This is a letter that has been written by Fida, ladies and gentlemen, to Republic. My question to you is, she's made a direct allegation against the stepfather, claiming that this is all a conspiracy against her. She has nothing to do with this radicalization plot. But I want to understand if the police is, deep diving into these claims, and if they have any sort of video or chat evidence to corroborate her claims. Do they have any sort of, evidence in their possession?
Yes, speaking to the probe team, it was learned that the child shared with the probe team some voice recordings and WhatsApp chats, and also the links of the IS videos which were shared to him to have a look at it and to to have a look at it before urging him to join the IS. The probe team has collected all these as crucial evidence, and the probe team was planning to question with the backing of this evidence, but unfortunately she did not turn up as per the advice of her advocate, and she is planning something with her advocate and other relatives, and she may appear before the probe team in the coming days. But the probe team has some evidence in hand and then the state police chief states that the probe is only in the initial stage, and they are yet to verify whether all these allegations raised against Fida are true or not. Only through a proper and transparent probe we will get to know more about it.
All right, Shankar, thank you for giving us those details as you track the developments on ground very, very closely. Meanwhile, viewers, Republic TV was in conversation with the State Police Chief of Kerala for more on how this investigation is proceeding. Take a look.
This is an information came to our notice. The boy and his uncle came to the police station saying that they narrated the incident what happened. This boy was pursuing his studies in London along with the family there. There he told that he was forced or he was radicalized and he was asked to go to Syria, and also made certain aspects of it in there, like given some content about radical content has been taught to him. As he was not showing the liking toward that thing there, he was sent back here, and he was put up in a orphan home here. And his uncle and his boy both came to the police station. He returned from London about 3 months ago, and we are examining the case now. We reached the case, and our police investigation has been started there.
Okay, on to more international news now. The United States and South Africa got into a testy exchange about the G20 summit in Johannesburg after South Africa suggested President Donald Trump had shifted his stance on sending a US representative to the gathering. Take a look.
The United States and South Africa got into a testy exchange about the G20 summit after Trump's boycott. South Africa's President Cyril Ramaphosa had said that boycott politics doesn't work, as he hit back at US President Donald Trump's decision to skip the G20 leaders summit in Johannesburg.
We have received notice from the United States, a notice which we are still in discussions with them over, about a change of mind about participating in one shape, form or other in the summit. So the discussions are still ongoing.
Meanwhile, White House press secretary said that the South African president was running his mouth, suggesting the US would participate in G20. She further said his comments were not appreciated by the president or his team.
The United States is not participating in official talks at the G20 in South Africa. I saw the South African president running his mouth a little bit against the United States and the president of the United States earlier today, and that language is not appreciated by the president or his team. The ambassador or the representative of the embassy in South Africa is simply there to recognize that the United States will be the host of the G20. They are receiving that send-off at the end of the event. They are not there to participate in official talks, despite what the South African president is falsely claiming.
Earlier this month, Donald Trump said that no US official would attend the meeting, citing false accusation that white South Africans were being murdered en masse.
All right, viewers, 10/11 conspiracy. It's been 11 days since the blast at the Red Fort took place, and we are getting in fresh revelations in the investigation. And we're now learning that the agencies have examined the phones of arrested terror doctors Muzammil, Adil and Shaheen and Irfan, who are now in the NIA custody, and have recovered large amounts of deleted data, including nearly 200 videos from Muzammil's device featuring inflammatory speeches. Officials have also found videos of religious sites and crowded markets in Delhi, Uttar Pradesh and Mumbai and other states, suggesting reconnaissance activity. So more and more details emerging in this investigation, viewers, about how this entire nexus of white-collar jihadists, the faces of terror, the terror doctors had conspired to put together this attack which took place at the Red Fort. And a day after the NIA was officially handed custody of these terror doctors, we are now learning that fresh evidence has been fleshed out from the mobile phones of this terrorist group. These include audio and video recordings of inflammatory speeches by Jaish-e-Mohammed chief Masood Azhar and other top Jaish commanders and several other ISIS-affiliated terrorists. About 80 of these videos are based solely on how to train terrorists, how to train and recruit new cadres, and research on bomb making and chemical reactions. Not only this, the authorities have also recovered videos of religious sites and crowded markets in Delhi and Uttar Pradesh and Mumbai and several other states. This is evidence that has been recovered from Muzammil's phone. Let's go across to my colleague Shambhavi, who joins me live from the national capital. Shambhavi, simply the fact that these videos, 200 of them, showing the recce of religious sites across India is indicative of the fact of for how long this nexus was operating and had escaped the watch of the law.
Well, we know that Muzammil and Umar went to Turkey in 2022 and they were planning for this attack since 2020, and they also met ISIS terrorist commander, various Jaish operators and commanders, and learned a lot, learned the skill of bomb making. And because they had a background, a very strong education background, it was pretty easy for them. And with all the videos that they tried to delete, we know that all these four main faces, main doctors, this terror doctors, be it Adil, be it Muzammil, or Shaheen, or Umar, all four of them, they have attempted to delete evidence, they have attempted to delete videos and pictures or whatever information that they had on their phones. But now that the deleted data is being recovered by the investigating agency, new information is coming up, and we know that more than 200 videos have been found on just Muzammil's phone. That is not, that is leaving Adil's and Shaheen's and Irfan's phone. More than 200 videos have been found, and around 80 to 90 of them, they are related to radicalizing videos, bomb making videos. They're related to videos of Masood Azhar and also other Jaish operators talking about bomb making, and there are also several surveillance videos. So we knew that the two terrorists were sending few surveillance videos. They shared a couple of surveillance videos with cross-border handlers based in Afghanistan and Pakistan. But now we know for sure that more than 80 videos are just surveillance videos of the crowded places in the National Capital Territory, and also other places like Mumbai, religious places like Prayagraj, Varanasi, Ayodhya, and other places that they were targeting. They were mostly targeting either crowded places of India or religious places, and they were planning on this being a very huge attack. They were planning on several simultaneous attacks in various parts of the country. Although when Muzammil and Shaheen got arrested, they were taken into custody and they were being interrogated. Umar, being the one who was left, he panicked and he got directive from this cross-border handler based in Pakistan, and he carried out the blast outside Red Fort area. But that was not just that one place was not just the only place that we know was on their list of targets. Back to you.
Right. All right, Shambhavi, thank you for giving us the latest details as the investigation into this case picks pace. Ladies and gentlemen, let's quickly move on to more news coming in. Astronaut Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla lightened the mood at the Bengaluru Tech Summit yesterday, that was Thursday, quipping that tackling Bengaluru's traffic was tougher than going to space. Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla opened his session at the Bengaluru Tech Summit of 2025 with a comment about the city's infamous traffic. He noted that his drive from Marathahalli to the venue lasted nearly 3 times longer than the presentation he came to deliver.
I'm coming all the way from the other side of the Bangalore, Marathahalli, So I've spent thrice the time that I'm going to be spending on this presentation with you. So you have to look at the commitment that I have.
In response to the astronauts' jibe, Priyank Kharge, Karnataka's minister, acknowledged the issue.
So I'll not take much time. I know everybody has to get back. Like Mr. Shubham Shukla said, it was easier for him to get from space to Bangalore, but from Martali to here was a little difficult. So we'll ensure that that doesn't happen again.
The exchange highlights ongoing civic concerns of the tech city.
Breaking news coming in. Around 300 lockers are currently being checked at the Handwara hospital in Kashmir as part of an ongoing security inspection drive. Earlier, a similar extensive check was conducted across other government medical colleges in the valley of Jammu and Kashmir following the recovery of an AK-47 from the office of a prominent newspaper, that is the Kashmir Times in Jammu.
देखिए हमने पहले एक एडवाइजरी सब एम्प्लॉयज़ को देखे दैट इंक्लूड्स फैकल्टी दैट इंक्लूड्स डॉक्टर्स दैट इंक्लूड्स स्टाफ और जो आउटसोर्स पे सबको एडवाइजरी दी कि जो भी लॉकर्स अनअटेंडेड है उस पर आप अपना नाम लिखिए फ़ोन नंबर लिखिए जो भी इनके कस्टडी में जो नहीं होता है वी हैड गिवन देम 3 days एंड वी हैव broken their seal and we have put those lockers in our custody. तो ये डॉक्टर ने ये इनका लॉकर है, यू कैन चेक दैट लॉकर आल्सो.
आपका बहुत शुक्रिया बात करने के लिए. फिरदौस आपको लॉकर्स दिखा रहा है किस तरह से यहाँ पर हॉस्पिटल परमिसेस में हैं, किस तरह की फ्रिस्किंग्स जो है वो यहाँ पर की जाती हैं ताकि प्रिकॉशनरी मेजर्स को जो है यहाँ पर देखे हुए ऐसे लॉकर्स को जो है वो देखा जाता है प्रिकॉशनरी मेजर्स के तौर पर. जिस तरह से हमने देखा जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस के साथ साथ मजिस्ट्रेट की भी अगर हम बात करें वो यहाँ पर मौजूद है इस पूरी घटना को देखते हुए. अगर हम बात करें जो ये मामला जो सिलसिला इसकी शुरुआत जो हुई अनंतनाग से हुई.
The United States has approved the sale of 216 M98-2A1 Excalibur precision-guided artillery projectiles to India. The total cost of this package is USD $47.1 million. The approval was confirmed by the Defense Security Cooperation Agency, which notified the US Congress about the proposed foreign military sale. This next report will bring you all the details.
India and the United States are moving ahead with 2 new defense deals worth USD 93 million. The US State Department approved the possible sale of the Javelin missile system and M982A1 Excalibur precision-guided artillery projectiles to India. The Defense Security Cooperation Agency sent the official notifications to the US Congress. The first deal is for the Javelin missile system and related items like 100 FGM-148 Javelin rounds, 1 Javelin FGM-148 missile, and 25 Javelin lightweight command launch units or Javelin Block 1 command launch units. It is worth USD 45.7 million. The second deal is for 216 M982A1 Excalibur artillery rounds and other support equipment, which costs USD 47.1 million. According to DSCA's news release, these sales are to help India handle current and oncoming threats, along with improving India's first strike accuracy. The M982A1 Excalibur is a 155 mm precision-guided artillery round made by RTX Corporation. Raytheon, American Defense and Aerospace Company, says the Excalibur is very accurate in all weather conditions and at all ranges. It can hit within 2 meters of the target. Because of this accuracy, it reduces collateral damage and lowers the supply load on artillery units. India already uses the M777 ultra-light howitzer, which can fire the Excalibur. India bought 145 M777 guns almost 10 years ago. These guns were meant for the northeast, but some were later airlifted to the line of control with Pakistan. On 7th May, Indian forces targeted 9 Pakistan-based terror camps. The Indian Air Force struck 2 camps. The Indian Army used the M777 guns with Excalibur rounds to strike the remaining 7 camps. India now wants to buy 216 Excalibur tactical projectiles. The package also includes ancillary items, portable electronic fire control systems with improved platform integration kit, primers, propellant charges, technical data, repair and return services, and US government technical assistance. The DSCA says India will be able to absorb these systems easily. India has also asked for 100 Javelin rounds as the first part of the deal, 1 fly-to-buy missile and 25 lightweight command launch units or Block 1 command launch units. The deal also includes missile simulation rounds, battery coolant units, electronic technical manuals, operator manuals, refurbishment services, and other program support items. RTX and Lockheed Martin produce the Javelin through the Javelin joint venture. According to DSCA's news release, the sale will support US's foreign policy and national security objectives and to strengthen the US-Indian strategic relationship and to improve the security of a major defense partner, which continues to be an important force for political stability, peace and economic progress in the Indo-Pacific and South Asian regions. The release also assured that the sale will not lead to any alteration in the basic military balance in the region, neither will it affect US's defense readiness.
As the Enforcement Directorate probes the PV Anwar case, ED's Kochi Zonal Office conducted raids across 24 locations in West Bengal linked to PV Anwar and his associates. The case involves money laundering, records from loans sanctioned by Kerala Financial Corporation in 2015, amounting to a loss of 22.31 crore rupees. As trouble mounts for CPM in the Sabrimala gold theft case, the SIT is now set to interrogate former minister and sitting CPM MLA Kadakampalli Surendran. Sources say the development comes based on the statement of A. Padma Kumar, who was arrested on Thursday by the probe team. These arrests come as a big setback for CPM ahead of the local body elections in December. A Class 9 student in Tamil Nadu's Coimbatore tragically died after attempting to commit suicide. A video of the girl has emerged in which the student said her teachers threatened her and she attempted to pour kerosene thinking nothing would happen to her. The student had been in hospital for over 35 days, after which she succumbed.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, मसाला।
So in the past, we would see most of the terrorists who would get arrested, they would be like the people who would be working at a very low level. But today we have seen the white-collar suspect.
कश्मीर घाटी में डॉक्टर्स एक बहुत
अल्टीमेट ड्रीम होता है वहां के लड़के लड़कियों का, उस बनने के बावजूद अगर आप रेडिकलाइज होकर अपने ही देशवासियों को मारने के लिए और अपने देश को तोड़ने के लिए तैयार हो सकते हैं।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
China and Japan are clashing verbally over Taiwan. Tensions between China and Japan have risen over Taiwan's security. Japan has signaled it may intervene in a potential conflict, viewing it as a threat to its own stability. China condemned this as meddling, issuing strong warnings and summoning diplomats. This conflict started when Japan's newly appointed Prime Minister, Sanae Takaichi, issued a direct warning to China during a session of the country's parliament. She stated that a conflict in the Taiwan Strait could represent a survival-threatening situation for Japan, implying that Tokyo might need to intervene militarily to protect its interests. This marked a bold escalation in Japan's stance on the Taiwan issue, signaling readiness to support Taiwan against potential Chinese action. Takaichi's comments, delivered amid rising regional tensions, prompted an immediate and sharp rebuke from Beijing, highlighting the fragile balance in East Asia and the risk of broader confrontation.
The remarks made by the Japanese leader on Taiwan constitute an interference in China's internal affairs and a serious violation of the One China principle and the basic norms governing international relations. Such words are extremely irresponsible and dangerous in nature and have caused very negative impact.
Taiwan is an island of 23 million people, situated about 100 miles off China's southeast coast. China regards it as a breakaway province under the One China principle, insisting that other countries acknowledge this and avoid treating Taiwan as a sovereign state. Taiwan, however, maintains its own government, conducts elections, and runs an independent economy, a setup rooted in 1949 when China's civil war concluded with the defeated nationalist forces retreating to the island while the communists consolidated power on the mainland. This division has persisted without full-scale war, but mutual distrust has grown. China has intensified its military presence around Taiwan in recent years, viewing reunification as a national goal. For instance, in October this year, H-6K bombers from the People's Liberation Army Air Force conducted flights over the island, while June exercises involved over 70 aircraft, including J-16 fighters and unmanned drones.
प्रथम पंक्ति में एक व्यक्ति यहाँ बैठा है, ये देखिए, ये व्यक्ति जगदीश टाइटलर है। इनको सम्मान पूर्वक पहली पंक्ति में सोनिया गांधी जी बैठाती हैं।
BJP hits out at Congress after 1984 riots. Accused Jagdish Titler seen at event says the party is giving platform to a riot accused. Delhi victim Shaurya's father breaks silence on Republic, demands strict action against school staff.
जब से बहुत सीरियस मैटर है, मतलब बुलिंग की वजह से अगर इस तरह की घटना हो रही है तो इस पे गवर्नमेंट को बहुत स्ट्रिक्ट पॉलिसीज बनानी चाहिए, जिससे इस तरह की घटना जो अमायरा के साथ हुई है, जो दिल्ली में हुई है, आगे ना हो।
Jaipur victim's family joins the Republic campaign against harassment in educational institutions, seeks action against bullies. Minor boy in Kerala forced to join terror outfit ISIS, accused mother to appear before probe team. Congress versus Congress intensifies in Karnataka. More MLAs from the DK Shivakumar camp to travel to Delhi to meet the top brass amid a power tussle. New revelations come to fore from terrorist Muzammil's phone data. 200 videos recovered shows recce of religious sites across Delhi and UP. Coming in, this is a fresh statement that has now been released by Karnataka Deputy Chief Minister DK Shivakumar over MLAs, over Karnataka Congress MLAs flying to the national capital. This is a statement that he has released. In fact, I'm being told he's speaking at the moment. Let's cut across live.
MLAs. Honorable Chief Minister decided they will reshuffle the government. He will reshuffle the government and cabinet. So all of them are interested that they wanted to become ministers. It is quite natural they will go and meet the leaders of the Delhi. It is quite natural they will go out of the Delhi to meet leaders in the Delhi. Apart from that, what I can say, they have every right. I have not taken anyone. Some of them went and met Karge Saab. Along with Chief Minister also they went in the plane, some of them. What is wrong? They are going, it is their life, whether no one has called them, but voluntarily they are going and showing their faces. They wanted to show their presence that they are in the forefront and they can do work and they want responsibility. All 140 members are eligible to become minister, chief minister, everything they can become. Now no question is there. Honorable Chief Minister is there. He said that he will come to complete 5 years. I wish him all the best. We will all work with him. ನೋಡಪ್ಪ, ನಮ್ಮ ಚೀಫ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟ್ರು ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಅವರದ್ದು ವಿಚಾರಧಾರೆನ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಾನು ಅದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಾನೇನು ಮಾತಾಡಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗುದಿಲ್ಲ. ಅವರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
Okay, that was the statement that was coming in from the Karnataka Deputy Chief Minister. The power tussle seems to have escalated, viewers, after photos were released this morning showing some of the Congress MLAs in the state having dinner with Chief Minister Siddaramaiah. And now DKS, that is DK Shivakumar, has now come out and given a statement saying that he is not aware of any dinner. And everyone in the state has the right to become a chief minister. Everyone is free to fly to Delhi. He's saying this as at least 18 MLAs of the Karnataka Congress who are reportedly backing DK Shivakumar are currently camping in the national capital. Let's go across to my colleague Abhishek, who joins me live with more details. Abhishek, has the Congress infighting imploded? And why is it that DK Shivakumar is not really acknowledging that some MLAs who are backing him are now currently camping in Delhi?
Well, at this point of time, it is very clear from the statement made by DCM DK Shivakumar. He has very clearly said that the Chief Minister himself has announced, stating that the government will listen to the words of the High Command. CM and DCM will abide by the words of the High Command. And at this point of time, we can also clearly see that he has mentioned that he has never been a leader for any particular group. And he also says that he is the party president for all the 140 MLAs who have been elected from the Congress party. And he also mentions and he also presses on the fact that CM and DK Shivakumar are ready to listen and abide the rules and regulations laid down by the AICC High Command. So, he also mentions that the people the MLAs who wanted to be the ministers have already started moving to Delhi to make sure that the AICC president listens to their requests as well. At this point of time, Mallikarjun Kharge had been met by Sharad Bachegowda, who's also an aspirant for the ministerial post. But we will have to see how Mallikarjun Kharge takes this about in the next couple of days, because he's already left to Bengaluru and CM Siddaramaiah has announced that he will be having a meeting with, and he has also asked for time from Mallikarjun Kharge to discuss about the ongoing things in the state of Karnataka. But will there be a full stop in the next couple of days with respect to the issues that have been happening in Karnataka over the last 2 days. Will there be a cabinet reshuffle? Will the CM of Karnataka be changed? Will there be a major hitback in the state of Karnataka? These are some questions which has to be answered by the AICC High Command and not by the CM or the DCM, but we will have to see how this goes about in the next couple of days. Back to you.
All right, Abhishek, thank you for giving us those details as you track the developments of Kong infighting very, very closely. Viewers, let's quickly move on to more news coming in. This is on the Gujarat ricin attack conspiracy. There's fresh video footage that is linked to the Gujarat terrorist module and the ricin attack conspiracy that has now emerged. It shows prime accused Ahmed Mohiuddin Syed leaving Hotel Grand Ambience on the evening of 7th of November, marking a key development in the investigation by the agencies. On your screens now is that CCTV footage which has been accessed by Republic TV, and that man that you see in the white outfit comes out of that hotel. That is the prime accused, Ahmed Mohiuddin, who has been accused of orchestrating this ricin conspiracy in Gujarat. In fact, earlier this month, it was Gujarat's anti-terrorism squad that first conducted raids leading to the arrest of 3 people, of which this man is the prime accused. Swarali joins me live from Ahmedabad with more details on the latest in this investigation. Swarali, over to you.
Yes, that's very true. India is bearing the brunt of white-collar terrorism, and one of them being the module busted in Gujarat. As we all know, if this ricin attack could have unleashed on the Indian soil, it could have been the most deadliest bioweapon attack in India. Now, let me tell you, this Dr. Syed belongs to Hyderabad and hails a medical degree from China and was in contact with several foreign handlers, and one of the major being traced in Afghanistan, that is Abu Khadija. And very alarming thing was that when we tried and talked to Gujarat ATS at that time, we could know that he is highly radicalized and is very smart in nature. So this is a very fine example of white-collar terrorism, wherein the expertise and education comes in contact with radicalization, wherein he was about to prepare very toxic food.
Absolutely, and Swarali, very importantly, that there have been the tentacles of this ricin terror module also, if you can call it, has been going up till Hyderabad. And, now there are key evidences. We see that key inputs, just like this CCTV that has now emerged, is trying to put all this entire plot piece by piece together.
Yes, exactly. The CCTV Republic has access is just before the time when Mohiuddin was arrested by Gujarat ATS based on certain leads. He was arrested near the Adalis toll plaza, and before that he was spotted at this Grand Ambience hotel in Ahmedabad, and he hails from Hyderabad, from where his residence was in Rajendra Nagar. An entire ricin factory was found. The ATS has named this as a factory because he was trying to process ricin through all the raw materials, because we all know, we have accessed the footage as well. The blue barrel, the equipments required for preparing the ricin and other raw material like chemicals, 6 bottles of X-ray were also seized by the Gujarat ATS. And on the other side is both the colleagues from the Gujarat terror module. Both of them belong to Uttar Pradesh, and they had done recce of Ahmedabad, Delhi and Lucknow. And recce was done in all the crowded places like Azad Mandi in Delhi, Lucknow's RSS office, and if we talk about Ahmedabad, Naroda fruit market was scanned.
Absolutely. That's the big update we're getting in right now, and we'll continue to bring our viewers more updates on that story. Meanwhile, viewers, security forces have launched major anti-terror operation in Kathua of Jammu after reports of suspected terrorists. Joint operations have been launched by the SOG and the CRPF operation to thwart any potential infiltration attempt as the joint security forces continue to comb the dense forest areas. Here's more.
Jammu and Kashmir Police along with the CRPF has launched a massive search operation in the Kathua district right now, where we are reporting from. And here you will see the special operations group of the Kathua police. They are carrying out the massive anti-terror operation searches based on the inputs that they are getting from the regular intelligence agencies. Here you will see that how they are advancing in the upper areas. These areas are the same areas that have seen in the past also, that now that some movement has been traced, what we are witnessing, that that the troops have taken their positions. They have taken their positions on the left and the right side so that the adversary's location can first be traced, and then they move in this area. This is one of the steep slopes that they have to actually march and then reach the place where there are inputs. It's almost next to impossible to even breathe, but these troops of the Special Operations Group of Kathua as well as the CRPF, these QRTs, they are carrying out the relentless operations. They are ensuring that this entire thick vegetation is covered. There are large non-kinetic operations that are underway in the Jammu region. But when it comes to the kinetic operations that you see here on the ground, that where Jammu and Kashmir police, hand in hand with the CRPF, they are carrying out the operations. They are searching this entire area. Right now, from where we are reporting, this is in the Kathua district. Kathua district has seen multiple terror attacks in the past as well. But now what is happening, that this entire stretch of the Kathua, this has been cordoned in the upper reaches, and now they are searching minute by minute. They are moving ahead, they are stepping ahead and searching the areas where there could possibly be the terrorists. And once some spotting takes place, you will see them moving, rolling like anything. This is what their training is, and they are here for the operation all out.
Directorate probes the PV Anwar case. ED's Kochi zonal office is conducting raids across 24 locations in West Bengal linked to PV Anwar and his associates. The case involves money laundering records from loans sanctioned by Kerala Financial Corporation in 2015, amounting to a loss of rupees 22 crores 31 lakhs. As trouble mounts for CPM in the Sabrimala gold theft case, SIT is now set to interrogate former minister and sitting CPM MLA Kadakampalli Surendran. Sources tell Republic that the development comes based on the statement of A. Patna Kumar, who was arrested yesterday by the probe team. These arrests come as a big setback for the CPM ahead of the local body elections in December. A class 9th student in Tamil Nadu's Coimbatore tragically died after attempting to commit suicide. A video of the girl has emerged in which the student said her teacher threatened her and she attempted to pour kerosene, thinking nothing would happen to her. The student had been in hospital for 35 days, after which she succumbed to the burns. All right, we have some breaking news coming in right now, viewers. BRS Working President K.T. Ramarao has levelled accusations against the Telangana Chief Minister A. Revant Reddy, alleging that the CM is attempting to execute a colossal 5 lakh crore rupee land scam under the newly introduced Hyderabad Industrial Land Transformation Policy. That is the HILTP. He called it the biggest land scam in the history of India. In fact, he goes on to allege that the policy was designed solely to benefit a network of politically connected middlemen and relatives, and also real estate groups close to the Chief Minister, Reddy. So this is the KTR versus Revant Reddy. War of words that has emerged and allegations. Listen in.
Hyderabad is one of India's largest metropolitan cities, as we all know, and the land here is extremely expensive. In fact, when the last time government of Telangana, the Congress government, had conducted an auction, per acre price was 177 crore. So that means if you take that kind of a number, and if you look at the kind of land scam that's happening right now, this scam runs into almost 4.5 to 5 lakh crores. Because normally, Aishwarya, what happens is, if an industrialist wants to set up an industry and they come to a government seeking a piece of land. So for instance, if you wanted to set up an enterprise, you had come to the government and the government has allotted 100 acres to you. You've run the industry for 10 years and then you said, okay, the industry is not running anymore. I would like to convert this and I would like to build apartments, malls and other things and make money, thousands of crores of money, and basically give it to me just like that. Is it right for the government to take that kind of a decision? Absolutely not, because that 100 acres was given to you at a subsidized price so that you create employment, so that you can create revenue for the state, and ultimately people of Telangana would benefit. Now, what is the Congress government saying? The Congress government is saying, I gave you a land at a much subsidized price than what was the market price back then. Now, all you have to do is pay me 1/3 of what I gave it to you at. Even though the market price could be 100 crores per acre, I will give it to you at 3 crores. Is it right for the government to do this kind of loot? So we suspect and we allege that there are biggies in the government which are involved in this land scam, who are basically trying to usurp thousands and thousands of acres of valuable government lands and basically make a huge buck. So therefore, we are demanding answers from the government.
So we can see this as a pattern, be it the Kanche Gachibowli land issue or even this new policy that you're alleging is a land scam. Why is this a constant pattern in the Congress government we are noticing that in the real estate industry in specific?
Well, the Chief Minister himself is a man who's got background in real estate. So he understands the value of land, and he is now trying to figure out the loopholes within the government on how he can make a quick buck and how he has to, because he has to save his seat and keep sending money to Delhi as well. So they probably that's why you see this kind of a pattern. 10 years when we were in government, we did not allow even a single land conversion like this. Any government land which was given to an industry, we did not allow for conversions like this.
Well, my colleague Ashwarya, in fact, joins us live on the broadcast from Ashwarya. Well, KTR has been making many allegations against the Congress, against Revant Reddy. Previously, it's also alleged about quid pro contracts in the past. He talked about orchestrating a TDR scam as well. And today, he's talking about a land scam that he calls the biggest land scam in the history of the country. Has there been any evidences, any proof that that KT Ramarao has presented so far as this allegation is concerned? If you could just get viewers some of the details and understand what really are the allegations about.
Kate, for the primary opposition and BRS working president, KT Ramarao here is alleging that the new policy which was introduced by the cabinet yesterday in Telangana, where the Hyderabad government lands belonging to Hyderabad, which were leased out to the industries, which were given to the industries to generate employment, can be regularized by only paying back 30% of the land value, of the registration value. Whereas where the KT Ramarao, he's saying that during his tenure, when they were not running any industry which was generating employment for the people of Telangana, then they had to pay back the 100% of the registration.
I'm sorry to interrupt you there, Ashwarya. We have some breaking news coming in on the Delhi riots case. The hearing that is underway in the Supreme Court. Now, we have some details coming in from the court. Now, Delhi riots case that is being heard in the Supreme Court. ASG Raju, Additional Solicitor General S.B. Raju, is detailing about the riots conspiracy as the hearing is underway. He says that 53 people were killed and more than 530 were injured, and there was a lot of violence. Petrol bombs were used, stones were pelted, sticks, acid-like chemicals were used, and stones were pelted on a small contingent of policemen as well. So this is the case being presented by the Additional Solicitor General. He has called the Delhi riots accused terrorists. He has called the Delhi riots accused terrorists, and emphasizing on the definition of a terrorist act under UAPA, he stressed that the activities of the accused fall squarely under the definition given in the statute. And he says that Chicken Neck area was talked about and attacked. Bombs were used. There's a charge of firearms as well. Post-mortem report has been also submitted in that extent. He refers to Section 2 to show economic security was disrupted. He says that there was a conspiracy. S.V. Raju, the Additional Solicitor General S.V. Raju says there was a conspiracy for the purpose of not only inciting but for the purpose of violence. The conspiracy was to choke Assam out of the country. And ASG Raju says that I'll give it in a pen drive and I'll come back to it. And in any case, knowing fully well what's there in the charge sheet, they have not made any submissions to merits. So Delhi police has referred to riots accused as terrorists. Additional Solicitor General is representing the Delhi police in this case, and he has referred to the riots accused as terrorists, and he has said that accused fall under the definition of terrorists, and the conspiracy was to choke Assam out of India. Remember that how that video was played out of Sharjil Imam in the Supreme Court yesterday. And in fact, the video of Sharjil Imam calling for choking the chicken's neck and disconnecting the entire northeast region from India is very much there in on social media. Rhythm joins us live on the broadcast for more. Rhythm, well, the Delhi police today in the court, as represented by ASG Raju, has referred to riots accused of this 2020 case as terrorists.
Yes, and not the first time, but it's very clear when UAPA has been put on them, they are indeed terrorist, Rakshita. The big news that's coming in from the top court of the country is that the Delhi riots case hearing that's begun in the Supreme Court, Additional Solicitor General of India, SV Raju, appearing for the riots, appearing for the Delhi police in the riots conspiracy, has very clearly pointed out what really happened. He said in 2020, 53 people were killed, more than 530 were injured. There was a lot of violence. Bombs had been used, stones had been pelted, sticks had been used, acid-like chemicals had been used, stones were pelted on policemen. All this had been covered right here on Republic TV. We also remember how a constable had lost his life. ASG Raju also calls, like you said, Rakshita, Delhi riot accused terrorist. He says what they have done falls in the category of a terrorist act under the UAPA. He says bombs were used, petrol bombs. Chicken neck areas were attacked. There's a charge of firearms. Also, there's a post-mortem report. Milk, water, vegetable stock supply was disrupted. Remember, we have to tell our viewers, first I'm going to break out the biggest thing that SV Raju today has said. The Additional Solicitor General says the conspiracy that these Delhi riot accused has was to choke Assam out of the country. Supreme Court Judge Justice Kumar asks, where is that? Is it there in the charge sheet? SV Raju says, absolutely it's in the charge sheet. Fully well, they know that they've about it. Therefore, they've not made submissions on the part. Yesterday, Republic TV showed you Sharjil Imam's 8-minute video in which everybody was shocked at the way he was trying to radicalize Muslims, in which he was trying to say that I have 10,000 people in Jamia at my beck and call. Everything that these people did was a part of this conspiracy. The bigger picture that came out yesterday is also the parallel that was drawn by the Additional Solicitor General between the Red Fort blast accused and Sharjil Imam and others. Sharjil Imam is an engineer. He said that these intellectuals are more dangerous than the ordinary downtrodden jihadi on the ground. Today it's a very crucial hearing because all these accused with their fancy lawyers try and come to the Supreme Court and say that we have not got bail. They also have international media watching. One of the very clear things Sharjil Imam and these accused are trying to do and did earlier also is try and target Delhi. In the speeches that we showed yesterday, it was clear why Sharjil Imam did this. He said if anything happens in Delhi, agar ek flyover, ek highway Delhi mein girta hai, to international मीडिया देखता है. अगर सुप्रीम कोर्ट में कुछ हम बोलेंगे तो सुप्रीम कोर्ट को नानी याद दिला देंगे. Remember, all these comments were made in a sub judice matter of CAA. They wanted to use CAA as a radicalizing catalyst, Rakshita. And the last point I want to make, regime change in India is what they wanted, like had been done with international support in Dhaka and Kathmandu.
Right. In fact, he's also mentioned, SG Raju has also mentioned Rhythm about the use of weapons, the use of petrol bombs, the use of sticks. And he explained that why UAPA was in fact invoked in here. And he also, if you could just tell us about this angle where he says that that the submissions have not been made based on merits. If you talk about where he mentions that what's there in the charge sheet, they have not made any submissions on merits. If you could just explain this.
Yes, Rakshita, 1 minute. I'm just asking to share right now as we are speaking. SV Raju is playing out a video in the violence that happened in the Chandbagh area. Remember at Republic TV, we had covered this. We had been at the Chandbagh area where the Delhi riots had begun, and all that violence that happened there had been clearly shown. All that they are now trying to show in this case is how the Delhi riots case had happened, how there were Muslim women that were being used as that time, and under the garb of using them, all these things that happened. Now, I also want to tell our viewers that everything that's being done right now, we're also now being told that in this case, the Delhi police is now telling the top court of the country, this was pre-planned. The WhatsApp groups they had formed, and that's exactly what just one WhatsApp group was DCP. There were other WhatsApp groups that were formed to plan agitations across the country, not only in Delhi, but pan-India. The second thing that SV Raju is trying to explain is, as he shows the violence in the Chandbagh area, how systematically it was done, how people were put in particular places. The CCTV cameras had been put to the other side to not show the pictures of those people. Justice Kumar also asked, where do you get this in the charge sheet? Like you said, they also said that stones had been pelted, and we of course know this. Chicken Neck was attacked. There's a charge of firearms also. This was not a peaceful protest at all. Something that senior advocate Siddharth Dave, who was appearing for Sharjil Imam, had tried to say that it was just a peaceful protest. He was a part of. He didn't even know what was happening. There was no call for violence. The speeches that were showed yesterday of Sharjil Imam, the kingpin of the Delhi riot accused, clearly show there was an intent, a very dangerous intent of armed rebellion and to cause a regime change in India. It's very clear the way he was mocking the top court of the country on any ground whatsoever. He was trying to incite violence in India, and he was trying to do this. Yes.
Just stay on with the rhythm. In fact, we'll just play that video out that Republic TV has been showing to our viewers. That's the clinching proof. Before any sympathizer tries to say that he's being made a victim, why Sharjil Imam has not gotten bail yet, this is the video. This is the video that anyone who is loyal to the country will never agree with, will never let anyone like this be out on bail. Listen into this video, viewers, that has been played out in the court as well.
पहले भी शायद कर चुका हूँ। अगर 5 लाख लोग हमारे पास हो ऑर्गेनाइज्ड तो हम हिंदुस्तान और नॉर्थ ईस्ट को परमानेंटली कट कर सकते हैं, पर हम परमानेंटली नहीं तो कम से कम 1 आध महीने के लिए तो कट कर ही सकते हैं। मतलब इतना मवाद डालो पटरियों पर, रोड पे, उनको हटाने में 1 महीना लगे, ठीक ही नहीं। यहाँ एयरफोर्स से असम को काटना हमारी जिम्मेदारी है। असम और इंडिया कट के अलग हो जाए। जितने भी जो भी यहाँ से सप्लाई जा रहा है बंद करो, और वो बंद कर सकते हैं क्योंकि चिकन नेक्स्ट मुसलमानों का है। वो जो चीज पे इत्मीनान रख लें कि हमला मुसलमानों पर, ठीक है, इस बात पे पहले इत्मीनान कर लेंगे कि हमला संविधान पे नहीं है। संविधान तो बदलता रहता है, कल को इसी को संविधान बना देंगे। आप क्या कीजिएगा, क्या कर लीजिएगा? कोर्ट ने क्या किया बाबरी मस्जिद के साथ आपको पता है ना? कोर्ट ने कश्मीर में क्या किया आपको पता है? इस चीज को याद रखें कि अभी बहुत अर्जेंट मामला है, बहुत अर्जेंट मामला है। हमारे पास 4 हफ्ते 28 दिन है अगला जो हियरिंग है। अगले हियरिंग तक सरकार को छोड़ो, कोर्ट को इसकी लाइन याद आ जाए। ये आपकी जिम्मेदारी, कोर्ट किसी का नहीं है। आपको लगता है कोर्ट आपका हमदर्द है? आपको ऐसा लगता है? बताइए, ट्रिपल तलाक में क्या किया इन लोगों ने? मुसलमान मर्दों को जेल भेजने का सामान किया है कि नहीं? बाबरी मस्जिद में क्या किया? आपकी जमीन छीन के किसी और को दे दी। ये कोर्ट आपका हमदर्द नहीं है। ये कोर्ट सीए में भी आपसे हमदर्दी नहीं जताएगा। जहां हम महफूज हैं, दिल्ली की खास बात क्या थी कि इंटरनेशनल मीडिया को आने में 5 मिनट लगते हैं, 5 मिनट। वहां अगर ये गोली चलाए तो वो वीडियो पे आ जाएगा। दिल्ली में वैसे भी दिल्ली को ये कश्मीर बना नहीं सकते, आपको भी पता है। इन्हीं की जलालत होगी, हमारी नहीं होगी। अगर ये दिल्ली में गोली चलवाए, आर्मी लगवाए, जलालत किसकी है? मुसलमानों की नहीं, सरकार की जलालत है। सरकार की तो जलील होना पड़ेगा। ये दिल्ली है भाई, ये फ्लाईओवर गिरे जरा, पूरी दुनिया को खबर हो, समझ रहे हैं ना? और तीसरी चीज, भैया लाठी खाने से न डरे। बिल्कुल। अगर किसी का हाथ टूटा है तो अलग बात है, किसी का पैर टूटा है तो अलग बात है। लाठी खाने से न डरे। एयर गैस से किसी को एलर्जी हो सकती है तो भागे, सही बात है। लाठी से एलर्जी ना समझे, लाठी 2-4 तो पड़ेगी, लाठी खाने की कला भी सीख लें, समझ रहे हैं ना? इस तरह कम चोट पड़े, इम्पैक्ट कम हो, पहन के क्या आना चाहिए, समझ रहे हैं? एक पट्टा हो बीच में, जब तक ये सब नहीं करेंगे सब, हाँ भाई, जब तक ये सब नहीं करेंगे सारा बेअसर रहेगा। ये चिंगारी कहाँ जाएगी? आग कैसे लगेगी? आग लगाने के लिए 2 काम करना होगा, लाठी खाने के लिए तैयार रहना होगा। 2 जो स्टेप्स हैं उनको क्लियर रखना चाहिए। एक है कि सेंसिटाइजेशन, अवेयरनेस, व्हाटएवर, और दूसरा है प्लान ऑफ एक्शन। प्लान ऑफ एक्शन किसी के पास नहीं, सब सेंसिटाइजेशन की ही बात करते हैं। सेंसिटाइजेशन तो यकीनी तौर पे करना है हमें, लेकिन प्लान ऑफ एक्शन भी पैरेलल होना चाहिए कि अगर हमारे पास क्रिटिकल मास जमा हो चुका है लोगों का तो उनसे क्या किया जाए, क्या करवाया जाए, क्या कुछ कर सकते हैं। अगर हमारे पास जामिया में 10,000 जवान लड़के हैं तो वो क्या कर सकते हैं? 400 केसेस होंगे, हम पे भी FIR होंगे, इसके लिए तो इत्मीनान से होगा। लेकिन ये कामयाबी तभी मिलेगी जब 100 शाहीन बाग जलाना पड़ेगा उसके टेंशन काम को, नहीं तो आपका सिटीजनशिप का रजिस्टर बन रहा है और जिनको निकालने की बात हो रही है वो किसकी जिम्मेदारी है? वो कहाँ से बेघर हुए? क्या वो बेघर इसलिए हुए कि उनको भागना था, उनको बंगाल ने बताया था? नहीं, हिंदुस्तान और पाकिस्तान की जंग हुई थी, याद रखिएगा। हिंदुस्तान और पाकिस्तान की जंग के पादाश में लाखों करोड़ों लोग बेघर हुए और उनकी जिम्मेदारी अकेली न आसाम की है, न पाकिस्तान की है, न बांग्लादेश की है। ये पहले तो एक इंटरनेशनल प्रॉब्लम है। इस बात को याद रखिएगा कि ये इंटरनेशनल प्रॉब्लम है और एक सरकार की मनमानी हम कभी कबूल नहीं करेंगे। जब ये बात कम से कम 5-6 मुल्कों की है, 4-5 तो आपकी नजर के सामने है, तो क्या हम एक सरकार की मनमानी कबूल करेंगे?
मुस्लिम स्टूडेंट नाम से प्लेटफॉर्म बनाए ताकि हम लोग यही सब 2 हफ्ते से यही कर रहे हैं। हमारी ख्वाहिश और हमारी आरज़ू ये है कि दिल्ली में चक्का जाम हो, और सिर्फ दिल्ली में नहीं, देश के जहाँ जिस शहर में मुसलमान कर सकता है, मुसलमान हिंदुस्तान के 500 शहरों में चक्का जाम कर सकते हैं। ठीक है,
और काम करने का एक ही तरीका है, वो है सड़क बंद, माल बंद करो, इनका सामान हम जाने नहीं देंगे। जो सरकार हम पे जुल्म कर रही है, उस सरकार को हम पैरालाइज कर देंगे।
लेकिन गोल क्या है? हम चक्का जाम करना चाहते हैं। हम दिल्ली के मोहल्लों में दूध बंद करना चाहते हैं, पानी बंद करना चाहते हैं। खुल के बोलिए यार।
हमने शाहीन बाग में कोशिश की, एक हाईवे ब्लॉक किया जो अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह 1.5 महीने से ब्लॉक थे। मुसलमान अवाम सड़कों पे आई। दूसरा स्टेप क्या होगा? अब उस अवाम का जो गुस्सा है उसको इस्तेमाल किया गया। कैसे इस्तेमाल करेंगे? एक सबसे आसान चीज है, पुरअमन तरीके से सड़कों को बंद करो। इतना आसान काम है। तो अब मैं दिल्ली की बात पर आता हूँ। दिल्ली में हम यहाँ से आने के पहले ही 5 दिसंबर 6 दिसंबर से ही हमने पर्चे बांटने, हम जेएनयू के मुस्लिम तलबा के हमने पर्चे बांटने शुरू कर दिए थे NRC CAA पर। सड़कों पे उतर के आर्ग्यू करना और सेंसिटाइज करना अव्वल, और दूसरा हमारा काम है कि प्लान ऑफ एक्शन बनाना। और प्लान ऑफ एक्शन कोई एब्सोल्यूट तो नहीं है एक इंडिया के लिए, हर मोहल्ले के लिए और हर इलाके के लिए अलग प्लान ऑफ एक्शन बनेगा। जैसे शाहीन बाग में बगल से हाईवे जाती थी, तो ये मुमकिन था कि भीड़ बैठी हुई है, उनको बस कन्विंस कर दो कि यहीं बैठे रहो। एक और ब्लॉक कर देंगे तो हालत उनकी खराब हो जाएगी, और DND किसी दिन ब्लॉक हो गया तो मजा ही आ जाएगा। और DND बिल्कुल नो मैंस लैंड में है, दोनों साइड कोई नहीं। तो हम लोग क्या कर सकते हैं? हम लोग किसी सुबह 500 लोग पहुंचे, बैठ गए, पुलिस का इंतजार करेंगे। पीक टाइम पे पहुंचना है 8-9 बजे की, पुलिस भी ना आ पाए।
So those are the videos, the series of videos that have been shown in court and are before the public as well. And this is a clear proof, very much visible, very much audible as to what Sharjil Imam is saying. And the conspiracy to choke Assam, how people were being incited to be mobilized and use sticks. He was talking about lathis, he was talking about choking the chicken's neck for at least a month, if not more, choking it using debris, dumping debris there. There are people in chicken's neck, that's the language he's using. And that has been all played out in the court. In fact, we will shift our focus to the other stories that we're closely tracking for you from across the globe. The United States and South Africa got into a nasty exchange about the G20 summit in Johannesburg after South Africa suggested that President Trump had shifted his stance on sending a US representative to the gathering. In fact, Cyril Ramaphosa's his stand against Donald Trump's bullying, against America's bullying, has gathered the headlines, has grabbed the headlines, and the way White House has reacted to it is also drawing a lot of criticism. Listen in.
The United States and South Africa got into a testy exchange about the G20 summit after Trump's boycott. South Africa's President Cyril Ramaphosa had said that boycott politics doesn't work, as he hit back at US President Donald Trump's decision to skip the G20 leaders summit in Johannesburg.
We have received notice from the United States, a notice which we are still in discussions with them over, about a change of mind about participating in one shape, form or other in the summit. So the discussions are still ongoing.
Meanwhile, White House press secretary said that the South African president was running his mouth, suggesting the US would participate in G20. She further said his comments were not appreciated by the president or his team.
The United States is not participating in official talks at the G20 in South Africa. I saw the South African president running his mouth a little bit against the United States and the president of the United States earlier today, and that language is not appreciated by the president or his team. The ambassador or the representative of the embassy in South Africa is simply there to recognize that the United States will be the host of the G20. They are receiving that send-off at the end of the event. They are not there to participate in official talks, despite what the South African president is falsely claiming.
Earlier this month, Donald Trump said that no US official would attend the meeting, citing false accusation that white South Africans were being murdered in Marseille.
Russia has offered India joint development and local manufacturing of a two-seat version of the Sukhoi 57E along with full technology transfer for critical components. At the Dubai Air Show, a senior Rosoboron expert official had said that this offer could lead to a gradual shift towards licensed production inside India. And this means that India would be able to build important parts of the aircraft without worrying about future sanctions or supply shortages. Here's more.
Rosoboron Export offers to India both licensed production of air weapons for future generation aircraft and integration of Indian weapons. The Russian side, represented by Rosoboron Export and UAC, is offering to India supply of Su-57E fighter produced in Russia with subsequent organization of production of the aircraft in India and technology transfer. Hence, we are offering technological learning of fifth generation technologies, including engines, optics, AESA radar, AI elements, low signature technologies, and modern air weapons.
Russia has offered unrestricted access to technology for the new fifth-generation Su-57 stealth fighter jet and the supply of any military equipment needed to India. This comes just days ahead of Russian President Vladimir Putin's visit to India on 5th December 2025. During the Dubai Air Show, a senior official from Rosoboron Exports said the Su-57 proposal includes production in India in phases, allowing a gradual shift of manufacturing to India. This covers major technologies such as engines, optics, AESA radar, artificial intelligence elements, low signature features, and modern weapons. The Su-57 uses an AL-41F1 engine that supports features such as thrust vectoring for high maneuverability and future supercruise capability without afterburners. They are built for long service life and lower fuel use. Optical systems in the Su-57 include infrared search and track sensors, laser-based rangefinders, and electronic optical arrays placed around the aircraft for full circle awareness. These allow detection of enemy aircraft without using radar. The aircraft's N036 Bielka AESA radars can track many targets quickly, work with high reliability, and are harder for the enemy to detect. They can map terrain, track aircraft, and support electronic warfare at the same time. Artificial intelligence elements used in the jet include systems that help the pilot make decisions, combine data from different sensors, identify targets, and support flight control during complex maneuvers. Low-signature features include the aircraft's stealth shaping, radar-absorbent materials, methods to reduce heat signature, and sensors placed carefully to avoid detection. At the Dubai Air Show 2025, Sergei Chemezov, CEO of Russia's state-owned defense group Rostec, said Moscow would continue its support. He said Russia has stood by India for many years, including during periods when India faced sanctions. He assured that Moscow still follows the same approach and will supply any equipment India requires. He added, "We have strong relations with India, and whatever India requires, we are here to support."
In addition, the Russian side is offering to India joint development of a two-seat modification of the Su-57E or FJFA. Taking into account the requirements of the Indian Air Force and using existing know-hows. Manufacturing FJFA means manufacturing all the critical components of the aircraft without the fear that one day you won't get something because of sanctions. Also, this proposal provides gradual increase in the level of licensed production. And in the long term, there is possibility of upgrade of the aircraft by improving the aircraft software and upgrading the FGFA in general.
Local manufacture of critical parts means lower risks of foreign sanctions or export bans that can interrupt spares, engine, or key subsystems. Transfer of design data, production methods, tooling and quality standards can build Indian capabilities. As a result, HAL and private suppliers would gain experience manufacturing composite structures, avionics assemblies, and complex sub-assemblies, giving a massive boost to the Make in India initiative.
And shifting focus to what's happening in Karnataka, as probably we get to the big scoop. Now, Deputy Chief Minister's statement has, as his backers fly to Delhi coming in, there are many ministers, he says, in the party, DK Shivkumar says, and everyone has the right to become the Chief Minister. And in fact, he tried to play it down. But at the same time, he said that everybody has the right to become the Chief Minister as well. Take a listen into what DK Shivkumar said as MLAs in his support are in Delhi.
All 140 members are eligible to become minister, chief minister, everything they can become. Now no question is there. Honorable Chief Minister is there. He said that he will come to complete 5 years. I wish him all the best. We will all work with him.
And Abhishek joins us live on the broadcast from Bengaluru. Abhishek, that's the first reaction that has come in after the 18 MLAs rushed to Delhi. But how do we decode this statement by DK Shivkumar?
Rakshita, the development is that we are in front of Mallikarjuna Kharge's Delhi's residence, where Kionix President Sharath Bachegowda just met Mallikarjuna Kharge for briefly of half an hour and discussed about the politics. And obviously, he has mentioned about his aspiration to become a minister is what we have been informed as of now. On the other hand, while looking at DCM DK Shivkumar's statement, he has mentioned in Bengaluru that all the party members, all the elected MLAs from the Congress party are eligible to become a minister, are eligible to become the chief minister as well. So he indirectly mentioned not only DK Shivkumar but also all the party members are eligible and are aspirants to become the ministers or the chief minister one or the other day. And he also congratulated CM Siddaramaiah on his statement stating that he will be the full-term chief minister for the next 2.5 years as well. He also said that he will work hand in hand with CM Siddaramaiah to make sure that they provide the best of the government to the people of Karnataka. On the other hand, 18 plus MLAs and ministers who are in support for DK Shivkumar demanded in front of AICC President Mallikarjuna Kharge that DCM DK Shivkumar be elevated to the position of Chief Minister. And also they reiterated on the statement on the facts of how important it will be to the 2028 elections if a Vokkaliga leader be made the Chief Minister of Karnataka. And also they have explained the cons of not making DK Shivkumar the Chief Minister. On the other hand, Mallikarjuna Kharge in the closed door has mentioned none of the team members from various other teams, be it Siddaramaiah's team or be it DK Shivkumar's team, will have to come to Delhi to talk about the leadership change, and he will make sure that things are sorted out in Karnataka.
Okay, Abhishek, I have to interrupt you there. We have some more breaking news coming in right now. This is the breaking that we have from Bihar. Protests breaking out outside the Congress office in Patna after the drubbing.
छोड़कर यहाँ पर इसी कार्यालय में पोस्टर अभी तक टंगा हुआ है, स्टॉप वोट चोरी। जो उन्होंने एजेंडा चलाया था, फेल हो गया एजेंडा। 202 सीटों के साथ एनडीए को बहुमत मिला और सरकार बन गई है। शपथ ग्रहण समारोह भव्य बना। राहुल गांधी का वोट चोर गद्दी छोड़कर नारा नहीं चला, लेकिन नारा क्या अब आ गया है इसी सदाकत आश्रम में। जरा आइए अब इधर दिखाइए। एक तरफ तो वोट चोर गद्दी छोड़कर नारा फ्लॉप हो गया, लेकिन यहाँ जो नारा है वो अब टिकट चोर और बिहार छोड़ का नारा यहाँ पर चलने लगा है। आप लोग क्या कह रहे हैं? टिकट चोर बिहार छोड़ का नारा, ये टिकट चोर बिहार छोड़। आप देखिए नारा कैसे बदल गया है। वहां पर लिखा है वोट चोर गद्दी छोड़, लेकिन अब यहाँ पर हो गया टिकट चोर बिहार छोड़। ये क्या कैसे बदल गया टिकट चोर?
देखिए, हमारे नेता राहुल जी पूरे बिहार में यात्रा की है। चुनाव आयोग जो SIR किया था उसके माध्यम से वोट की चोरी कर रहा था, तो हमारे नेता ने वोट चोर का नारा लगाया। तो बिहार के जो प्रभारी और अध्यक्ष हैं, सह प्रभारी, इन लोगों ने जमीनी समर्पित कार्यकर्ता जिन लोगों के ऊपर में आज भी कांग्रेस का झंडा आप कंधा पर देखेंगे और जिनके बदौलत आज बिहार में कांग्रेस जिंदा है, उनका समर्पित कार्यकर्ताओं का टिकट काट करके भाजपा, आरएसएस, जदयू, लोजपा के
आपकी बात सुनने आए थे क्या?
नहीं, वो कार्यकर्ता से बात नहीं करते, घमंडी आदमी है,
वो आए नहीं,
एकदम नकारा निकम्मा
अपने आने के पहले कुछ ऐसे व्यक्ति को यहाँ छोड़ा, वो मैं नाम नहीं लेना चाह रहा हूँ, लोग आपके लाइव से लोग देख लिया उनका, ठीक है, और उन्होंने आए और बाय बाय कर करके उन्होंने चला गया।
ये विरोध लगातार जारी रहेगा।
बिल्कुल जब तक राजेश राम को नहीं हटाया जाएगा,
जब तक जारी रहेगा। जब तक राजेश राम को बिहार की गद्दी से हटाया नहीं जाएगा, कृष्णा लावरू को बर्खास्त नहीं किया जाएगा, क्योंकि ये लोग ऐसे लोग हैं किसी भी राज्य में जाएंगे तो कांग्रेस को हराने का काम करेंगे। राहुल गांधी जी ने पूरे बिहार में एक माहौल बनाया था, उस माहौल को इन्होंने बेचने का काम किया है। इन्होंने टिकट का सौदा करके संघ के एजेंडे को लागू करने का काम किया है। संघ का स्लीपर सेल ये लोग है।
The live update we are getting from Patna, ticket chore and leave Bihar slogans being raised at the Congress headquarters in Patna. Viewers, after the drubbing, the massive drubbing in the polls, the chaos breaks out outside Congress headquarters. This is the rebellion that's out in the open, even more so now after the drubbing, chaos breaking out outside the Congress headquarters in Patna. And Congress State Chief and Pappu Yadav facing protests from the Congress members, Congress leaders and workers, and ticket for sale allegations now being leveled on against the Congress leaders there and the president there in Patna. All right, viewers, now shifting our focus to the other stories. We are tracking as astronaut group captain Shubhanshu Shukla lightened the mood at the Bengaluru Tech Summit on Thursday, quipping that tackling Bengaluru's traffic was tougher than going to space. Here's more.
Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla opened his session at the Bengaluru Tech Summit of 2025 with a comment about the city's infamous traffic. He noted that his drive from Marathahalli to the venue lasted nearly 3 times longer than the presentation he came to deliver.
I'm coming all the way from the other side of the Bangalore, Marathahalli. So I've spent thrice the time that I'm going to be spending on this presentation with you. So you have to look at the commitment that I have.
In response to the astronauts' jibe, Priyank Kharge, Karnataka's minister, acknowledged the issue.
So I'll not take much time. I know everybody has to get back. Like Mr. Shubham Shukla said, it was easier for him to get from space to Bangalore, but from Marathahalli to here was a little difficult. So we'll ensure that that doesn't happen again.
The exchange highlights ongoing civic concerns of the tech city.
Now, Union Commerce and Industry Minister Piyush Goyal is in Israel, accompanied by a 60-member business delegation on the invitation of Israel's Minister of Economy and Industry, Nir Barkat. Piyush Goyal expressed solidarity with Israel, saying that India and Israel share a common struggle against terrorism, also highlighting instances of terrorism in India, including the Pahalgam attack in Kashmir and a recent blast in the national capital, emphasizing the need for both countries to work together to combat terrorism and ensure peace and security. Listen in.
The last 2 years have been difficult times for our brothers and sisters of Israel, but you have shown tremendous resilience in the face of adversity. I compliment all of you, truly admire your ability to withstand difficulties. We in India also have suffered terrorism for several decades now. I was sharing with Minister Barkat about the horrific terrorist attack in Kashmir, in a hill station called Pahalgam, where the terrorists identified people by religion and killed them in front of their wives, in front of their families. Even as recently as 4 or 5 days ago, we had blasts in New Delhi, right in the heart of the capital. And I think both of us, the people of Israel, the people of India, have to work together to eliminate this problem of terrorism. We have to work together to ensure peace and security in both our countries. And as the Prime Minister of Israel, Mr. Netanyahu, mentioned, after the Delhi blasts last week, and I quote, "Terror may strike our cities, but it will never shake our souls." We may be geographically very far apart, but emotionally, the people of Israel and the people of India are quite close.
Break, but we get you how a minor boy in Kerala was forced to join the ISIS, accused mother to appear before the probe team today.
China and Japan are clashing verbally over Taiwan. Tensions between China and Japan have risen over Taiwan's security. Japan has signaled it may intervene in a potential conflict, viewing it as a threat to its own stability. China condemned this as meddling, issuing strong warnings and summoning diplomats. This conflict started when Japan's newly appointed Prime Minister, Sanae Takaichi, issued a direct warning to China during a session of the country's parliament. She stated that a conflict in the Taiwan Strait could represent a survival-threatening situation for Japan, implying that Tokyo might need to intervene militarily to protect its interests. This marked a bold escalation in Japan's stance on the Taiwan issue, signaling readiness to support Taiwan against potential Chinese action. Takaichi's comments, delivered amid rising regional tensions, prompted an immediate and sharp rebuke from Beijing, highlighting the fragile balance in East Asia and the risk of broader confrontation.
The remarks made by the Japanese leader on Taiwan constitute an interference in China's internal affairs and a serious violation of the One China principle and the basic norms governing international relations. Such words are extremely irresponsible and
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर मसाला
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड
पहाड़ों में हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी एमडीएच का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला
So in the past, we would see most of the terrorists who would get arrested, they would be like the people who would be working at a very low level. But today we have seen the white collar suspect.
कश्मीर घाटी में डॉक्टर्स एक बहुत अल्टीमेट ड्रीम होता है वहां के लड़के लड़कियों का उस बनने के बावजूद अगर आप रेडिकलाइज होकर अपने ही देशवासियों को मारने के लिए और अपने देश को तोड़ने के लिए तैयार हो सकते हैं तो आप अंदाजा लगाइए किस तरह की रेडिकलाइजेशन हो रही है और इस फ्रंट पे हम क्या काम कर रहे हैं।
Investigators have identified Maulvi Irfan Wagha, also known as Imam Irfan, from Shopian in South Kashmir as the mastermind who blended his dual identity, that of a preacher and health.
Contributes 7% of the GDP, which is going to be 13% by 2030. It is also the second highest employer with almost 5 crore people working in the real estate sector.
Are real estate prices already inflated for a common man to afford?
Right developer, right size, right location अगर आप लेकर आ रहे हैं, मुझे लगता है बहुत सारे लोग अभी भी ऐसे हैं जो घर खरीदना चाहते हैं लेकिन उनको राइट अपॉर्चुनिटी नहीं दिखाई दे रही।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा।
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध, MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
China and Japan are clashing verbally over Taiwan. Tensions between China and Japan have risen over Taiwan's security. Japan has signaled it may intervene in a potential conflict, viewing it as a threat to its own stability. China condemned this as meddling, issuing strong warnings and summoning diplomats. This conflict started when
प्रथम पंक्ति में एक व्यक्ति यहाँ बैठा है, ये देखिए, ये व्यक्ति जगदीश टाइटलर है। इनको सम्मान पूर्वक पहली पंक्ति में सोनिया गांधी जी बैठाती हैं।
BJP hits out at Congress after 1984 riot accused Jagdish Tytler seen at the Peace Prize event, says the party is giving platform to a riot accused. Delhi victim Shaurya's father Suicide victim Shaurya's father breaks silence on Republic TV, demands strict action against the school staff.
जब से बहुत सीरियस मैटर है, मतलब बुलिंग की वजह से अगर इस तरह की घटना हो रही है तो इस पे गवर्नमेंट को बहुत स्ट्रिक्ट पॉलिसीज बनानी चाहिए जिससे इस तरह की घटना जो अमायरा के साथ हुई है, जो दिल्ली में हुई है, आगे ना हो।
Meanwhile, Jaipur victim family joins the Republic campaign against harassment in educational institutions, seeks actions against bullies. Minor boy in Kerala forced to join terror outfit ISIS, accused mother to appear before probe team today. Congress versus Congress intensifies in Karnataka. More MLAs from the DKS camp to travel to Delhi today to meet the top brass amid power tussle. New revelations come to fore from terrorist Muzammil's phone data. 200 videos recovered showing recce of religious sites across Delhi and Uttar Pradesh. Now, a 16-year-old boy from Thiruvananthapuram was allegedly persuaded to join the Islamic State by his mother and his stepfather, prompting police to register a case. The case was filed after the family of the teenager alerted the authorities about suspected radicalization. Father exposed the forced radicalization. Case has been registered with the police.
We are standing inside the house where Fida was staying for the last 2 weeks. This was a room inside the house where she was like staying for the last 2 weeks, and this is her room, and it was at this room police conducted a raid and seized her laptop, mobile phones, her passport, and so many of the documents. She was staying at this room for for the last 2 weeks after landing, after reaching back from United Kingdom. She was at this room, and all her personal belongings are here inside the house. And this was a room, and it was in the morning. She left out in an auto rickshaw, and she may be coming back in a couple of minutes, or sometime maybe in the morning. Anyway, we will be back. We will be coming back to meet her again. We are hopeful of having a word with her. And the police team, as soon as the case was registered, the police team reached here and held a thorough inspection here, and they could collect so many crucial evidences. And from the examining the digital devices, the prop team could collect the videos of IS, and it was those videos which she used to brainwash her son to convert to become a member of IS. And these are all the details we have right now. And we will be coming back again to the same house with the police. And the victim, who is a 16-year-old boy, also reached here with the police 2 days back, and he was behaving he was behaving very badly, not badly. He was behaving very upsetly. He was very upset with the mother, as they used to argue over ideological issues, like she was a radicalized Muslim, and she wanted the victim, the 16-year-old old boy, to be a member of IS. And over this talk, they used to quarrel, and they used to fight each other. There were heated exchanges between them. And the police team and the relatives who were staying at this house state that they were not in good terms, and they used to fight over the ideological issues. And she was converted a radicalized Muslim, and she wanted him to fight for. She wanted the boy to work for IS and to destabilize the nation. And she was after being converted to Islam, she became a member. She was not become a member, but she was an ardent fan of IS ideologies. And police collected so much of documents of her relationship, to prove her relationship with the radicalized Islamist group.
All right, Shankar joins us live in the broadcast after getting us that report from Thiruvananthapuram. Shankar, you were telling about how the woman, the mother of the 16-year-old herself, was also a convert. She was converted, I think, when she was in UK. Tell us more about this woman and the man who she married, her second husband. Because what we understand as well, that he was somewhere trying to push her, radicalize her, and then in turn also radicalize the son.
Yes, actually, Fida, the mother who is accused of forcing her son to join, 16-year-old son to join IS, she was 39-year-old now, and she was a BSc nursing graduate who studied in Bengaluru. And her first husband, Muhammad Ali, who was her classmate, and they became in an affair, and she married him some 17 years ago. After marrying, they migrated to UK, and while having she gave birth to 3 children. And the boy, the victim, the 16-year-old boy, is the eldest among the 3 children. And after 17 years, there were some issues with the Muhammad Ali, and she later married Siddiqui Aslam. Siddiqui Aslam is an accused in a 2016 terror case registered by NIA. Actually, there were 8 accused in that case registered by NIA in 2016. As accused were planning to plot several attacks in Tamil Nadu and Kerala.
and Siddiqui was arrested by the NIA team, and in 2018 he was sentenced to 3 years. While he was in jail, she moved to UK again, and she was staying with the brother of Siddiqui Aslam, Ansar Aslam. It was Ansar Aslam who compelled her to motivate her son to join IS, and both of them, the Ansar Aslam and the woman, the Fida, compelled him to join IS by showing several IS videos, and even asked him to move to Syria to meet IS leaders. But the boy was not at all willing to accept their words, and he was attacked so brutally by them. And when he came back to India, he told all about this torture to his biological father, and on his advice, the boy approached police, and the police finally registered a case under relevant sections of UAPA against the mother Fida and the stepfather Ansar Aslam. Now the probe is on, and Fida was supposed to join. Supposed to meet the prop team as part of interrogation, but she did not turn up, and she remained inside her house, and we visited her house in the morning, and she was not willing to speak to media, but she shared an exclusive letter to the Republic TV in which he blames her first husband, Muhammad Ali, for all the mess. He says he was an active SDP member, and he's a narcissist, and she wanted to get divorced from him, and he was annoyed by it. It was due to this reason he raised all these allegations against her, and in fact, she was very. She says she was very. She was suffering from anxiety and depression, and she gets panic attack, and she wants peace in life. She says she is not a member of IS and all, but she was not willing to cooperate with the prop team, despite the prop team asked her several times to reach before them. Now we want to know when she is going to appear before the prop team. As the prop team, in the meantime, the prop team collected so much of evidence, like crucial links, crucial links of several videos, which were IS videos, which were recovered from her laptops, the mobile phones which were seized from her room, and some other documents as well. Now the prop team have all the evidence in hand. Now they have to. Now the prop team has to question her to get more behind it.
All right, thank you so much, Shankar. We will keep coming back to you as we closely track that story. But right now we are getting breaking news from the Supreme Court. In fact, Republic TV has accessed this video that was played in the Supreme Court by the Delhi police. The video that shows violence at the Chandbagh area, the incendiary speech by Sharjil Imam, and the violence that transpired thereafter in Chandbagh. So that is the video today that was played out. Videos after videos surfacing and being played out in the Supreme Court by the Delhi police. And today, this is the latest video that has been played out, another clinching proof of the violence that unfolded during the Delhi riots. And Republic TV, first to get you, first and exclusive by Republic TV, this video that has been played out in the court today, Supreme Court today. This incident is from Chandbagh area, near Mustafabad of the national capital, and this is after today. This is after the Additional Solicitor General of India, S.B. Raju, representing the Delhi police, arguing for Delhi police, called the riots accused terrorists and cited the sections explaining why the UAPA had been invoked, and how there were sticks, there were petrol bombs, all that were gathered in order to create chaos, a break into riots, choke the chicken's neck, disconnect Northeast from India. And this is another video. There are multiple videos, in fact, that we have accessed. One of the videos is this one. As you can see, the commotion that unfolded. In fact, the riots in Delhi's Chandbagh was the outcome of a well-hatched conspiracy. This is what the court had earlier said in 2020, as one of the lower courts had said. What happened in national capital, viewers, and this is the video from Chandbagh. This is what happened in Chandbagh of the national capital, and you can see the videos coming in from different streets. These are CCTV images. What happened in Chandbagh, northeast Delhi, the riots that broke out in the year 2020. And one of them, you can see one of the videos right now on your screens that has been played out in the Supreme Court. This is how it was instigated. This is how Sharjil Imam Umar Khalid had instigated the violence in Delhi. And this you can see is one of the videos that has been played out by the Delhi police today in the court. Video shown by the police that shows the riot mobilization. This is what Republic TV has accessed today. Niranjan Narayan Swami joins us on the broadcast for more. Niranjan, well, this is, point by point, every conspiracy, every step of the conspiracy is being laid bare, and now from Chakka Jam at Jamia to other areas in northeast Delhi, just like what we are playing out right now, what the police played out right now from Chandbagh. It's quite evident that there was mobilization that was happening, and that is the video that has been shown today in the Supreme Court. We'll try and reconnect with Niranjan there, but viewers, this is Republic TV accessing this video that has been played out today in the court. This is, there were protests in different parts of northeast Delhi, and which took the form of riots as well. And in Chandbagh, from Chandbagh CCTV, this is one of the, you can see that this is one of the visuals. How Chandbagh was also a protest site, and there are many witness statements. This case has been going on for 5 years now, viewers, and there were WhatsApp groups and communication chains that have been linked to the alleged conspirators, and you can see that this is one of the videos that shows the mass level mobilization that took place at Chandbagh area. This is the breaking news we have right now. Niranjan is back with us. Niranjan, well, Republic TV accessing the video shown by police in the Supreme Court on riot mobilization. One of the videos from the Chandbagh area, which was a major protest site, so-called protest site that saw riots breaking out.
Yes, and these are actually in the course of the last 5 years, Republic TV has been able to access many of these videos, and Rhythm will be joining us soon and she'll be able to tell us more about this particular video. Now, what these videos prove essentially is it's a 2-minute video. It was shown in the Supreme Court, and this video establishes how the mobilization happened, how mobs were mobilized, mostly Islamist mobs were mobilized in the national capital. And you can see in these videos, many of the mobs that kept marching towards the areas that saw the violence were marching armed. They're hiding lathis. Some of them carried swords. And all of this is on video. It's seen on CCTV. And there was an attempt even made to destroy the CCTVs, because one of the most defining images that came in was of how an attempt was made to destroy the CCTV, by some of these mobs. And that too was seen mostly in the Chandbagh area. And in this one particular area, there are different sequences. For example, the first video that you see is dated. Okay, the date is not very clear, but it says the street name, street number mentioned in this particular video. And I think Rhythm is also live. Rhythm, what it show? Yeah, 24th of February is the date of the video. 24th of February. Rhythm, mobilization of mobs very clear in this video. You'll be able to tell our viewers a bit more about what the Delhi police said in court about this.
Delhi riots case and these videos that are being shown in the Supreme Court right now of the 2022 riots are showing this area of northeast Delhi. This is where several criminal cases were put and occurred. These are pictures that are showing how this mob had started the riot in the northeast Delhi parts of Chandbagh. These cases were put forward and video footage and witness testimonies were also there. these people had started and galvanized the mob. This video that has been put out now, 1 minute 35 seconds, is showing first they are all picking up sticks from this particular gully in Chandbagh. They are going towards the sticks area, picking up these sticks. After they pick up these sticks, and this video, viewers, has been now shown by the Delhi police in the top court of the country. After they pick up these sticks, they are then moving forward towards the Chandbagh area, where several people and several crimes had been committed. In Chandbagh area, we can hear someone, and I'm going to request our director to put the nat up so that we can hear the natural sound of what is being said, because we can hear the panic in that video of a man who says they are coming here, patharbazi ho rahi hai, stones are being pelted. There were also rioting, arson, murder that took place. So we're going to show that at around 1 minute 10 seconds, we can see that. The key developments that were seen here was there was a court that convicted 5 individuals of culpable homicide in Chandbagh. Several individuals were also there in the Chandbagh riots case. There were several people who are trying to see what happens in this case. This is just one of the evidences today, viewers, that has been given forward by the ASG who is speaking for the Delhi police. He's concluded his arguments today, and he has said, I will conclude the trial if I'm given a chance. But this was a large and he also goes on to say what happened here was serious. Conspiracy was there to commit murder. Terrorist attacks were made out. Large-scale violence was there. The larger purpose was regime change. All those who went there for the so-called dharna carried sticks, acid bottles, firearms were used. The systematic plan was to have a regime change riot like it happened in Bangladesh and Nepal. This was the extent of conspiracy. I'm going to go now and show you the video.
पत्थर मार रही हूँ उधर बम को तो कर रहे Showing you these visuals, I'm showing you Republic with TV accesses. One more video that has been shown in the top court today, and I'm going to request our directors to put it out. This is also very similar. It's a 3-minute video that is also being shown. I'm just going to be getting details on that. Just give me a minute. Okay, so let me tell you what's been shown in this video. This is the video that is shown, and as you can see, once again, viewers, these people who went in for the riots are picking up the area. Once these sticks have been picked up by these people, this mob then goes across to another area in Chandbagh in northeast Delhi, and they start pelting stones. It's a very clear conspiracy that is being looked at. It's a very clear conspiracy that was being done. And we're also going to go across to that. We're also going to show you more videos that were there. These are the videos of the ransacking that was done. There was conspiracy to commit murder, as you can see in this area. As we showed you the natural sounds of what was coming from there. There was stone pelting, large-scale violence. All those who were there on this so-called peaceful protest are actually carrying these sticks. They had acid bottles. They had firearms. They wanted to attack the policemen. The systematic plan was a regime change, something the Additional Solicitor General has said today and yesterday. He spoke about Umar Khalid. He said his mindset was that India should be broken into pieces. Today, as we show you this proof, this is proof of riot mobilization in 2020, parallel drawn with the Red Fort blast that happened. He's spoken about how intellectual terrorists are more dangerous, and this is very clear. As we show you these videos that are coming in right now, these rioters tried to attack people in a planned manner. They went through those gullies. They went to the main place in northeast Delhi. An IB officer was killed. The second step was destroying the CCTV that they wanted to. What did they want? They wanted a high level of violence. And that is the reason why they had these sticks with them. They wanted a chakka jam. What was chakka jam? Umar Khalid told the other kingpin Sharjil Imam to start chakka jam at Jamia. Meanwhile, he would start chakka jam in other Muslim areas, which is violent disruption of all essential services. These writers that you can see on the screen, what are they doing? They're inciting violence. The conspiracy is out. Their bombs have been made by them, petrol bombs. They also stressing in the Supreme Court, the ASG is stressing 53 people were killed. More than 530 were injured. Petrol bombs were used. Sticks were used. Stones were pelted. Acid-like chemicals were used. On a small contingent of policemen, stones had also been pelted. And the larger picture that the ASG says, if this is not terrorism, then what is? He looks at the UAPA and he says, petrol bombs had been used. Chicken Neck area was attacked. There's a charge of firearms also. It's clear milk, water, vegetable stock supply was disrupted. This was a part of the conspiracy to choke out and break India. This regime change is what they wanted. Now we've also accessed this, and this is what he's doing. A high level of violence that can be seen in the Chandpag area, shown in the Supreme Court. This is showing how stones were being pelted in a planned manner. Acid bottles and stones had been pelted. We can see what's being shown. And he's also then now speaking about this. I'm also going to come back to this top story that's there. The Delhi riots case in the top court now. ASG has concluded, the Delhi police has concluded its arguments. Back after a short break, we get you more videos that are being shown in the Supreme Court of India.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा।
So in the past, we would see most of the terrorists who would get arrested, they would be like the people who would be working at a very low level. But today we have seen the white-collar suspect.
कश्मीर घाटी में डॉक्टर्स एक बहुत अल्टीमेट ड्रीम होता है वहां के लड़के लड़कियों का। उस बनने के बावजूद अगर आप रेडिकलाइज होकर अपने ही देशवासियों को मारने के लिए और अपने देश को तोड़ने के लिए तैयार हो सकते हैं, तो आप अंदाजा लगाइए किस तरह की रेडिकलाइजेशन हो रही है और इस फ्रंट पे हम क्या काम कर रहे हैं।
The infrastructure industry, the real estate industry, and everything associated with it eventually is a huge contribution, not just to the country's GDP, but to our overall potential to be a global player. What's the big picture? Let's set the context to this. Why are we doing this?
We are bringing about a very credible voice for the home buyers, for the real estate investors, through Republic TV's amazing platform.
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला.
China and Japan are clashing verbally over Taiwan. Tensions between China and Japan have risen over Taiwan's security. Japan has signaled it may intervene in a potential conflict, viewing it as a threat to its own stability. China condemned this as meddling, issuing strong warnings and summoning diplomats. This conflict started.
This is CP Gurnani from IONOS. I think the summit is a very integral part of shaping opportunities for India and some of the challenges that India has. And as a founder of IONOS, I can only say is that technology has a significant role to play in India's economic policies over the next 5 to 50 years. Let's talk about it.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो, मतवारा हुआ रे. केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार. विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार.
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला.
So in the past, we would see most of the terrorists who would get arrested, they would be like the people who would be working at a very low level. But today we have seen the white collar suspect.
Tejas fighter jet has crashed during the Dubai air show. Thick black smoke being seen rising from the crash site near the airport. As you can see, we'll just play out that video very soon. Shravan Sen joins us on the broadcast for more. Shravan, tell us more details about this crash, please. Shravan. Light combat aircraft Tejas fighter jet crashing down during Dubai air show. A tragedy that has unfolded during, it's an accident. What we understand right now, Tejas plane was part of the demonstrations at the Dubai air show this afternoon. This is an HAL-made plane, India-made Tejas aircraft, the LCA Tejas fighter light combat aircraft that crashed around 2:10 p.m. local time. Shravan Sen joins us for more details. Shravan, over to you.
Well, in fact, while there is no official confirmation coming in from the Indian Air Force, we spoke to the headquarters a short while back. They are saying they are ascertaining the situation right now, but there are already videos that are emerging from the Dubai air show. This is while the air show that was basically underway when the LCA Tejas, we were given to understand, has crashed. We still do not have any information with regards to the condition of the pilot. This came in just a moment ago when the LCA Tejas, which is essentially being flown by the Indian Air Force in the air show, has reportedly crashed during a demonstration that has been taking place. Over the last few days, remember, there have been multiple formations that have been displayed of the LCA Tejas to several potential buyers in Dubai. Now, this comes across as a big news coming in right now of the air crash that has taken place. We are waiting for an official confirmation to basically come in from the Indian Air Force at this point in time. But having said that, remember, this happened just about a short while back, a little after 3:30 this evening, when we are given to understand that from Dubai this air crash has actually taken place. Surya Kiran aerobatics have also taken place earlier today. There have been multiple formations that we saw of Surya Kiran earlier today. But as far as the LCA Tejas crash is concerned, not much details really emerging at this point in time. But we do, what we can tell you is that this crash happened little after 3:30 this afternoon. As of now, the condition of the pilot is not known. Whether at all he has ejected before the crash has actually taken place, that is still not known at this point in time. We are also getting our reporters from Dubai getting us the latest information. Multiple set of images that have just come into our newsroom a short while back of the crash that has taken place. But as of now, the Air Force has all that they've said. Just a short while back, we've got a statement coming in from the Air Force, and this is what they are essentially saying, that there have been multiple queries that have just come in. They are trying to ascertain the facts, and full details of it would be informed in a short while from now. On your screens right now, this is the very moment when the LCA Tejas had crashed. This is Mark II LCA Tejas which has crashed, is what we are being told at the Dubai Air Show. There has been no word really coming in from the management right now of the Dubai Air Show 2. We'll try and also get you all the latest details with regards to what's really happening with regards to all the steps that have been taken so far. This just a quick recap of what we know so far. 3:30 is the time that we are being told that the crash had taken place. This was part of the formation that had taken place earlier today, part of the air show that has taken place. This has been ongoing for the last 4 days when the air show actually began. Multiple formations were actually displayed. The Indian Air Force team also has a stall at the Dubai Air Show, and this is with the aim of reaching out to the potential buyers. Now, with regards to the crash that has taken place, what we do not know so far is the condition of the pilot. Indian Air Force quite tight-lipped at this point in time, because remember, this has just happened a short while back, and they're saying they're still ascertaining the facts. We'll try and get you more details right now. But this is the very moment, Rakshita, when the crash actually took place.
The videos, unfortunately, I do not show any ejection, at least in this video. Of course, we have to wait for official confirmation, as you were pointing out very rightly there, Shavan, as to what really is the condition of the fighter. That remains to be seen. But Shavan, if you're still there have been a sort of a smear campaign, if you could call it, against the Tejas for the past few days. This is the last day of the Dubai Air Show, but we've seen that there were images doing the rounds about an oil leak from a Tejas Mark 1. Which was, of course, very much clarified by the government, by the centre, that it was a routine and this was nothing to do with any malfunction. And this, of course, comes as an alarming update. It's an alarming situation that is now unfolding on the last day of the Dubai International Show, because this is Tejas, which India, of course, has its eyes on. It's an India-made. It's a made-in-India fighter, an HAL fighter, Shavan. And, of course, in what sort of circumstances this could have happened remains a matter of investigation also now. Shavan.
Well, in fact, there seems to be, there have been reports coming in of a fuel leakage. Having said that, that was essentially addressed by the Indian Air Force, where they had categorically denied that there has been as far as engine oil leak is concerned. It's important to highlight the following, that this crash has happened a little after 3:30 this afternoon. It was part of the formation that has taken place. Indian Air Force so far hasn't made any statement with regards to what led to the crash at this stage. But having said that, remember, this is one of the aircraft that you can actually see. It is not part of the entire formation. If you clearly look at the very moment that the aircraft basically plummeted, that was the very moment this this was where we see, smoke billowing out. Now, with regards to what could be the condition, what could be the reason why this led to a crash, that is not known. We're not going to get into any speculations at this stage, because undoubtedly this is a major tragedy that has actually taken place at the Dubai Air Show, especially at a time when questions were essentially being raised about the efficacy of the aircraft itself, and the very fact that this was with an attempt to reach out to potential buyers. So undoubtedly it comes across as a setback, but it's important to highlight here the following, that this is the second such air show where you've had the LCA Tejas being displayed by the Indian Air Force also. We'll try and see if we get a quick confirmation also. We are trying to reach out to our reporters in Dubai, because this is the first response. I've just spoken a short while back to one of our correspondents in Dubai who's just pointed out that this has actually happened. But with regards to the Indian Air Force, so far they're only saying that they're trying to ascertain the facts right now, because they do not have much details, because this has come in just a short while back. It's been a little over 25 minutes since the crash has actually taken place, Rakshita.
Yeah.
And the fact that over the last 4 days, there have been multiple times that these formations have actually taken place, and they have displayed the prowess of the LCA Tejas. But having said that, the condition of the pilot becoming extremely crucial at this point in time. From the videos that we have just got a short while back from the newsroom, it's not very clear whether at all the pilot was able to eject at the right moment. But having said that, we'll wait for the official confirmation coming in from the Indian Air Force as to whether at all the pilot was able to eject at the right moment when the aircraft was, we're seeing a dip as far as the altitude is concerned, and it has been a sudden down that we've seen from this particular video. If you can see, it was deaccelerating, and as it came down, it seems that there was a loss of engine control. If you simply go by the videos that have just come in a short while back, it does appear that the pilot had lost control of the engine, and resulting in this particular crash. Having said that, we are not going to speculate as to what really happened and what could have led to the air crash, but it's clear from these videos that it seems from the fast downing of the aircraft itself, it does appear that they've essentially lost control of the engine itself.
Right, that's the video, viewers, that we have accessed, multiple videos that we can show you right now, that when it was on air, but when it was in the air and after it crashed. You can see that moment of crash when the thick plumes of smoke are emanating from after the crash. That, of course, remains a matter of speculation if the pilot could eject in time or not, or if there was any parachute. Nothing has been visible, at least the videos that we are showing to you. So it remains, of course, the prerogative of the Indian Air Force. Yeah, Shravan.
Rakshit, I've just got some more details right now. It's the Tejas Air Force. There is a confirmation coming in from the Indian Air Force. They've confirmed that it is the Tejas. It is not a Mark 1A, but it has crashed. There is a confirmation coming in from the Indian Air Force, and I'm getting in more details. Basically, this has happened at a time when the Tejas was basically performing a low altitude maneuver before they had lost control, nose diving into the ground and erupting into a fireball that was followed by intense smoke and flames. Emergency response teams as well as firefighters have been brought in. So it was during a low altitude maneuver. It's a low altitude maneuver that was being made by the Tejas. We do have a confirmation that this is not the Tejas Mark 1A. It is, the older formation, part of the older formation that was carrying out these maneuvers. This was a low maneuver that was basically being carried out at a time when it seems that they've lost control. And it was before that, suddenly losing control, nose diving into the ground and erupting into a complete fireball. Now, that's what I've just picked up right now from sources. So there is a confirmation. There is a confirmation now coming in from the Air Force itself.
Right. So that's the latest update Shravan was sharing with us. Tejas was performing a low altitude maneuver before suddenly losing control. Nose diving you can say aircraft nose diving into the ground, and that is the fresh video, the latest video. I think Shravan continues to show. Shravan, if you could help us understand, this was not the Tejas Mark 1. Then this was, you're saying that it's part of an older formation, but it was a low altitude maneuver that was being performed during the air show. And what we understand is that emergency response teams have also been rushed in to douse the blaze.
Rakshita, I've just got some more information from my source. Rakshita, can you hear me?
Yeah, please go ahead.
I've just got more details. Now, this has happened when they were essentially making yet another maneuver. This was the second maneuver that was being made when it was a low altitude maneuver. It seems that the second round, the first round of maneuver went completely fine. The second round of maneuver, when they were doing it at a low altitude, that's when the pilot basically lost control, is what we are picking up right now. We seem to be having, some more details right now getting in. I'm getting in some more calls to get you the details. Group Captain Pandey, I do have a confirmation coming in from a top source within the Indian Air Force that the crash has happened at a time when the aircraft was carrying out a low altitude maneuver.
Yeah, Jahan, this is definitely a very sad news, especially with the Tejas where he has gone to perform in front of whole global audience. Now, the point which you are seeing, the low-level maneuver, it is a part of our day-to-day exercise. Nothing, low-level, nothing. When the target is coming, the strike is coming to target a place in India. If they're coming low-level, we have to handle it. So, there is nothing abnormal, number one. Number two, as far as any lapses are concerned, it may be technical or it may be manual also. The probability of manual lapses is very, very remote. Reason is very experienced pilots have been sent there, and because you are demonstrating in front of whole world, and everybody is coming and taking interest the way we have projected Tejas, that it is a very reliable aircraft and very cost-effective, and we are planning a lot of modification in the view of generation improvement and all. So, saying that it was some pilot error, I doubt. In my view, it cannot be pilot error. It must be something technical error, something. But actually,
because we're getting in some more information that I've just got, because it seems that it was during the second round of the maneuver when this low altitude maneuvering, that's when they've lost control. I'm not too sure when Group Captain Pandey, if you can take a look at the videos that have just come in. It seems that the pilot did lose control of the engine, resulting in a fast deacceleration taking place, resulting in the crash itself. Does it appear to you, of course, there will be a full-fledged investigation that will be carried out, but it is quite, it is quite embarrassing at this point in time for India, given the fact that this is something that we were essentially showing it to our potential buyers. But the fact of the matter is that the crash actually happens when the formations were at display.
That's true, you're right, what you're saying. I'm also full agreement with you. The only problem is that anything can happen, because this is a machine. Nobody can guarantee. But only problem is why it was sensitive time. Reason is where the whole global market was there. People have come to visualize various type of aircraft, and we have claimed that its performance is very good. The point is, and it may be propagated or propaganda may be there from various elements, those who are anti-India stand, they do have anti-India stand. We may say this is all low quality and low standard aircraft, but point is, having said that, it doesn't mean this aircraft is operating for so many years. Two squadrons are there, they are successfully performing. And the same place, Dubai, this air show, this aircraft is performing every day. So, saying that it was some aircraft problem, I doubt it will be correct analysis. But definitely, I'm having my finger crossed, because people will...
Group Captain Pandey, I have Air Marshal Kapoor also joining us. Air Marshal Kapoor, what do you really make of it? Because we're staying with these images coming in from the Dubai Air Show, and I just want to share some details that we've just picked up. There is an official confirmation coming in from the Indian Air Force of the crash that has taken place. However, the Indian Air Force hasn't really spoken about the condition of the pilot, because that's also another important aspect that we would like to highlight. What is the condition of the pilot, whether at all the pilot was able to eject or not. But what do you really make of it from the images that have come in?
See, actually, I just drove in back from outside, and I've not been able to analyze the images. But what I can tell you is Tejas has performed brilliantly in many air shows over the last 5 to 10 years. And so, air shows, the low-level maneuvering is extremely complex maneuvering. It takes a lot of practice, and I'm very sure that the pilot was very experienced. He had practiced all his maneuvers. But what actually happened is it is too premature to even hazard a guess on what has happened. Tejas by itself is a very, very safe and good aircraft. We have had only one air crash in in its service, and that also was attributed to a technical failure. So Tejas being a very safe and very good aircraft, it is, I think, at this point in time, it would be premature to reach any conclusion.
But Air Marshal Kapoor, can I just quickly ask you this? I'll try, and because I'm sure that you've not been able to see the videos, but what I can see from the images that have come in, and because almost everyone wants to really know what really happened. This happened a little after 3:30 this afternoon, because when I spoke to a source of mine at the Dubai Air Show, I was told that this was around 3:30 this afternoon, and it seems that there was a faster deacceleration that actually took place, and what essentially happened was it nosedived. It completely nosedived. There is a indication really coming in that perhaps during the second low-level maneuvering that was taking place, that's when the engine had basically collapsed.
See, just by seeing the video in such a short time, it is difficult to say whether the engine had decelerated or there is a technical issue. It is. I would say that it is too premature. If it is decelerated, then and the aircraft is losing height very, very rapidly, then it could be either a technical failure where the engine is lost thrust, or it was a late pull-out. So any of these things could be possible.
Marshal Kapoor, if you could just help us understand, because when I spoke to some of the sources to understand what really happened, they told me that this was during a low-level maneuvering that's taking place. So what kind of challenges that they essentially face, the pilots would be facing, given the fact that this was the second round of maneuvering that was being done?
See, all these maneuvers are actually very well planned out. Heights are very clearly specified. No-goes are clearly specified, and so there is a bit, but because you are so low, the chance of, the margin of error is very, very little. And so with repeated practices, I do not think the pilot would be making a mistake like this, but anything could have happened. It could either be, there could only be two reasons. One is that there is a technical failure, or there's an engine issue where the thrust is lost and the height is too low for the aircraft to recover with the kind of rotation is given. The speed would wash off very rapidly, and so the aircraft would lose height. And the other is if there is an error in terms of judging the pull-out height for the pilot.
Marshal Kapoor, I'll just request you to stay on with us. I'll just quickly recap for all our viewers who are tuning in right now. A major tragedy has taken place at the Dubai Air Show this afternoon, a little after 3:30. LCA Tejas, flown by the Indian Air Force, crashed during a low maneuvering that was essentially being done. That was at a low altitude where the crash has taken place. So far, a confirmation now coming in from the Indian Air Force that yes, it is a Tejas that has crashed. I'm given to understand that this is not the Tejas Mark 1A that has basically crashed. It was part of a formation, and during the low maneuvering, the low altitude maneuvering that was being done, it seems that the pilot had lost control. There are multiple images now coming in from the Dubai Air Show, clearly indicating that it was one of the aircraft which is part of the formation that has basically crashed. As far as casualties are concerned, we do not know at this point in time the condition of the pilot, whether at all the pilot was able to eject at the right moment. That's not known. There is no official word coming in from the Indian Air Force as far as the condition of the pilot is concerned. We have also reached out to the organizers of the Dubai Air Show with regards to any statement. We are being told that the statement would be issued in a short while from now. The Indian Air Force headquarters right now looking into all possible issues as to what could have actually led to this entire crash. Major Samar Paltur is also joining us on this broadcast. Major Tur, no doubt about the fact that this is a major tragedy that has actually taken place. While some would already start speculating about what has happened in the last few days, because there were reports that had come in of an oil leakage that had taken place, something that was categorically denied by the Indian Air Force. What do you make from these images that have just come in a short while back?
Shravan, firstly, my sincere condolences to the pilot and the family members. It was an unfortunate event that has taken place. Secondly, as far as air shows are concerned, these are the best machines with the best of their capabilities and the latest technology and the equipment and engines which are installed in these. So basically, there was definitely 101%. Before anyone speculates something has gone wrong, let us wait for the technical analysis and the investigation as to what went wrong. And it's too early to say whether it's a human error or it's a machine which is developed some snag or something. And moreover, if you go in the past, in the history, there have been air shows in which air crashes have taken place, which have involved American aircraft, which have involved French aircraft, which have involved many other countries and their aircraft, that to the military fighter jets. So I do not think it is going to have much of an impact in a long run. It is just an isolated accident, unfortunate. It should not have happened. And being an international air show, definitely the standards are of utmost standards. And there is nothing amiss or there is no compromise on anything at all. And let us see for the investigation and the technical team. There will be consultation of equipment and specialists and expertise as to what has happened. So the only thing is it's unfortunate, and the Air Force will move on from here. And see, this is the risk involved in our job. This is what we have to deal with. And see, when you pray for rain, you got to deal with the mud. So if it has happened, it is unfortunate, and there will be measures taken that it doesn't happen in the future. Shravan.
Major Tur, I'll request you to stay on with us as we are getting in more details of what really happened, a tragic incident that has taken place this afternoon in Dubai. Now, remember, this is part of what is being organized by Emirates in Dubai as a larger air show with a number of other national air forces participating in it. It's all organized by the Indian Air Force too. Surya Kiran aerobatics that have also been displayed over the last few days. In fact, 4 such formations that have actually taken place in the last 3 days itself. Now, this was one of the last maneuvers that was essentially being done when the crash has actually taken place. Tragic to say the least, but having said that, questions essentially emerging as to what led to the crash to begin with. In the last few days, there has been another controversy to have hit the Indian Air Force, that was with regards to whether at all there has been an oil leak from one of the Tejas which was parked at the Bay Area. It seems that report has been completely denied by the Indian Air Force, that no such oil leak has actually taken place, because that was also becoming another bone of contention. Having said that, this crash that has taken place was a little after 3:30 this afternoon, when we are being told that part of a larger formation, one of the Tejas lost complete control, nose diving and turning into a complete fireball. Now, with regards to the condition of the pilot, that is still not known. We have reached out to the Indian Air Force. I'm given to understand that in a short while from now, full details is expected to come out from the Indian Air Force with regards to the condition of the pilot itself and what is the preliminary assessment that has been done. For all who are tuning in right now, we do have a confirmation that this was during a maneuver that was being done by the pilot when the aircraft, when the pilot lost control of the aircraft, leading to this fatal crash that has actually taken place. And what we can also confirm is that this was one Tejas LCA that has crashed. It was part of a formation, but it is only one crash that has been reported. And this is not the LCA Mark 1A, which was the advanced fighter jet. It is, we are being told that this was perhaps one of the older versions that was essentially being flown as part of a display that was being done. Major Samarpal, if you're there, I can just take a quick question with you before we also get some more. We have just gotten multiple images coming in from the Dubai Air Show, which shows the very moment when the crash actually had taken place. Is there any assessment that you can make from the sudden deacceleration that has taken place?
You see, at times they do barrel rolls, and the angle of descent at times usually gets miscalculated. There is change of air and the wind conditions. Many things are into play in this. It's considered as a very dangerous maneuver. It's called a barrel roll. It's not easy, especially when you take a climb. The kind of G-forces that a pilot faces are enormous. And after that, once it is heading downward, that is again where the negative G-forces start coming into play. And I think there has definitely been some miscalculation in the angle of descent and the speed which has happened. Because see, if you refer to many other visuals of air show accidents which have taken place, they've usually taken place either in barrel rolls or when two fighter jets are, crisscrossing each other and then heading up in a vertical Charlie formation. So this is what is to be kept in mind. But again, as I say, let the specialists, let the professionals give a statement. As far as we all can see in the visuals, that is what it is. And you see, this is a dangerous task. It's not that Surya Kiran is an acrobatic team. They have also faced few accidents during their practice sessions and drills. So these are the risks. It's just unfortunate that the ejection could not take place on time. That is unfortunate. It should have happened. But let's see what the officials will be giving a statement. But yes, HAL has a lot of explanations to do. The air chief had prior in the air show told earlier this year that, HAL needs to introspect, revamp and reapproach everything in a better and a more refined and a professional manner. So it wouldn't come as a surprise that the top brass of HAL would be, changed, and there will be more investigations which will take place. But I think it's a matter of time, but it will take time. It is not an overnight statement that will come out with a solution and answer. Shravan.
Well, Major Tur, I'll request you to stay on with us. We are basically trying to also connect with the organizers of the Dubai Air Show. I'm given to understand that the CID has also been brought in. Not very sure in terms of whether at all this is part of some sort of an investigation that is to be carried out or not. But I'm given to understand that the Dubai CID has also reached the spot. The firefighters, of course, are trying to douse the fire there because it seems that it has just happened a short while back. So far, even the organizers haven't made any statement with regards to the condition of the pilot because that is of utmost concern at this stage. We've also reached out to the Indian Air Force a short while back, but they are saying that they are still ascertaining the facts and they are only going to make a comment a little later. But what we have been able to pick up from those who have been associated from this entire air show, all that they have confirmed is that this was one of the last lap that was essentially being taken by the fighter pilot when this unfortunate incident had taken place. We'll try and also go across to Air Marshal Kapoor. Air Marshal Kapoor, if you can hear me. I'm not too sure whether Air Marshal Kapoor is with us or not. We'll try and connect with Air Marshal Kapoor in a short while from now. For all who are tuning in right now, this is what we have for you in terms of what has been confirmed by our sources, that this has happened a little after 3:30. The exact timing was about 3:37 this afternoon. Exactly about 90 seconds, within 90 seconds when the de-acceleration had actually taken place following the last maneuver that was being done. And remember, this is not the usual altitude at which the Tejas essentially flies, but it was part of the maneuver which essentially requires that you would have done a low altitude maneuver. It seems that is when the fighter pilot had lost control of the engine. So far, no word really coming in from the Air Force with regards to what led to the crash, because it is undoubtedly too early for anyone to really comment as to what could have led to this particular unfortunate incident. But having said that, a preliminary assessment is essentially being made only from the images that have essentially come in, and the fact that the last information that was basically relayed to the ATC was just before the maneuver that was done. We've just got a 90-second video. We'll just try and put this out for all of you to take a close look as to what really happened. Well, this is the 90-second video. The last, as you can see, there is, for the last maneuver, you would have seen there is a gradual decrease. There is a gradual decrease in the altitude itself. That's the final turn that is essentially being made by the Tejas, LCA Tejas, and as you can see, the tilt that was being made, that tilt is essentially made when you have the altitude change that takes place and the maneuvering that is essentially taking place, following which it seems that there was a complete downfall with the aircraft with the fighter pilot losing control of the fighter jet. Marshal Kapoor is joining us on this broadcast. Marshal Kapoor, I know it's too early to come to any sort of conclusion, but what do you really make of the multiple images that have come in and the preliminary assessment that has been done that this happened when the second lap was basically being made of the maneuver, which was, of course, at a lower altitude?
Yeah, the aircraft seems to be at a very low altitude. And it is in the process of pulling up. But with a very short clip that you have shown, it is also seen that the nose is still trying to come up, but it is unable to pull out. I mean, there are only two reasons it could have happened. And one is that there is a technical failure, there is some problem with the aircraft, or there is a error of judgment. There could only be two of these things. Or third, if there were birds or something the pilot was trying to avoid.
Marshal Kapoor, I've just got some details from the BrahMos team which was basically present there, and this is what they told from the video that was being taken. I'm not too sure if we can just put this out. This was the last few minutes when the low-level maneuver that was being done, and it seems it is the failure of the FBW. It could be the failure of the FBW that could be the possible reason. Marshal Kapoor, could you help us understand that?
Yeah, so if fly-by-wire, see, this aircraft is completely fly-by-wire. That is computerized with a quadrupless fly-by-wire redundancy. If there is a fly-by-wire failure, the aircraft cannot be controlled by the pilot unless there is a standby which takes over. So if there is a catastrophic failure, then the aircraft goes out of control. But what I see from the images is that the aircraft is coming down. It is not in a kind of if you see here, that the nose is still down. It is not going up. So I do not see that the pilot would have continued in a flight like this, closer to the ground.
So you're saying that if it is a fly-by-wire, past when it has taken place,
yes.
And if that is the reason why it seems that there could be a technical glitch leading to a complete loss of control, very little option that the pilot would have essentially had at that stage.
See, it is too early. There could be many reasons for this crash. Like I said earlier, that it could be, a problem with the engine or the thrust reduction where the speed washes off at a very rapid rate and the aircraft is unable to pull out. The second is that there is something which the pilot is trying to avoid. Third is the control failure. That is a technical. I mean, technical could be many reasons. There could be many reasons for a technical failure. And at low levels, the error of margin of error is very, very low. A split second delay or decision can be catastrophic. So anything could have happened. It is, I would say, too premature to come to any conclusion to say why did this accident happen. It is most unfortunate for the accident to have happened in Dubai at an air show, at this level of air show, where we are trying to, kind of create a market for ourselves or a place for the Indian aerospace industry. And so this would be a very, very, unfortunate accident.
Well, in fact, Marshal Kapoor, I've just got an official confirmation coming in from the Indian Air Force, and this is what they say, that IAF Tejas aircraft met with an accident during an aerial display at the Dubai Air Show today. The pilot, in fact, has sustained fatal injuries in the accident. In fact, IAF also goes on to indicate that there have been a loss of life and stands firmly with the bereaved family in this time of grief. A court of inquiry is being constituted to ascertain the cause of the accident. So not very sure about the condition of the pilot right now. Marshal, just for the benefit of our viewers, because you would be the best person to perhaps explain frame by frame as to what really happened, if you have access to a TV screen right now, and if you could just perhaps help us understand what could have really happened. I understand we cannot come to any sort of conclusion right now. It's too preliminary at this point in time, but just those very moments from the images that we are basically putting out right now, because it seems that this was one of the last maneuvering that was basically been done. If you can just take us through frame by frame what really has happened.
See, what I can see in the last few 1 or 2, 3 seconds that the video I'm seeing on the screen is that the aircraft is almost wings level. Because you're showing it from two angles, it creates a little bit of confusion for the viewer. But the last one which you are seeing is this, that the aircraft is almost wings level. It's not in a turn and it is going down. And so the pilot would be seeing in the cockpit that the aircraft is losing height rapidly and it is likely to crash. And so the pilot would be doing whatever was possible. So that's what I'm trying to say, that it is probably there are only two reasons, is that that the way the aircraft has gone down in the end is quite likely that there are only two reasons. That one is there is a technical failure in which the pilot is unable to sustain the flight or is unable to pull out the aircraft at a safe height. And the second is that the stage at which the pilot has initiated a pull-out is a little late, which does not give pilot enough height for the aircraft to pull out.
Right. Marshal Kapoor, I'll request you to stay on with us as we put out the latest coming in from the Indian Air Force. If we can put out this statement, finally we do have a brief statement that has been put out by the Indian Air Force, and they have confirmed that the Tejas met with an accident during the aerial display at the Dubai Air Show. The pilot has sustained fatal injuries in the accident. There has also been a loss of life is what we are being told, but we do not know as to who exactly is this, because all that they have said with regards to the pilot is that he has sustained fatal injuries. As of now, a court of inquiry has already been constituted to ascertain the cause of accident. So that's all that we do have at this point in time. We'll try and see Marshal Kapoor, if you are there with us, and I'm also told that Group Captain Ajay Alawat is also joining us. Group Captain Alawat, thank you very much. We have with us Marshal Kapoor joining us. Undoubtedly, it's an unfortunate moment for us, given the fact that over the last few days there have been multiple displays that were done by the Indian Air Force. And when I spoke to someone who is part of that air show, they've essentially indicated that there has been a larger propaganda that was basically carried out over the last few days, and particularly with the Pakistanis also being part of that entire air show. But this comes across as a major embarrassment for us, given the fact that this was a potential aircraft that we were also trying to sell to various other countries.
I'm sorry, is there a question somewhere?
Group Captain Alawat, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, strength 5.
Yeah. Group Captain Alawat, what I was asking you is